Hey everyone, there's not enough dinosaur horror in video games, or at least there wasn't. For a long time now I've been waiting, wishing for a true spiritual successor to titles like Dino Crisis and Trespasser Jurassic Park, but since Capcom and Universal are either unwilling or unable to provide such games, impatient indie developer dinosaur nerds have taken matters into their own hands. It took a while for the wave to crash onto shore, but dinosaur horror games are as numerous as they've ever been, and they show no signs of slowing down. 2024 was a veritable Cambrian explosion of prehistoric terror. I struggled to find 7 games to talk about in the previous part of this project. They weren't as rare as I originally assumed, but they were spread so thin that their releases spanned from 1982 to 2023. One of them wasn't even intended to be a horror game, but for this video, I didn't even have to try. 2024 saw the release of over 6 indie dinosaur horror games, so let's talk about them. But before I get my hands into the guts of these games, this is the second part of a 2-video project about indie dinosaur horror titles, and it's going to assume you've watched the first. Case in point, I finally remembered what I forgot. 1916 goes in D tier. D for dinosaur. But if you don't need a refresher on the history of indie dinosaur horror, or just don't care, feel free to keep watching. Either way, I want to go over the 3 golden rules by which I chose the games to cover for this video. Rule number 1, the game must have a single player campaign. Extraction looters like Lethal Company and Repo have proven multiplayer horror games can work, but it's not the Dino Crisis vibe I'm after. So sorry Deathground, maybe next time. Also, you didn't even come out last year, what are you doing in this video? Rule number 2, the game must be fully released. So sorry Deathground, again. Get the hell out of this video already! And finally, rule number 3, still the most important rule, no snitching. I mean it. Using those 3 golden rules, I've put together a selection of 7 games from last year that I really hope will scratch that Dino Crisis itch after the mere scraps I got in the last video, because I'm not just going to be judging these games on their own merits, I'm going to be looking out to see how well they can live up to the classics of dinosaur horror too. Dino Crisis, 3D Monster Maze, and the better Jurassic Park tie-ins. Fingers crossed we finally discover the spiritual successor to Trespasser we've all been dreaming of for years. Huh. I was expecting a there. Also, I've done my best to edit around them, but there are a couple of flashing lights throughout the video. Watch out for this big red exclamation mark in the top right corner that'll appear 10 seconds out from when they start, and the timestamps underneath to skip to. Finally, everything I make on the channel is now made possible by the generous donations of people on Patreon. I don't make money off ads and I don't take sponsorships, so if you love what I do and want to support me with a few dollary dues, please consider donating. If you don't want to give Patreon money or can't support monthly, Ko-Fi is also an option. Links are in the description. And if financial support isn't possible but you still want to help the channel out, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Share the video around because YouTube sure won't, and let me know about any other potential Dino Crisis successors you've played. I'd love to give them a go. Any engagement helps me out a lot and is much appreciated. Oh, and if the developers of any of these games are watching this video, don't! So without further ado, let's get to it. This is the 2024 Indie Dino Horror Game Wave. One of the more memorable games I covered in the first part of this project was FossilFuel, a janky asset flip Half-Life-like that sold itself as a dinosaur survival horror game, when it was really just a pretty run-of-the-mill early 2010s console shooter with a few prehistoric creatures thrown in for good measure. It was not a good game, but it was a lot of fun. I never knew what to expect around the next corner, and the same was true of its DLC, Raptor Isolation, which actually did dip its talons into horror, at least least for a little bit, so when I sat down to play FossilFuel 2, I expected more of the same, but developer Dangerous Bob actually managed to surprise me. FossilFuel 2 is a very different experience to its predecessor, and I've seen a lot of people praise it as an improvement over the original in both Steam reviews and YouTube videos, but I just can't agree with that. Improvements have definitely been made, don't get me wrong. FossilFuel 2 plays better, runs better, and even follows a coherent series of events, but it's just so dull, which might be the most damning thing I can say about a game, but there you go. I couldn't get through a single hallway in FossilFuel 1 without tripping over some jank, but all those rough edges that made it so interesting to talk about have been smoothed off in the sequel, to the point there's almost nothing for me to latch onto. It's not bad enough to make you want to turn it off, but it's not good enough to keep you engaged either. It is the definition of competent, and I wish I could leave it at that, but I can't. So, here are the facts. In a lot of ways, FossilFuel 2 feels like a remake more than a sequel. So many of the set pieces and ideas from the original game end up recycled here, if shuffled around a bit, right down to the fact it takes place in the same location. 3 years have passed since the events of the first game. Sierra has crushed the lawsuit thrown at them for the dozens of deaths they were responsible for. They've crushed the attempts of FossilFuel 1's unnamed protagonist to blow the whistle, which also more or less canonizes the good ending. And they've crushed the truth about the Russian invasion that also happened last time around down to fringe conspiracy theories. So now they're free to get right back on their bullshit and recover the data lost in the initial disaster. You are Jack, the rookie member of PMC Alpha, a Sierra-owned mercenary company who have been sent to the abandoned base to recover what was lost, and get their corporate dinosaur shenanigans back on track. You're headed into a haunted house full of cutting-edge tech and prehistoric monsters, which is a great setup for a dinosaur horror game, if not for the one, ever so slight problem that the Sierra base has no real identity. Not that you'd know it at first. FossilFuel 2 has an extremely strong start that sets expectations high, and that's before you even hit New Game. The menu shows the Charon approaching Great Sitcon Island, and even has some music to set the mood. The menu background shifts to this spooky, scary T-Rex skeleton once you get inside the facility, and I thought that meant it would change even more as the game went on, but no, this is the only time it happens. Still, it's got atmosphere. It's not laugh-out-loud silly like the first game. I don't hate it. The opening bit of narration is fun, too. It reminds me a lot of Dino Crisis 2's intro, actually.
3 years have passed since the Sierra Research Facility went dark. A team of mercenaries has been assembled by the company to go back to Sierra. They have no idea what awaits them.
But FossilFuel 2 really hits its stride aboard the Charon as it's tossed back and forth in the middle of a storm. The seas are churning, and thunder is booming overhead, and... Watch out! Watch out! Okay, it's still a little bit jank, but at least it's exciting. At least I understand what's going on. And at least it's quick. You don't spend more than a minute on deck before a fucking megalodon shows up to sink the Charon and strand you on Great Sitcon Island.
Hey! Oh my god!
But the best is yet to come, because when you wake up, this is the first thing you see. Having a brachiosaur be the first dinosaur you get a good look at is a tradition that stretches back decades at this point, but I can't think of one so understated as this. So often these moments are accompanied by a big swell of strings, but here all you get is the swell of the sea and the wind through the trees as the brachiosaur disappears over the hill, and I kind of love the restraint. The game lets the moment breathe the way it deserves. In fact, this whole intro on the beach does the same. Captain Maximus and the other survivors have already made their way inside, so it's just you alone on the sand for as long as you care to stay. Turn around and you'll see the Charon still smoking on the horizon. Explore a little and you'll find some notes left by other survivors. You don't even get a gun dropped into your hands from moment one. You're left with a tomahawk that's really only good for smashing padlocks. It's not a straight run into the facility either. You've got puzzles to solve, and opening the hatch feels like cracking the seal on an ancient tomb full of unknown horrors. At this point I was thinking, holy shit, is this game good? But then I went inside and no. No, it is not. A horror sequel returning to the setting of the first installment is a tried and tested trope that shows up time and again for a reason. It's fucking great. If a long time has passed or the series has escalated, you get to see how the place has changed, or settled in its rot, as in Dead Space 2's Return to the Ishimura. If the sequel is dealing with a new threat, you get to compare and contrast them with the original monsters, as in Dr. Sleep's climactic pilgrimage to the Overlook Hotel. It's an easy victory lap if you can pull it off well, but it also requires the setting to have a personality worth returning to, and FossilFuel 1 just doesn't. So much of it was thrown together haphazardly from bits and pieces of different asset packs, none of which came together into a consistent style or tone, all of which had been crafted to be generic anyway to make them useful to as wide a range of projects as possible. It was all very quirky, but it stood out because of the strange ways it was thrown together, not because it was in any way distinct. The only area with any sort of personality in FossilFuel 1 was the big underground silo, and that wasn't even in the base campaign. It was exclusive to the Raptor Isolation DLC. FossilFuel 2 is still an asset flip, and you can still find the list of packs used in the manual, which is fun, so the amount of personality it can inject into any of the environments is still largely hobbled. But I don't think it's a surprise that a silo is the first place you end up finding once you get inside the Sierra facility. I can't say for certain that it's the same silo from Raptor Isolation, but it's clearly meant to evoke the space. The game is trying to establish continuity between the two titles. You can see the same thing being done in the paddocks section of the facility. It uses the same weird sci-fi spaceship wall assets and open grassland sections full of raptors to suggest a connection between games, but that is about all FossilFuel 2 can do. The sequel adheres to a much more lived-in, naturalistic architectural style. It's not flawless, you can still tell a lot of stuff came out of an asset pack. I still found a hole in the world looking out into the void. There's still a lot of off-putting empty space that brings to mind old Source Engine mods, but it doesn't feel kit-bashed randomly together the way the first game did. A lot more thought was put into not just environmental design, but level design. Nothing looks out of place. Almost nowhere feels connected to another area that it shouldn't. It's all pretty consistent, and it's certainly more competent, but again, without the crushing layers of jank to keep things interesting, competent is all it ever manages to be. Even when the late game devolves into the same random run of office spaces, industrial areas, and outdoor arenas that FossilFuel 1 was from start to finish, it's just a slog of largely forgettable rooms. Yeah, you can't see the seams holding everything together anymore, at least most of the time, but without them you're forced to focus on what's actually present, and it is thoroughly mediocre. One thing FossilFuel 2 does try to do to create some sense of decay is a focus on flooded areas and water-based threats. The Megalodon during the intro is only a hint of things to come. Whole sections of the Sierra base are under underwater and must be drained to safely access. Prehistoric sea monsters like giant sea devils, no not those ones, and electrophoruses patrol the waters. At a certain point, you're sent to pump water out of a few locked rooms before time runs out to save your fellow mercenaries. At another area not long after, you can drown a room full of giant bugs by pumping water into it instead, and after that, it's never brought up again. Oh. Okay. Cool. The game suddenly abandoning the whole underwater ruin idea does make a bit of sense, since only the bottom 2 floors are affected. Once you climb above the waterline, the flooding ceases to be a problem. But I honestly wish FossilFuel 2 did more with it, because the idea that the Sierra facility is sinking is an interesting one. It opens up potential to a lot of narrative and mechanical complications. And it's also one of the key aspects of the marketing. Don't let the Steam page fool you. This is not, in fact, Soma. FossilFuel 2 does this a lot actually. Ideas and mechanics are introduced as though they're going to be big parts of the experience, and then they show up maybe once or twice after they're tutorialized before being discarded, such as shooting out power boxes to open doors, or a black market where you can buy stuff like a grenade launcher with points accrued from taking photographs. The camera is one of the few new mechanics introduced in FossilFuel 2 that actually sticks around, and like everything, it's done competently. In short, it's Dead Rising. Taking pictures of environmental curiosities nets you a few points, but catching enemies in 4K while they're trying to kill you brings in the big bucks. The only problem is you don't actually need that many to buy out the black market. 1600 is all it takes, and you can probably shave that down to 1500 because honestly, who fucking wants a silencer for the pistol when no part of the game requires stealth? The grenade launcher is an absolute must-have. The late game is fucking dogshit without it, but even the master key card is only necessary if you're interested in seeing all the endings, and even if you are compelled to clear the black market out, it's easy to cheese, because there's one area of the game where the most photogenic enemy will consistently spawn in for you to add them to your cringe collection. Taking pictures of the same enemy over and over again will lower the value of each subsequent shot, but if you run back to a nearby save point, save, and reload, that value resets. So you can effectively farm this lad for infinite paparazzi points if you really want to. The only limit the game throws at you is restricting save points to how many USB sticks you have in your inventory, but there are so many that you'll never run out, and even if you do, you can just buy more from the shops with Sierra credits. Sierra credits you can exchange from paparazzi points in the black market at a rate of 50 to 1. What I'm saying is you need pictures of Spider-Man, to sell to a Russian spy so you can buy more ammo than you'll ever need for the game's most powerful weapons. But the game's economy is so broken you don't even need the black market for that. You can already sell ammo and items at regular shops anyway. Once you unlock the grenade launcher, literally every other ammo type in the game becomes vendor trash. It's almost a shame that the game is so easy to break through exploiting the shops, because there is a little bit of tactical depth to the gunplay this time around. The grenade launcher can settle most fights in 1 or 2 shots, but otherwise enemies have strengths and weaknesses that must be countered with specific weapons. The assassin bugs are weak to fire, the flamethrower drops them with an angry stare, but dinosaurs need something with a little more stopping power like the shotgun. Don't let the Steam page fool you either. The number of weapons has been greatly stripped down from the first game, and their placement is much better paced throughout the campaign too. No more finding an upgraded silenced shotgun the next room over from the base model. Here, new guns are given to the player at big set-piece moments. In fact, you go a good 30 minutes before stumbling across so much as a pistol, which speaks to a greater focus on horror. The sleeping raptors from Raptor Isolation are back, and there's one completely invulnerable enemy that pursues you across most of the game, like Mr. X from the remake of Resident Evil 2. It's really good at jumping out at you when you least expect it too. It kills on sight, and is generally unpleasant, so it's not all action all the time. There are ebbs and flows to the pacing as you move between combat encounters and puzzle rooms and big set pieces, and a lot of the time, it works. It's very Competent, as is FossilFuel 2's dip into non-linear game design. About 2/3 of the game are spent exploring the Sierra facility at your leisure. The goal is to find free solid-state drives containing Sierra's darkest little corporate secrets. The first you'll find at the end of the opening area, which is both a series of flooded maintenance tunnels and a museum. For some reason, but once you unlock the lift at the back of the exhibit hall, you're given free rein to explore the rest of the map. Don't let the Steam page fool you. Your progress through each floor of the Sierra facility might still be pretty linear. There aren't really any side areas to go through, but the option to tackle the mission at your own pace is nice. It's just not particularly fun. I'll say this for Dangerous Bob, they do respond to criticism. I'm late to the party looking at this series, but even so, most of the biggest issues I had with the first game and its DLC are gone. There are no random vehicle sections, put a pin in that. The weapon roster is a lot tighter and tactically relevant. The weird level up system and inventory issues are gone. Grenades and other explosives now function like conventional video game throwables. There are more dinosaurs to balance out the presence of other non-dinosaur creatures, and way fewer encounters with men. Normal men. The map layout is more coherent, the non-linear design of Raptor Isolation has been given greater focus overall, the plot makes way more sense. I'd even argue it's actually a survival horror game this time around. I appreciate all these changes. I'm glad some of the old bullshit is gone, not least of all the stability issues. I still suffered some stuttering here and there, but it was nothing compared to the slideshow I had to deal with in the previous game, and the settings menu even remembered my choices this time around too. But it's also just missing something. FossilFuel 1 was such a shotgun blast of ideas and mechanics. It tried everything at least once, and it was great fun to watch it do so, even if half the time it completely missed the target it was aiming for. But that was the joy of it. I even said at the start of my look at FossilFuel in the last part of this project that I probably cut the game a lot of slack on how mediocre its underlying mechanics were, because the jank just overwhelmed every other aspect of the experience. FossilFuel 2 is the opposite. It's one step forward, two steps back. Certain elements were given greater focus, a lot of time was clearly spent refining the gameplay loop, and the general criticisms thrown at the first game were taken into consideration. But I don't think Dangerous Bob understood how to make these changes without also ripping out what little identity FossilFuel had. Stripped of the first game's jank, FossilFuel 2 is merely fine, adequate, playable, but again, that's all it is. It's competent. It's competenter than the first game. It's also flattened. That's really the best way I can think to describe it. Some jank still remains. Dangerous Bob didn't get it all. The intro was proof enough of that, but it's never as loud as the first game was. Take the weapons. In the original FossilFuel, you had access to a gun that could shoot black holes, and it was amazing. I fucking loved the gravity grenades. But there's nothing so bombastic here. I do believe I missed a super secret late game weapon, so I could be wrong, but all the guns I encountered were pretty mundane. You've got your pistol, your shotgun, your assault rifle. Even the futuristic sci-fi weapons fit a little better into the fiction. The flamethrower was good for dealing with bugs, the grenade launcher was good for dealing with everything, and the incendiary rounds for the shotgun were fun and flashy, but not really all that useful most of the time. You can blow the heads off dinosaurs, which is a fun addition, but to offset that, the crazy physics are gone. The Magnum no longer sends enemies flying, and I don't like that. Even the set pieces have been reined in a bit. There's a late game moment that I won't spoil on screen yet that more or less recreates the siege from the first game, only this time it actually functions as a siege. All the friendly NPCs will still end up dead because of how simple their AI is and how tanky your enemies are, but it's not one big bait and switch that expects you to blow open a wall with explosives you've never used before to escape. It is just a siege this time time around, but without the insanity of the solution, it's no more memorable than any other combat encounter. The set piece I mentioned before, where you have to save some soldiers from drowning, involves a whole ass boss fight with a Spinosaurus, and the battle is rendered flaccid by the giant void of an arena and the run at the player until dead simplicity of the enemy AI. Don't let the Steam page fool you. These things are brainless. The most notable thing about this whole sequence is that the countdown timer still doesn't pause when you hit escape. That still hasn't been fixed from the first game, but it does pause when you open the inventory, so I don't know what the fuck that's about. They have the technology, they just chose not to use it. Some set pieces do work, like this one where you're locked in a room full of poisonous gas and forced to solve an equation to escape on a very strict time limit. Or this maze of broken glass you have to sneak through to avoid waking up the raptors having a little nap nearby. But they were the exception rather than the rule. Probably the most memorable set piece for me was entirely unintentional on the game's part. It was just a great bit of emergent interactivity. This museum acts as a sort of hub for the early game, and it's treated as a bit of a safe room. No enemies can reach it anyway, but it's got the safe room music, and it's nice and bright and different, but once woken up, your pursuer can follow you inside, and the first time it did was a genuine shock. It was a great moment. Given the new non-linear design, the inclusion of classic Resident Evil style safe rooms are a welcome addition overall as well, even if one or two of them are in really weird places. I love the note in this one saying dinosaurs will never be able to get inside, when one wall is just a set of pipes that you have to crawl through to enter. Like, dude, come on. Another addition I really have nothing bad to say about is a colorblind accessibility mode, which is cool, but I'm a little more torn on the other option you get when first booting up the game. Hand-holding in video games is a bit of a hot topic, and normally I'd say let me figure it out myself. I don't need the characters to tell me the solution literal seconds after encountering a puzzle, but not in this case. Don't let pride get the better of you. FossilFuel 2 is close to impossible without this option turned on. It took me around 4 hours to complete, a little less according to the in-game timer, but that number inflated to 5 on my playthrough of one of the endings because I got hard stuck looking for a pixel I needed to destroy to progress. I'm going to save the specifics for the spoiler section because fuck me, the endings are a lot. But there was also a moment much earlier in the game where I got stuck looking for the blue keycard to get the lift in the museum working. Normally pickups come with little green pillars of light to let you know they're there, but not the keycard. It was just placed on this random bit of furniture that is all too easy to ignore in favour of the actually telegraphed items on the other side of the room. You can toggle the hints on in the options menu, but I only noticed that when watching the recordings back to take notes, so in the moment I was fucked. I only found the keycard in the end because it just happened to be an icon on the map too, and thank God for that. I'd probably still be there if it hadn't. As for the map, it definitely looks a little scuffed, but hey, at least it's functional. It definitely saved me a lot of grief here, but it also spoils everything in an area because there's no fog of war, so swings and roundabouts. Either way, both the map and the struggle of finding items within it go back to the overarching issue that FossilFuel 2 is still an asset flip, and thus all the environments look pretty generic. FossilFuel 1 also struggled with directing the player, and its solution was to litter the game with big green markers to make sure you got the hint. And while I appreciate the option to turn that sort of thing off in the sequel, I really think more could have been done to properly telegraph the locations of certain key items. Lighting, for example, or a little shine on the texture to draw the eye, or just bigger keycards with bolder colours so they're not lost in the, clutter's not even the right word. Empty space? I guess that'll have to do. I never actually turned on the hint icons because by the time I was done with the campaign, I was not interested in playing more. No joke, there is a 7-month gap between the recordings of the base game and FossilFuel 2's own DLC, so I don't know what it looks like with the option active, but whatever visual noise it might produce has to be better than getting held up for over 40 minutes as I did when I got hard stuck in the late game. And speaking of noise, at least the sound design has been given a kick in the pants. Call me FossilFuel 2 because that segue was... A lot of the visuals have made the jump unchanged from FossilFuel 1, right down to some of the dinosaurs using the exact same models. But the audio work has got a lot... louder. I don't know if I just had the volume cranked up, but fucking hell, FossilFuel 2 is an assault on the ears. The roars and screeches the dinosaurs make might be generic, and the groans and gurgles of the big bugs might be pretty funny. But I will never forget the microphone right up to the cat's nose sniffing of the raptors as they go in for the kill. And the enemies only get louder once they catch up to you. Combine that with the guns and the music blaring in your ears, and it's always a genuine shock whenever the game goes quiet. It's a genuine relief sometimes too, far out. And that's another thing, the game has music. A lot of it too. There's the main theme that plays every now and then, but there's also combat tracks. Save room themes. Boss motifs, and mood pieces to keep things interesting. They're all pretty disposable. The main theme is fine, and there's one example of butt trumpets that plays over a late game firefight. But at least it doesn't leave you in complete silence. The only aspect of the audio that hasn't changed at all since the first game is the voice acting. Captain Maximus shares his voice with Lieutenant Finley from FossilFuel 1.
Jack, come in. I got men trapped in a pressure chamber on your floor. Water's filling up fast. This entire place is sinking into the ocean. You've got to get to them in time before they drown. You can do it, Jack.
Though at least the performance doesn't sound like the output of a text-to-speech generator this time around. The random grunts you meet every so often are the same random grunts you met in FossilFuel 1, too.
Jack, thank God you're here. We got something new incoming that we ain't never seen before, and they ain't no dinosaur.
Though at least they don't toss out aliens quotes every other second. The only newcomers are Natalia, the Russian spy black marketeer.
Hold your fire, Yankee. My name is Natalia and I think we can help each other. I have been sent by my government to secure assets from the company. I am a little green man, you might say.
Whose accent is laid on so thick the Soviets in Primitive War sounded restrained by comparison.
What is this thing, General?
You fool. Don't you know what you have done?
You cannot trust this woman. She is fucking traitor!
Your husband, he cry like baby.
And the game's villain, the Enhanced Learning Optimization Network, or ELON for short, a rogue AI that turns the Sierra facility into its own house of horrors the moment you wake it up.
Good evening, Doctor. Oh, I see you're not the doctor. Running diagnostic It would appear that we have catastrophic containment breach and flooding in all levels. Implementing additional lockdown measures. I'm sorry, intruder, but I cannot allow you to leave.
The performance is actually a pretty good contrast with the first game's antagonist. Elon Musk was so over the top you could barely make out what he was saying through the store-bought assets he was chewing on.
You're tougher than you look, I'll give you that. But if you think you can get away with killing my babies, you have another thing coming. I'm sorry, friendo, but this has always been a no-win situation.
But Elon remains cool, calm, and collected the whole time. The two might share a name, but there is an ocean of difference between their characterizations and their performances. Because that's the thing, the game does understand when to go quiet. The crisp clicking of the new lockpicking minigame is mixed just right. But when it comes to enemies and combat, it's almost like FossilFuel 2 is trying to jump scare you every time a raptor breathes in the same zip code. And you know the worst fucking part? It fucking worked. This scare got me 2 times. First when I originally played the game, and then again when I watched through the recording to take notes. And while that might be a cheap fucking trick indeed, at least it does speak to a greater focus on horror over action. It's only toward the very end that every set piece starts to skew away from scares. While you're still searching out the Sierra SSDs, FossilFuel 2 cares more about frights than thrills. It just sucks that aside from the occasional jump scare, FossilFuel 2 still isn't very good at them. Don't let the Steam page fool you. This is not, in fact, scary. I'm a hard sell with horror games at the best of times anyway, so maybe I'm not the right person to judge, but more often than not I just found myself checked out. It's got a little bit of atmosphere, it certainly looks like an abandoned research facility a lot of the time, and the improved ambience gives it a big leg up, but at best it still feels like a haunted house ride. I appreciate the attempt, especially compared with how quickly the original game discarded horror for action, but I also think it's a shame that it isn't able to maintain the genuinely excellent vibes of the opening scene into the Sierra facility itself. At least it feels like more of a dinosaur game, even if in truth it's still just a game with dinosaurs. Of the 21 NPCs, including bosses, 7 are dinosaurs this time around. 1/3, including everyone's favourite dinosaur, Potato. They're a lot more prominent as enemies too. The most common encounters in the game involve Utah raptors and velociraptors, which is good. The velociraptors might use the Utah raptor model from the first game, which is confusing, and they still might just beeline at you the second they aggro, but you know what? At least they're present. At least they have a little bit of behavioural variety with how some of them sleep, or sit crouched in the ceiling, watching, waiting. The rest of the dinosaurs are relegated to specific set pieces, unfortunately. You find Dilophosaurus in exactly one area of the facility, and they're your usual venomous frill-necked monstrosity, so I guess that's evocative of Jurassic Park, a bit. I do love how the game just leans into the scientific inaccuracy. Quote, "There is no scientific evidence to support the idea that Dilophosaurus spat venom, but it makes for a more fun dino," end quote. I beg to disagree. I don't think they're fun at all. The venom gets you so often you'll run out of antidotes long before you clear the bastards out, though at least you can buy more from the shop, but then they just vanish for the rest of the game. There is exactly one more Dilophosaur in FossilFuel 2, in this random Left 4 Dead fan map obstacle course, and it seems just as confused by its presence here as I was. This area is also the only time you'll encounter the game's one Triceratops. It just chases you down a conveyor belt and then evaporates upon touching the far wall. Well, I guess the Triceratopses in the Jurassic Park SNES game did the same, so I don't know. Maybe it counts. At least the Spinosaurus gets a little more attention. The first time you meet, it too is wandering along a narrow corridor, though in this case it's not chasing you. It's just a reward for completing this tightrope walk across the gap above, and it's pretty good. It reminds me a lot of the moments in Dino Crisis 2 where the dinosaurs are allowed to be creatures going about their business, be they raptors racing through the trees, or triceratopses wandering the fields in the distance, or, indeed, a T-Rex passing beneath a bridge. It's like the brachiosaur you see when you first wake up on the shore at the start. For one brief shining moment, the game shows the enemies as living, breathing animals, rather than monsters, though that all changes the second you meet the Spinosaur in battle. The last dinosaur to appear is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a cyborg Tyrannosaurus Rex in fact, a Robo-Rex if you will, that acts as one of the many final bosses in 2 of the endings. I hate this fight, but let's put a pin in that for now because we're still not done with the enemy roster. Oh my god, it's still there! Aside from the 7 dinosaurs, there are 6 other prehistoric animals that menace you throughout FossilFuel 2. The Megalodon eats up a lot of the marketing, and it puts in a good impression during the game's opening, as we've already seen, but after it sinks the Charon, it only becomes important again at the very end when its presence around the island makes leaving by sea little more than a death sentence. But at least it has presence compared to the anglerfish and electric eels. The sea devils and electrophoruses are more like obstacles than enemies, and they vanish once you leave the flooded areas of the facility behind, as do the assassin bugs that appear briefly in the paddocks. Not that I'm complaining. The rest of the enemies are unfortunately some variation on human being, though there are 1 or 2 other examples of prehistoric megafauna to deal with, and you can meet the first the second you wake up on the beach after the intro. Dunk, 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 dunk. Dunkleosteus shows up for a special cameo escape room set piece early on, and he's great. I fucking love that fish. What a guy. And as for the final prehistoric monster... It's a huge honking dung beetle, and while there's evidence they evolved alongside dinosaurs, I doubt they ever got this big. Yeah, piles of dino shit were probably pretty large, but I don't know if insects were still trying that hard to bulk up by the Mesozoic. I think they gave up that dream somewhere around the end of the Carboniferous period, though it's not like any other animal in FossilFuel 2 is aiming for accuracy, up to and including the human beings, so I guess I'll give it a pass. All the enemies come with their own collectible trading card too, which is fun. Man, could you imagine not having a full set of dino cards? You'd have to be a pretty big loser not to find them all. Anyway, what I can't excuse is just how fucking dull the game is. FossilFuel 2 is actually a really bad place to start this video because what more is there to say than it's competent? It certainly doesn't evoke the classics of dinosaur horror, it's not exciting enough for that, and it's only superficially reminiscent of Jurassic Park because, as with Dino Break in the last part of this project, the store-bought assets were crafted with that much more famous franchise in mind, not to mention at least one direct reference through dialogue.
Must go faster, must go faster.
A couple of plot beats and set pieces bring to mind elements of Jurassic Park or Dino Crisis, but again, they've all been flattened to the point of tedium. I was at least hoping the story might breathe a little life back into things, but FossilFuel 2's narrative is perfectly adequate. There are no sudden twists or insane plot beats, the character motivations make sense, even the dialogue is pretty ordinary outside of some delivery. It's fine. It's all just fine. The most impressive thing about it is the continuity. Taylor Liu, the game warden the player character replaced in the first game, is all over FossilFuel 2. Elon Musk looms large over the experience despite being long gone himself. You even get to visit his office in the final area. Even the invasion of Spetsnaz from the first game gets a follow-up with the presence of Natalia, who's been sent to steal Sierra's SSDs herself. This is why I say it feels more like a remake. There's no aspect of the first game that isn't relitigated in the sequel, whether in terms of narrative or gameplay. Even the silly names come back, only instead of Dylan McShrecken, we have Albert Spoon and Phil Jenkins. Not Phil Jenkins, Phil Jenkins. But to really explain how deep the connection is, I'm going to need to get into spoilers. So if you're actually interested in playing FossilFuel 2 yourself for the plot, go to here. Okay, be honest, did anyone actually leave to play the game at this point? I'm so curious to know. One of the first game's strangest moments was the introduction of dinosaur-human hybrids. Yes, we're doing this again. For those who haven't watched the first part of this project or haven't played the first game, here is how it went down. You spend a little time exploring the opening area, and then after getting the power back on, this fucking thing just randomly attacks you. I don't know what asset pack it crawled out of, but FossilFuel calls it a Homo erectus rex, and after you kill it here, the plot point is never mentioned again. FossilFuel just drops human dinosaur hybrids, not that it ever really picked them up to begin with. You can find a note earlier in the game explaining that Taylor Lou ended up fed to the raptors for discovering the truth about Elon Musk's intention to create human dinosaur hybrids, but that's all. It's never brought up again, not even when Musk inserts himself into the game's final act. Raptor Isolation did a little more with it. It brought back the H-Rex, and also introduced this slippery guy called Man Raptor. But the plot thread was still never resolved. It just sort of happened, and then the DLC was over. Let me get this out of the way now. I think human dinosaur hybrids are a fucking awful idea, and the fact every major dino horror franchise seems to play with introducing them whenever they start to circle the drain of creative bankruptcy makes my blood boil. Don't let the Steam page fool you. I am crying. Like, the second you introduce the idea, you might as well just flush the franchise down the toilet. So that's exactly what FossilFuel 2 does. A new and improved Homo erectus rex called Goliath acts as your pursuer throughout the first 2/3 of the game, and while I hate what he represents from a plot perspective, mechanically he's fine. He will chase you through a couple of pre-scripted areas, but most of the time, he'll pop up out of nowhere while you're just trying to go about your day. Like I mentioned before, his invasion of the museum was actually pretty chilling because it broke the established rules of the classic survival horror safe space. It's also very funny when he catches you. The way the screen gets locked to the inside of an enemy's mouth whenever you get bored is already pretty silly, but with Goliath it's like you're being given a warrior's death by Psycho Goreman.
So I will give you a warrior's death.
No, please.
This mutant is not only strong, but poisonous as well.
In that case, I'll be sure not to bite it. Though given how often it tried to puke on me through the walls like a fucking goblin, maybe I don't need to. I've spent so much of this review complaining about how boring FossilFuel 2 is, but Goliath does actually keep things interesting while he's active. Like, he's no Xenomorph from Alien Isolation, or Mr. X from the Resident Evil 2 remake, but at least he's something. He's also Elon's attack dog, sent out to hunt you down at the AI's behest not long after it wakes up and locks all the doors. And boy was he not fucking about when he set it loose. The dude is everywhere. It's like a lion, sticks close to the zebras. It serves a mechanical purpose, it serves a narrative purpose, it serves as an exploit if you want infinite money through the camera, and it serves as the last obstacle between you and the third act. Or one of them. It depends on whether you explore the laboratory first or the paddock, but I'd suggest saving the lab for last, since the fight with Goliath feels like a more appropriate climax than Dung Defender downstairs. The arena is pretty dull. It's just a white void with a bit of flooding off to one side, but the fight is... it's fine. Elon gives Goliath a Nemesis-style rocket launcher to take you down, but to even the odds, he can finally take damage. He's still got so much health that killing him with what weapons you've got is next to impossible. The real damage dealer is this switch on the wall. You need to lure him into the water and hit the lights to give him a little shock, and it's... oh god, I can't keep saying it's fine, let me look up a synonym. It's capable. I don't have any great issue with the boss fight itself. The problem is that it removes the only interesting aspect of the mechanics from play. Without Goliath stalking you through the halls, FossilFuel 2 loses what few embers of excitement it actually had. Normally I'd respect the option to get rid of him early on, but here I think it was a mistake to give the player that choice. It's better to save Goliath for last from a pacing perspective, especially since the second he dies, the game goes right back to FossilFuel 1's linear mess of set-piece combat encounters, just missing the jank that originally made them interesting. Getting all 3 SSDs opens up the top floor of the facility, and it's here that FossilFuel 2 just falls apart. Captain Maximus and his team are hanging out to the left, waiting for you to deliver the goods, but Natalia is also here, right up this ladder, and the second you arrive, she's like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if you gave me the drives instead? Of course, this being FossilFuel 2, you can't just give them to her at the black market. You need to reject Maximus here, and then decide to escape with Natalia at a later point down that ending path, which you need the master key card to even access. But that's simply how it is sometimes. That's the sort of jank I've been missing. Fucking finally, something to sink my teeth into. I don't think I need to explain how convoluted those ending choices are, but what we do need to talk about is the executive suite. This is where that super secret gun is located, I'm pretty sure, but there's also a locked door leading up to Elon Musk's office. It's here that FossilFuel 2 drops hints for a potential sequel set in Siberia, but more importantly, it's where you can hear the Robo-Rex rap.
Hey yo, listen, it's going down just like this.
Robo-Rex, 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 Robo-Rex. I'm Robo-Rex, stepping in the light. My name is straight, dynamite. I won't forget you once you're in my sight, cause my memory made of terabytes. Half beast and half machine. In every era, they call me king. I jump through fools like I'm Mr. Tyrannosaurus. I check out the deets on the Jurassic chorus. Robo-Rex, 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 House got next. Robo-Rex, 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 House got next.
I'm not gonna lie, this overloaded my brain for a moment. I was just exploring, grabbing items, and suddenly it was there, and I couldn't turn away. Now that's an effective jump scare, holy shit. And yeah, it might be pretty silly, but at least it's charming. At least it's memorable. This is the sort of thing the whole game has been in desperate need of, and it's completely optional. I only found it at the very end of my playthrough. When I was going for the final ending, I almost missed this absolute banger of a song, and now I can't imagine the game without it, though I wish I could imagine FossilFuel 2 without everything else. I remember hating my last couple of hours with this game, though on watching the recordings back, I still mostly found myself bored. Either way, the relative polish present in the first 2 acts vanishes the second you make your decision here in the lobby. Staying loyal to the company leads directly to that siege I mentioned earlier, where you and a bunch of PMC alpha goons are attacked by a wave of blight. Yet more dinosaur-human hybrids that show up right here, and more or less hijack the rest of the game. They've got the strength of an Atrex, with the slipperiness of Manraptor, and they suck. They have so much health, and the ranged variants deal out so much damage with their bullshit beam spam attacks that they're just not fun to fight. They are the entire reason I traded in every bullet I had for a mountain of grenades, because explosives are the only thing that can deal out decent damage against them. They're meant to be weak to fire, but that never seemed true in my experience. The incendiary rounds for the shotgun shotgun still took a few good hits to take them down, and the flamethrower didn't seem to do more than give them a little tickle. Most of their encounters are fucking endless wave defense sections, one of which is filled with fire traps that gives you a free attack on these unsuspecting dickheads right off the bat, and if you take the game up on its free trial, you'll discover it doesn't even kill them, not even when they're standing still, taking full damage for the whole duration of the trap. One always survived, and that's just stuff they're weak to. The shotgun and assault rifle might as well be shooting wads of paper. Even the Magnum takes 4 shots to bring down 1 blight, and you have to fight close to 100 across all 3 endings. It's the reason why if you side with Maximus, none of your fellow mercenaries will make it through this initial siege. Not that they'd probably fare much better in this Portal fan map that comes right after. It's a real nothing burger of puzzles that's only really notable for having that very confused Dilophosaurus, a Triceratops for less than a second, and an impossible opening jump. Every time I was forced through this section, I always missed this stupid platform on the return journey, even though it wasn't fucking moving by that point, which always sent me back several minutes to the last autosave because there are no save points anywhere in this area. What do you fucking mean the blight can surf the gears? Fuck off! Oh, and there's this bit where the game will just keep spawning boxes to clog up this conveyor belt, so when you come back, they'll all pop out like one of those snakes in a can pranks. You know what? That's funny. That can stay. After that comes a wave defense section, and this is really where I started to actively despise the game. You have to bring down 30 blight before you're allowed to move on, and it is not easy. They spawn from so many different directions that it's impossible to kite them in one long line, and even if you could, the ranged blight will melt away your health bar if you come too close anyway. You are tossed a couple of stationary gun turrets by way of support, but the blight is so tanky that they're not really any help. The way they're in a constant state of MLG 360 no-scope means they barely ever hit anything anyway, and it's all too easy to accidentally destroy them yourself while trying to dodge the blight too. They don't even draw aggro, you might as well not bother. I eventually figured out the way to ace this section was to stock up on grenades and wedge myself into the farthest corner I could to avoid getting donkey punched in the back of the head. But on this first trip through, I was still trying to meet the game halfway. I tried to honestly engage with the set piece as a game of wave defense, and it sucked. It took 4 attempts to make it through, and somehow the next section took me 6. This is where you fight the Robo-Rex, and the fight is nowhere near as good as the rap. It's oddly shaped as an arena. There are 2 big open spaces connected by a narrow corridor, and the whole area is covered with shit to get stuck on, like pillars and boxes and other crap. There are a whole bunch of turrets to set up, but again, why bother? The only reason I can think of to actually use them is as cannon fodder. Robo-Rex can't shoot missiles at you if it's shooting missiles at gun turrets. There are ammo crates to grab too, but given the drops are random, you're just as likely to get pistol bullets as you are grenade rounds or Sierra credits. There is a save point right by the door to the arena, so it's a pretty short run back should you die, but the setup still takes multiple minutes, which is especially grating when Robo-Rex can one-shot you before the fight even really starts, which is what happened on my first attempt. Round 2 ended when I got stuck on a pillar and vored. Round 3 was cut short for the same reason. I spent round 4 wedged up Robo-Rex's ass crack, and it seemed to stun lock it for a little bit, but at the halfway point it suddenly spun 180 degrees and killed me instantly. Round 5 was the point when I said fuck it and sold off most of my ammo to stock up on grenade rounds. I went to the effort of grabbing all the extra pickups, setting up all the gun turrets, and then went to give the wedgie strats another go when I fell onto Robo-Rex's platform and died instantly. Are you fucking joking? What do you mean that's a kill box? It wasn't all bad. I'd taken a moment to save after doing all the setup this time around, so at least I wouldn't have to do that shit the turrets didn't carry over through the save. The turrets didn't carry over through the save! Ah! What's funny is that this little needle of frustration was apparently all I needed. This time I took Robo-Rex down without a hitch, and you can tell I was mad because I hit that bastard with a parting fuck you double tap on the way out. Don't let the Steam page fool you. I am furious.
It seems there's been a mistake. Please don't.
With Elon dealt with, the game takes you back to the surface, and... fucking hell, was it always this washed out? I don't remember the start of the game taking place on Getty Prime. That's another thing about this last act. You can see the game breaking down around you. Distant walls vanish as they hit the draw distance. The colours drain out of the world, but only for this specific area. Asking for jank was a real fucking monkey's paw of a wish, because this is awful. Anyway, it's another wave defense section where you have to collect a couple of valves while several thousand raptors attack your squad mates, and after that you end up at another beach area. In this ending there's not really anything to do but save the game and leave for your final battle with our old pal, Megalodon. This is the only vehicle section in the game, and also the best boss fight. The Meg actually has attacks to counter with the electric harpoon, and you've got a bunch of explosive barrels to drop into the water to deal out extra damage if you manage to line them up correctly. There's still a lot of jank. For example, you can accidentally blow yourself up with those explosive barrels. The Meg can attack at angles you can't actually counter because you're confined to the back of the boat, and even when it does come at you from an appropriate direction, it can still be hard to deflect because sometimes it's just fucking invisible for some reason. But all that said, I'd still take it over every other enemy in the game that just runs at you until dead. Also, it's immune to explosive damage, which is really ugly after the run of enemies and bosses that can't be efficiently killed with anything but explosive damage. Hope you saved a few rifle rounds for the lad. There's no denouement once you kill it, it's just dead, and you escape with the squad. The end, C rank. If you're not interested in being a corporate shill, you can always keep the drives for yourself.
I knew you'd do something like this. Keeping the files for yourself. It doesn't matter. Because I'm gonna take those files from your cold dead fingers.
I'm coming for you. I'm gonna put my boot up your ass.
Choosing this option sends you down a completely different path into a firefight with PMC Alpha. And no, they don't do much more than run at you until dead either. Is that a shock at this point? It's a real clown box scenario where they try to rush you down at your pretty defensible starting position, which makes the circus tent butt trumpets playing over the fight all the more appropriate. Like, imagine actually bothering with stealth here, and then the fight is quickly followed by this. Oh, getting to play as a raptor for a few rooms is a pretty good idea. It's exactly the sort of janky, insane set piece I'd expect from FossilFuel. But the execution is really crap. You thought I was going to say competent again, didn't you? Well, it is that too in many ways. The raptor controls like the xenomorph from the original Aliens vs Predator first-person shooters from way back in the day. I mean, it's still basically the xenomorph now. Look at those claws. That is not a dinosaur's hands, Robert, if that is your real name. You've got a bite, you've got a slash, you've got a lunge, you can even eat dead enemies to restore health. There's also this stealth kill, absolutely magical, no notes. And it's made even funnier by what this guy says moments earlier.
Be careful, man. They like to sneak up behind you.
You're not the only raptor in this part of the facility either. There are 3 more you can unlock to join you in your rampage through this handful of empty white rooms. And it's fun, I guess. You could do a lot more with the raptor squad, but you could do a lot less too. If you're really evil, you can kill them as well. Don't let the Steam page fool you. This is an immersive sim. But once you're finished having fun, what do you do? The path runs you right into a dead end at what looks like a locked door. There's a switch up by the ceiling that this red light draws a lot of attention to, but you can't reach it. The jump is too far, you can't build a pyramid with the raptor squad, and, as everyone knows, quote, raptors can't climb ladders, end quote. I tried attacking the door, but nothing happened. I went over the whole area with a fine-toothed comb, and that's actually how I discovered the raptor squad was even even there. I even quit the game and restarted from the last save since I figured I'd hit a bug or something, but nothing worked. I was trapped. This is the moment I mentioned before where I got hard stuck. It's why I recommend playing with the hint icons turned on, because I spent around 40 minutes bashing my head against this wall, trying to reach this obviously telegraphed switch when the game clearly wanted something else. In the end, I had to look up a walkthrough, and the answer was fucking infuriating. I'd been right to attack the back wall down below. I'd just missed the solution by like a fucking picometer. Once you slash these wires, you regain control of Jack, and then you can go flip the switch at the top of the ladder the game was drawing so much attention to, though not before slaughtering Raptor Squad if you let them out. There's another firefight or two on your way back out, and then you finally come to the game's second big choice. You can escape with Natalia if you've got the master key card by going through this door, or you can blow open this wall and take your chances alone. I do find it very funny how the game has to give you a new type of explosive to blow the wall open in case you never picked up the grenade launcher, but in this run, I decided to escape with Natalia. Whatever your choice, you end up tossed into another fight with the Blight, dropped right into Blight Town, if you will, which ends with that other wave defense section with all the fire traps I mentioned before. It's more or less impossible to engage with this encounter honestly, but in a very different way to the other wave defense section. Here, the arena is way too small, though the traps are just as useless as the turrets. It does not help that the Blight have heavy variants with huge shields that jump in with you here, and if you die, you get sent all the way back to your last save point before the point of divergence. Well, this really is Blight Town. It's at this point I sold off the rest of my ammo in favour of flamethrower fuel and grenade rounds, though honestly I only really needed the latter, because fuck this shit. I was so mad I backtracked all the way up the level to the lobby just to access the nearest shop, and then trudged all the way down again to get on with things. This time I aced the wave defense section, and also this elevator could drop like 8 feet. Ugh. I aced the mercenary ambush at a different elevator right after, and the snipers in the next room didn't fare much better against the grenade launcher either. Wow, we're really just speedrunning Half-Life at this point, aren't we? Not even I was a match for my own grenades, but at the end of the line, I finally made it to the helipad where Natalia was waiting for me. The only catch, so was Maximus, in his chicken mech. At last, a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. He's a menace up close, but compared to Robo-Rex and the Meg, Maximus was a cakewalk. Having to shoot grenades at his feet to actually damage him was about as complex as things got. Anyway, he dies, and then Jack and Natalia fly off to parts unknown. Neither of them say anything. Natalia doesn't even do anything during the fight. You just kill Maximus and then you leave. The end. C rank. So yeah, both endings so far have been pretty light on story, but maybe the last one will be better. If you choose to blow open the wall and escape on your own, the first thing you find is another firefight with PMC Alpha, before it's right back to Blight Town, with the original Shithouse Portal fan map flavour. The puzzles might be the same, but every so often some mercenaries will appear to fight the Blight, so that's cool. I guess. It's better than nothing. And yes, of course I missed the final fucking jump again. God damn it. The Robo-Rex fight was exactly the same, and a lot easier now that I knew to just bury him under a pile of grenades, though I did take the time to actually listen to Elon's dialogue this time around.
Please don't. I must implore you to stop your current course of action. Doing this will destroy me. Intruder, I love you. Please stop. You don't want to do this. Intruder, you are a piece of animal filth. Your biological husk is weak. No matter what you do, one day your body will die. So, in a way, I will always win. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, intruder. Please stop. You don't want to do this.
And then it was back outside, only now I was fighting raptors and PMC Alpha, instead of just raptors. I don't find myself overstimulated often, but something about the combination of the washed out lighting, the constant gunfire, and the raptors sniffing in my ear just made me want to vomit. Like, you can hear the silence once all the enemies are dead. It's wild. The beach was next, but instead of just hopping on the boat, you're forced to fight Captain Maximus in his chicken mech again, and given I'd used up most of my grenades on the last few sections, this was an actual challenge. Getting close enough to hit him with the flamethrower, but keeping far enough away to avoid getting one-tapped was a delicate balancing act, not helped by the presence of ads. And then after that, it was just the Meg fight. Again, the only difference between this ending and the corporate shill ending is that this one only has a single boat. There's no debriefing or anything like that. You just sail off into the sunset. The end. D rank. Yeah, fuck you too, game. So yeah, FossilFuel 2's final act is a slog of frustrating combat encounters and janky boss fights through a series of boring, broken, prefabricated spaces. But funnily enough, I did find a little extra story in the tutorial. I suspect you're meant to play the training course before you start the main campaign, but I only got to it after getting all 3 endings, which turned it into a very strange denouement. All this time I've been talking about PMC Alpha and Captain Maximus without ever introducing them, as though you should just know who they are, because that's what the main campaign expects too. They're properly introduced here in the tutorial, and if you miss it, too bad. As a tutorial, it's fine for what it is. It brings to mind Hitman Codename 47 a little too much to mind for my liking, and the Jurassic Park shoutout killed me.
Must go faster, must go faster.
Though, I suppose I should be thankful it wasn't an Aliens quote. But what really gave me the shits was when I reached the end of the course and Maximus said this.
Damn, Jack, how did you make the team with rookie numbers like that?
Keep in mind, this was after bashing my head against the final act for 3 hours. I was not in the fucking mood to hear the game trash talk my playing when it could barely string a pair of combat encounters together past the second act, so I reacted accordingly. Blowing Max's brains across the wall brought the mood right back up. I wasn't expecting it to work, but I'm so glad it did. I was pissing myself laughing all through the ensuing firefight as the rest of PMC Alpha came storming in to take me down. It was the perfect janky note on which to end my time with FossilFuel 2, because otherwise, I really didn't enjoy it. FossilFuel 2 might be the better game, but FossilFuel 1 is without question the better experience, and I cannot wait to stop talking about both. Straight to the bottom of D rank. D for don't fucking talk to me. Unfortunately, there's still a little bit of this franchise left to suffer through. FossilFuel 2 received its own DLC called Spy Games, though it's a free add-on rather than a paid expansion like Raptor Isolation was. Instead of Jack, this time you play as Natalia as she sneaks across Great Sitkin Island to enter the Sierra facility at some point between the Megalodon's attack on the Charon and the rest of the game. It's pretty short, it's surprisingly sweet, and it is definitely broken. When I came back to FossilFuel 2 to finally record Spy Games, I was still so checked out thanks to my experience with the base campaign that the idea this might not be intentional never even crossed my mind. FossilFuel 1 was a broken mess, and even FossilFuel 2 started to fall apart toward the end, so a complete whiteout to sending over Spy Games to hide enemies and obstacles? Sure. Why not? I've since watched a couple of videos about FossilFuel overall, and I'm now pretty sure this is bugged. Everything else I've seen of spy games is set at night, not in Silent Hill, so I don't know what happened. It's all part of the FossilFuel charm. It's not the only thing that's broken either. Torrential downpours pop in and out of existence at the toss of a coin. Brass turns into an alien mimic in the torchlight. Natalia can run on water. The draw distance is so short that you can barely see 5 feet in front of you, though the enemies have no such trouble. Just about every combat encounter I had in spy games started with a jump scare when an enemy mercenary shot me out of fucking nowhere. The raptors were too loud to get the better of me like that, but there is something oddly terrifying about hearing a wall of aggressive sniffing sneaking up behind you in the fog. Either way, it basically removed sneaking as an option this time around, which is almost a shame because Natalia's stealth takedown is very funny. So yeah, I definitely did not get the intended experience with spy games, and I don't know why. If it was some quirk of my hardware or in-game graphics settings, or I just got unlucky, who knows. But now that I know the whole thing was fucked, I'm almost tempted to try it again, because spy games was actually kind of fun. I don't think it would have been much fun for any longer than the 80 minutes I played it for. There is 2 hours of entertainment in this thing at most, but it was certainly more engaging than the base game. The small open world of the island's exterior is still pretty empty. There's nowhere near the density of things to do you'd see in most modern titles, but it does make what few secrets there are to find more memorable, like this random patch of beach balls floating off the coast. I don't know why they're there, you can't even do anything to them, but it sticks out, in the same way similar secrets hidden around the maps of old games from the late 90s and early 2000s did, back when open maps weren't required to have an overwhelming number of icons for the player to investigate. You can't explore absolutely everywhere, wander too far and you're going to get dunked, but the main island is pretty much fair game. The map still gives away absolutely everything if you crack it open, so you'll always be able to see places of interest from above, and it's just enough to keep things interesting without feeling like too much or too little. What I appreciate most about this approach is that the exploration is largely optional. You can just beeline straight to the Sierra facility if you want, and I prefer that sort of freedom to choosing which linear run of combat encounters and puzzles I want to do first, knowing that I'll still have to do both. I think Dangerous Bob also realised the Pursuer from the base game was the best part of the gameplay loop, because the mechanic is given much greater focus here in spy games. An albino Spinosaurus called El Blanco will menace you throughout the DLC, and he's great. He's not as good at popping up in front of you out of nowhere like the base game's Pursuer was, but he still has great presence with his glowing eyes and enormous size. I'm pretty sure his appearances are completely unscripted because sometimes he attacked during what appeared to be pre-written set pieces, and other times he didn't. He's a lot less aggressive in his pursuit of Natalia too. I only ran into him about 5 times across the whole DLC, and to his credit, 4 of those encounters ended in a game over. Guy does not fuck about. I do think some of that comes down to jank. It feels like his grasp far exceeds his reach. Like, how the hell did he even grab me here? Frustrating as he could be sometimes, I've got to give it to Dangerous Bob. Even with the environment completely fucking glitched out, El Blanco was kind of creepy. I spent a lot of my time in spy games wondering if he was around, and if I was going to get chomped. Something about his stance or the glowing eyes, it makes the ancient animal brain go, get the fuck out of there. You can try to stand your ground if you want, but El Blanco has way too much health for what Natalia's packing. The silenced pistol might be enough to one-tap raptors, and it's very satisfying to do so, but you're going to need something with a little more firepower than her scoped rifle or this shotgun you can randomly find at one of the PMC alpha camps. There is a grenade launcher out on this oil rig off the coast, but 8 rounds isn't going to cut it. Finding enough money to buy yourself an armory is the whole point of exploring the map. It's like an unofficial side quest to do so you can take El Blanco down, though it's not one I followed to completion. I did all the steps, I just never bought the extra ammo and went hunting for the bastard, which is part of the reason I want to give spy games another chance. Me and El Blanco have unfinished business. Part of that was because I wanted to be done with spy games, but also, I just couldn't find him. Where the fuck did he go? Hast seen the white Spinosaurus? Otherwise, running is the best option, though perhaps not on rails. A lot of spy games is spent riding this weird little guy of a train across the island, which I'm guessing was inspired by Choo Choo Charles. I don't know, I've never played it. It's a neat idea, but like most mechanics FossilFuel attempts, there are some flaws. For one thing, it's kind of boring. You spend whole minutes just riding down the tracks without running into any sort of complication, and when you are forced to stop, it's always just to blow up debris with C4, or open a gate by flipping some switches. You can't upgrade the railcar in any way, either by improving the engine to make it go faster, or strapping a gun to the side, but at least it comes with an item box. One you'll actually need this time around, because inventory space is at a premium. Something I only discovered during spy games is that the inventory issues from FossilFuel 1 did make the jump to FossilFuel 2. I just never encountered them in the base game because I never found myself with any spare item slots. Some items like health kits now stack, which is good, but not if your inventory is full. You have to open up a spare slot to actually pick them up as part of a stack. This issue also applies to Sierra credits, which aren't even counted as an inventory item. They're a completely separate thing, but if every slot is filled, you're not picking them up. And I know it's wild to say, but I kind of missed this sort of jank in the base game. Give me broken but amusing over competent but boring any day. And that extends to the train too. One of the reasons I do wish you could upgrade it in some way is that El Blanco is more than capable of strutting up beside it and ripping Natalia right off the driver's seat. You can't even move while the train is active, I guess to stop it leaving you behind. But when the engine is this weak, it might genuinely be safer to run. What's the horsepower on this thing? Inquiring monotoms need to know. You better be careful, Dangerous Bob, you're very close to activating my second special interest. I only escaped El Blanco by train once, and that was because it was already moving when he came swaggering out of the trees. Anytime he attacked me while the train was at rest, I was doomed. The mercenaries never had as much luck though. When you're not enjoying an episode of FossilFuel's Most Dangerous Railways, you'll be on foot opening up blockages. There are a handful of enemy camps to clear out with switches to flip, and while the combat is still pretty basic, at least it's not boring. One of the camps has already been overrun with dinosaurs, and the environmental storytelling of all the dead mercenaries is pretty fun. There was only one moment in the base game that even came close, and it was at the black market with all these dead dinosaurs scattered around Natalia's shopfront. I especially enjoyed this camp that was surrounded by dinosaurs fighting a single mercenary, but also just had this random raptor hanging out inside. It didn't even aggro when I entered the building. It was pretty chill. The biggest combat encounter comes at the end of the DLC with Natalia's infiltration of the Sierra base. I do find it very funny that no part of the game map corresponds to anywhere you visit in FossilFuel 2 or FossilFuel 1, although it's hard to tell through all the fog. With the graphics working correctly, it's probably a lot easier to launch an assault on the base, but for me it was nothing but a shit show. The mercenaries always saw me coming, and always took me down long before I got to the door, although it was usually the snipers and mounted turrets that got me first, since in general their AI still leaves a lot to be desired. I even tried to make a run for it from the water, but that didn't work. In the end I had to run across the bay, climb on top of the Sierra facility building, and drop down right by the front door to make it inside without any of the mercenaries noticing. I guarantee it is absolutely not the way you are meant to get through this climactic epic combat encounter, but it worked, and for my efforts, I was rewarded with a JPEG of a lobby and a fade to black. It's so little, it's not even worth putting behind a spoiler break. You don't even get a final rank, you just get booted back to the main menu. There are other areas that feel out of bounds too, but with a game like this, it's hard to tell. Given the train tracks float off the ground in places that are definitely in bounds, I think all you can do is shrug and move on. Much as Raptor Isolation was in comparison to FossilFuel 1, Spy Games is a much better experience than FossilFuel 2, though in almost opposite ways. I preferred Raptor Isolation because it was better made, more mechanically focused, and was actually a dinosaur game. That last point remains true for Spy Games in comparison to FossilFuel 2, but the others don't. Spy Games is a janky experimental mess that kept me engaged because I never knew what was going to loom out of the fog at me next, unlike the base game, which was never really surprising. I even put in my notes at the time of playing that wow, it's so much better than the base game, and it's free too. Does that make FossilFuel 2 worth buying just to play Spy Games? Probably not. I still haven't played it, but I guarantee you'll probably get more out of the same idea by playing Choo Choo Charles over Spy Games. That said, it is definitely a course correction for FossilFuel if a third game is to happen, and FossilFuel 2 definitely left the door open to the possibility. I hope it focuses on experimentation like this over refinement. FossilFuel 2 definitely realised a lot of the half-formed ideas from the first game and Raptor Isolation, but in doing so sanded off what little personality the series had. Spy Games added that janky charisma back in, and it was a lot of fun, despite how broken my time with it seems to be in hindsight. I don't know if I'll ever go back to Spy Games, but I certainly don't regret playing it the way I do FossilFuel 2, which means it's going smack bang into the middle of D tier. D for Dinosaur. So, is it just the two of you here? Yes, we have workers who help us with the planting, but they only come seasonally. How long have you been stalked by dinosaurs? When I started work on this project, part of me understood it was a fool's errand. Like I said at the end of the previous part, I knew I wasn't going to find an indie successor to Dino Crisis, because if such a thing existed, I would have already played it, and that video would already be on my YouTube channel. But I forged ahead anyway, because it was also an excuse to play all these weird little indie games, do some good-natured and not-so-good-natured clowning on them, and hopefully find the lesser-known ones more of an audience. Acre Crisis is not the successor to Dino Crisis I've been searching for, but out of all the games I've played for this project so far, it's come the closest. It's not perfect by any means, there is some wild shit in here, wild enough to rival FossilFuel's greatest hits, but for a game made by a solo developer, I don't think I could ask for much more. If you're after a successor to Dino Crisis 2, and can put up with some jank, you owe it to yourself to play Acre Crisis. You might hit the end credits completely baffled, but you won't be disappointed. Acre Crisis is the work of David Patetti, apologies if I'm mispronouncing that, a solo indie developer from Brazil. In it, you're thrust into the boots of Thais Oliveira, a member of the Brazilian military police who is sent to the region of Acre in 1992 to investigate a bunch of cryptid sightings, a mission that quickly turns into a fight for survival when the team's helicopter is taken out and they're dropped into a remote patch of jungle teeming with dinosaurs. It's a good hook that brings to mind the games that clearly inspired it, and the retro visual style only adds to the authenticity. Acre Crisis is another game to feature a whole lot of pre-made assets, though purchased from Sketchfab and the Unity Asset Shop this time around, but it's either got enough unique content, or David Patetti is skilled enough at welding the different pieces together to hide the seams, that Acre Crisis does have a sense of identity and style regardless. It may just be the retro 90s look of the models. Dino Trauma was exactly the same, and after playing Acre Crisis, I almost wonder if some of the assets are shared between the two games, but I don't know. Something about it just feels a little more coherent than certain other games I've played for this project. Maybe it's just the sheer force of personality. Acre Crisis Crisis is a game that wants to exist at any cost by any means, and while the gameplay could be fun, it was ultimately secondary to my desire to know what the fuck was going to happen next. So what if the game is built from store-bought assets? As long as the player's having fun, who gives a shit, especially when they're put together this well. Acre Crisis takes place on a single massive jungle map, interspersed with the occasional safe room, and it's great. Something I've rarely considered in video games is how hard it can be to recreate realistic terrain. It's easy to do cities and towns, they're all straight lines and flattened hills. It's a lot harder to do an authentic jungle environment. It's not just about taking slopes and mountains into account, it's about creating a believable density of trees that won't also get in the player's way. It's a delicate balancing act that is rarely a deal breaker when it doesn't work out, but can be absolutely incredible when it does. I can think of only a handful of games that have pulled it off well, and indeed, Trespasser is high on that list, but Acre Crisis might be the first I've played to come out of the indie scene. And even when you do come across man-made structures like old factories or illegal mines or riverside docks, they feel tailored to fit the landscape, rather than the other way round. It's all lit really well too. I don't know whether the game has a day-night cycle, or if time passes depending on where you are in the story, or even how the weather system works, but when it starts to pour with rain, or the sunset hits the hills just right, Acre Crisis can look fucking majestic. It even gets the torch right. I don't fucking believe it. This thing actually produces light that you can see by. It's so bright that the game gets noticeably darker when you turn it off. Oh, this game's fucking great. This game's got atmosphere too, and it's even better when you factor in the ambient sound. The jungle feels alive with unseen dinosaurs, and it feels dangerous too. It's beautiful in an oppressive, alien sort of way. So many dinosaur games that I've played have a soundscape of modern-day jungle ambience, broken by some occasional monstrous roar, but Acre Crisis wants you to feel like you're trapped in some lost world. I fucking love it. And if anyone watching is thinking, huh, that ambience sounds familiar. Yeah, it does, because they're taken from other places too. I don't know if it's from YouTube or Instagram or TikTok or what, but there's a famous video of pitched down geese claiming to represent what scientists think Tyrannosaurus Rex really sounded like, and you can hear it in the background all through Acre Crisis. There's another video of the noises scientists believe Parasaurolophus could make that's also present and accounted for in Acre Crisis's jungles. And if you think, oh, that's just background ambience, who cares, right? No, you don't get it. Like, what do I even say? I'm not even mad. It's so fucking blatant I can't help but admire it. This is what I mean when I said Acre Crisis wants to exist at any cost by any means necessary, and why I wrote in the third golden rule. No snitching. I mean it. I don't want this game to disappear. I will find you. And anyway, I'm not even accusing Acre Crisis of pinching its sound effects. I don't know enough about audio libraries to say for certain. Maybe it is possible to buy the constituent parts or sound-alikes of all these famous vocalizations to then recreate them yourself. And it's certainly not the first to have done it. I've heard it in a bunch of other places too. But even giving the game the benefit of the doubt on that, I don't know why you would. It's so unapologetically blatant. I love it so much. The rest of the sound design is great too, so make of that what you will. It's probably fine. The weapons are crisp, the movements are clean, the explosions are great, and the click-clack whir of old machinery is, ooh, very nice. I especially love the Quetzalcoatlus idol vocalizations because they're all just the call of an Australian crow pitched down, and that's it. There's very little voice acting, only the opening cinematic has any spoken dialogue, and since it's in Brazilian Portuguese, another language I do not speak, I can't really critique it. The rest of the dialogue is all delivered through subtitles, though weirdly the garbled gibberish you get while someone's speaking through a radio actually helps a bit. I don't know why, it's not like I'd be able to understand the spoken dialogue anyway, since I assume it'd be in Brazilian Portuguese as well, but having someone talking while the subtitles are on screen at least gives my brain a signal to pay attention. It's a lot harder during most of the cutscenes, where people are clearly talking to each other based on body language, but are otherwise completely silent. I get why there isn't voice acting for all the characters, because Acre Crisis has an absurdly large cast for such a small game, but I still wish the dialogue was spoken, because regardless of what language you speak, it can be really fucking hard to focus on subtitles while a raptor is trying to bite your face off. I love the music too. It fits the game, but man, it's weird. And this track in particular sounds like something right out of Thomas the Tank Engine. But overall, the presentation is so good and so loud that it's easier to miss even its most obvious shortcomings. I'm not talking about the way the trees wiggle, or how they unfold out of the draw distance. Those are features, not bugs. No, I'm talking about this sort of stuff. Thais and her team all look pretty good, but there are a bunch of NPCs that quite clearly have the same base model. Good as the humans, the dinosaurs, and the environments fit together in terms of appearance, the interiors can get a little cramped, like they're just a little bit too small. The man-made areas in general feel big and empty. They've got a lot of detail, but not a lot of interactivity, and given they're also used as maps for the obligatory arcade mode, that makes sense. But they definitely feel underutilized as spaces in the campaign. It's that sort of stuff which, once the credits reveal the game is built from store-bought assets, come into focus a little bit more. I think some of the achievement images might be AI generated too, which, you know, sucks if true. What also sucks, though in a less unethical way, is the performance issues. It was pretty common to get hit with some stuttering while travelling quickly through the big outdoor map. Once you recover from the way Acre Crisis looks and sounds, the gameplay is solid. Thais isn't just a camera on a stick with a pair of arms. If you look down, you'll see the rest of her character model, and it's not just there for show. Thais' whole body responds to every movement you make, which is both really cool and really cumbersome. It's fun to watch your weapons react to your movements in real time, rather than with pre-canned animations, but walking around can be wonky in ways that watching the game played in a video don't really convey. The closest comparison to another video game I can make is, funnily enough, Trespasser, though a better, more general example might be to imagine Thais as a pigeon or a chicken. Her head, the camera, doesn't move until it absolutely has to. Until then, it sits stabilized atop her neck, while the rest of her body does whatever the hell it has to. Sometimes it works really well, like when she falls out of a tree at the start of the game and you feel every single branch she hits on the way down. And other times, it's just awkward, like when trying to get around corners. It takes a little getting used to, and I think it's definitely worth playing the self-contained tutorial to get a handle on things before jumping into the field, but on the whole, I liked it. Taken together, I think this is the source of one of the common criticisms leveled at the game. It's easy to get stuck on shit. Tree, rock, table, fence, whatever. Doesn't matter, you're getting caught on it. Not that it takes much to get uncaught though. A couple of jumps is usually enough to get Thais free. Given how fast she can book it through the trees, it's no wonder she faceplants into so much shit. Running with a weapon looks silly enough, but if you go barehanded, Thais will sprint through the Amazon rainforest like she's the fucking Terminator. It's great. It's just as well too, because every second you're not in a story beat, you're at the head of the conga line, and if you stop dancing, you start dying. You can try to fight your way through the dinosaurs chasing you across the game, but there's really no point, not even to rack up a high score. Even if you shoot them down, a dozen more will spawn to replace them a few steps away. You can't even jump up onto a rock to break their AI like you can in most other games. They have the technology to follow you in Acre Crisis. Clever girls indeed. Except for the bosses. Anyway, it's better to just run, because Thais is fast enough to stay ahead of any dinosaurs pursuing her, and when you do finally reach your destination, you have a wall to rely on at your back to face down the oncoming hordes. There is nothing funnier than running across the map for a couple of minutes, only to turn around and find the conga line hot on your heels. Not that they'll ever surprise you. Like everything in Acre Crisis, the dinosaurs are loud. It's equally as amusing to run right past some completely disinterested herbivore in the middle of the jungle too. Most of the time, you'll be long gone before they even get the chance to aggro. And it only gets funnier the deeper into the game you get, because the closer you come to the ending, the more bosses end up joining the conga line. So you can end up with a pack of T-Rexes and Quetzalcoatluses on your tail on top of the compy swarms and wayward raptors. It's fucking wild. If you've ever wondered what Pathologic looked like at double speed, wonder no more. This is it. Eventually though, you will have to turn around and cull the conga line to a slightly more manageable length, and the combat is fine. The guns are all fun to use and responsive, at least the ones I tried, but none of them stand out as better or worse than any of the others. The pistol might take way more shots to down something like an Allosaur compared to the shotgun, but it will eventually take it down. One thing you do have to account for is how long it takes to aim every weapon. You can't hip fire, you always have to look down sights, and bigger guns like the shotgun and the machine gun will take longer than lighter things like the pistol. Raptors and compies are wicked swift, and the smaller they are, the harder the bastards are to hit, so they're better dealt with using smaller firearms or melee weapons. But that was the greatest amount of mechanical depth I encountered. It's one you need to keep in mind though, because taking damage knocks off your aim. You have to hit the button again, and once you get the weapon ready a second time, it might be too late. You do have a health bar, but even on normal, just about every enemy can kill Thais in 1 or 2 hits, so it's smarter to keep a safe distance from everything anyway. It's for that reason I barely ever used the machete, or any of the melee weapons in the game. There's a shocking amount of both guns and melee weapons available in Acre Crisis, but you'll only come across a handful of them during the campaign, usually at big story moments. The rest are either extremely well hidden around the map, to the point I never found them, or only accessible through the shop in safe rooms. You can buy them with the points racked up from killing dinosaurs. Your high score stacks across your whole profile too, so points gained in the separate arcade mode can be used to buy stuff in the campaign, and vice versa. The stronger the dinosaur, the more points it's worth, so by the end of the game, the conga line can end up netting you scores in the tens of thousands, which certainly lessens the grind of unlocking everything. A couple extra games of arcade mode and you'll get it all in no time. But aside from a machine gun I bought as a little treat for myself in the late game, I didn't really need any extra firepower. The pistol, submachine gun, and shotgun were enough to carry me through Acre Crisis. I never even found myself low on ammo, or forced to use the machete to get by. I played on normal, so maybe it's balanced a bit better on the higher difficulties. But aside from the climax, I never found myself particularly challenged challenged by the combat, though I was never bored by it either. Dinosaurs vanish upon death, but they usually ragdoll a little before phasing into the void, and that was never not funny. It was even better whenever I could line one up with an explosive barrel. This guy in particular fucking flew! Absolutely magical. See you on the moon, dickhead. You also get the option to buy a bunch of different outfits for Thais too, though they don't serve any purpose in campaign mode, it's just for the fashion. It's a good selection with a couple of references, though ironically not one based on Dino Crisis. Something for the Gooners, which, I've got to say, given the placement of Thais' torch, looks really fucking uncomfortable. What is it attached to? Is it pinned to her skin? A little national pride, and... no. No, not again. I stuck with Thais' starting outfit for the sake of the video, and because I think it looks the best out of the lot on offer. I did have a lot of fun with the mirror though. I don't know why, whether it's the camera placement or Thais' standing position, or her blank expression, or if it's slightly warped or what, but something about it just made me giggle. I showed you my dinosaur, please respond. No matter how you approach it, every way you look at it gets you like a really shit mirror selfie. It's even better if you're holding the radio or a weapon. What is that stance? It also reveals that holding down the aim button just hunches you forward a little, which is great. I fucking love this thing. As with Acre Crisis' presentation, the gameplay is able to dazzle you most of the time into ignoring its shortcomings, the most obvious being the conga line itself. It might be incredibly funny to drop a grenade at your feet and 3 seconds later see your high score jump up several hundred points, but the AI behind it is incredibly basic, better suited to an arcade shooter than a survival horror game. None of the enemies have any unique behaviours, compies and raptors being able to jump up small ledges and flying dinosaurs being able to swoop at you from the skies were the only exceptions I came across, but beyond that, all the enemies still just rush at you until they're close enough to deal contact damage. They don't react to each other either. They're all here for one reason, and that reason is the conga line. And again, in arcade mode, that's fine. But in the main campaign, I would have preferred more variety in the dinosaur behaviour. The map's huge size isn't really utilised all that well either. There are few roads and 0 landmarks to orient yourself around, and without the compass supplied as part of the heads-up display, I have no idea how you'd find anything between the trees. Sprinting through the rainforest might be entertaining, but again, it doesn't fit a survival horror game. There's no tension in wondering if you're headed in the right direction, or if you're getting too close to some big predator. It's just the conga line from start to finish. There are areas on the map that the story never takes you to either, like this abandoned town, but there's never anything to do, or at least not that I found. Even the places you are directed to are pretty empty outside of story content. Well, I guess there's always the egg hunt. Scouring the map for these 16 eggs was the only optional content I could find in Acre Crisis' campaign, and most of them can be found in the story-related areas anyway, but I was only ever able to sniff out 11. I have no idea where the last 5 are, or if you get any kind of reward for hunting them all down, so I guess I'll leave that up to anyone watching curious enough to try. Loath as I am to praise an egg hunt in a dinosaur game, at least it's optional. It's a small number, and it's integrated pretty well. Shooting an egg often summons a very angry raptor, which feels pretty realistic. The mechanic's just kneecapped by how easy the combat is in Acre Crisis, and otherwise, I never found any sort of reward for exploring the map on my own terms. I understand Acre Crisis is a one-person project, but I still wish there was more interactivity with the environment, more complexity to the mechanics, more stuff to do, because what's here already is really good, and it wouldn't take much to expand it out into something even better. But that's much more a criticism of the main jungle map rather than the interiors. Indoors, there's a ton of shit to interact with to get little bits of world building. There are even a couple of puzzles tucked away at the end of the game, but outside, it just feels very big and very empty, though no less beautiful for it. The fact you can just run straight between objectives without any need to explore really hits the pacing of the plot too. Aside from a little backtracking at the very start and the very end of the game, every part of Acre Crisis goes like this. You get a call from someone on a radio telling you where to go next, you run straight there at the head of the conga line, you find a huge abandoned area, have a boss fight or meet an NPC, or both, in some random corner of the place, and then you do it all again for 2 to 3 hours. There's no variety in your objectives. You'll always be chasing after one member of Thais' team or another, and despite how big so many of the places you visit are, you only spend a couple of minutes at each of them before moving on, with one very notable exception. And that snappy pacing can work, such as how you drop Art off at this abandoned camp of shipping containers before returning to the helicopter crash site to search for more survivors, or when you arrive at an old radio station to find your teammates are still missing. But at other points, it feels incredibly abrupt, like when you come across an illegal mine and are instantly told to keep moving. I think what frustrates me most is that while the objectives and pacing are repetitive and generic, the storytelling isn't. It's got its fair share of 90s survival horror jank, but it's also so tightly woven into Brazilian history and culture that at times it feels less like a spiritual successor to the works of Shinji Mikami and more a pastiche of Hideo Kojima. Indeed, it even opens with a 3-minute long Metal Gear Solid style expository cutscene that sets up the game's backstory. Acre Crisis might be a game about dinosaurs, but it's also about the exploitation of Brazil, be it by the people in power or the less fortunate just trying to survive. The shadow of the Brazilian military dictatorship hangs over much of the game. Revolutionary guerrillas stalk through the rainforest looking for wayward students and lone military police officers to abduct and ransom off for funds. Illegal miners work in fear of both, since the military police have orders to shut them down, and the revolutionaries know they can do whatever they want to the poor bastards without consequence. Acre was struggling even before you factor in the dinosaurs, and you'd think adding such a fantastical element would spoil the tone the game is trying to build, but by taking the prehistoric interlopers seriously, it actually kind of works. They don't feel out of place. They're just another way the past is reaching through time into the present to hold people back, only instead of guns, it's one that's armed with talons, teeth, and a voracious appetite. An appetite to conga. Like I said before, Acre Crisis has a huge cast for such a small game, and most people Thais runs into aren't happy to see her despite the dinosaurs knocking at every door. At one point you meet a couple of illegal miners, and they'd rather take their chances with the dinos than the military police. They even start arguing once one of them lets the truth slip. "Hey mister, I suggest you lower that. I'm from the military police." Military police? We're actually geographers. We're studying the land. Actually, we're done. We'll be leaving soon. We're miners. Woman, what are you doing? You're not supposed to say that. Stop yelling at me, and what the hell do appearances matter? We're surrounded by dinosaurs. I'm trying to protect us. Why don't you cooperate with me? Hey. Protect me? If you really tried to protect us, we would have left days ago. We've talked about this. We're here to make money for our future. I love the way Thais just stands there awkwardly throughout the entire argument. But like, what else is she meant to do? It's hardly the only situation she bumbles her way into either. A couple of farmers mistake her for a criminal before trapping her into sitting down with them for a cup of tea. She accidentally rescues a group of illegal miners before just moving on. Oops. It all makes for a very detailed experience, but none of these characters really appear more than once. You meet them, they point you in the right direction, and then they disappear, never to return. Even Thais' team only appears once or twice. Their most prominent scene is the opening where their helicopter is taken out by a Quetzalcoatlus, and after that, most of them only show up again as corpses. The most prominent character aside from Thais herself is Jose Bonifacio, and that's only because he's usually there to call her up on the radio after every story beat to advance the plot. It's a testament to the game's writing that I didn't really mind the huge ensemble cast, despite Acre Crisis' short length. Each character might only get 1 or 2 scenes, but they've all got just enough personality to stand out from the rest of the cast, and the fact you can chat briefly with them outside of cutscenes definitely breathes a little more life into them. They get even more characterization in the game's library, accessible from the main menu, including Thais herself. It's rarely brought up in the campaign that she's a single mother of 2, but making it out alive to see her children again is a huge part of her motivation as a character. There are times when she comes off like an exasperated parent despite the insane situation she's in, like she's seen it all before. I love how at one point after finding some survivors, she just goes to sit in the corner while they stay standing. What a power move. Even better is when you reach the revolutionaries' hidden village and she chews it the fuck out. For God's sake, what kind of people live here? It helps that her weapons disappear during cutscenes. It makes it seem like she's made it all this way, beating the shit out of every dinosaur she comes across. And yes, the conga line does get vaporized behind you whenever a cutscene starts, though this is the only time Acre Crisis gives the game away so explicitly. I really enjoyed the cinematography of the cutscenes too. Sometimes they're presented in first person, like in the opening on the helicopter, and it's really effective. Watching a Tyrannosaurus Rex appear out from behind a corner from Thais' perspective was great. Other times, usually during conversations with NPCs, it cuts to a third person angle, and it's still good. It's usually really fucking funny too, given Thais' animations. For that reason, I don't even mind the inconsistent perspective. Acre Crisis picks and chooses what's right for any given moment. I don't think watching Thais fall out of this tree would hit quite as hard in third person, just as I don't think this argument would work as well without being able to see Thais standing awkwardly in the background. And hell, if Alien Isolation could get away with it, so can Acre Crisis. But before I get into the game's plot in detail, that's right, it's time for another spoiler break. So if you want to play Acre Crisis for yourself, go to here. You know what? Fuck it. Your move, viewer. Acre Crisis tries to string the player along with an unfurling web of mystery featuring lost grad students and revolutionaries, and a supposedly abandoned island commune. But the game's biggest twist is given away in the opening cutscene in the most Kojima way possible. After the Second World War, while the Allies were snapping up every Nazi scientist still breathing, Brazil got its own Werner von Braun in Johann Honecker. They wanted him to build the bomb, and they gave him a lot of money to do so, but Honecker was more interested in cloning dinosaurs, and now here we are. The project lost its funding, but the good doctor is still hard at work in what's left of the research facility in Colony Esperanza. So when Thais makes contact with one Jose Bonifacio, who claims to be living in the colony, and everyone else she meets tells her the place is abandoned, it's not much of a surprise when he turns out to be Honecker in disguise, and he's not about to let a few meddling military police get in the way of his mission. The dinosaurs make quick work of most of the team anyway, but he has to put in effort to try and goad Thais into a trap, though it still doesn't take. Another member of the squad, Sandra, has been captured by revolutionary guerrillas, and their leader, Marcos de Mayo, has a proposition for Thais. And I know, we all see it. It's not important right now. Anyway, it turns out the revolutionaries are also partially responsible for the dinosaurs overrunning the region, but De Mayo is quick to deflect blame. So you were the ones who helped him infest Acre with dinosaurs?
Look, darling, if you want to point fingers, you should start with those who brought a Nazi to this country, shouldn't you?
The guy blackmails you into taking care of Honecker in exchange for Sandra's safety, which sends Thais off in search of the missing grad students because they're the only ones who know the way to Colony Esperanza, and there's a Spinosaurus, it's a whole thing. Anyway, eventually you travel out to the island, and suddenly, the game changes. The conga line disappears. The mood settles into something a little creepier. You're actually given the chance to catch your breath and explore without having to worry about 10,000 dinosaurs trying to eat your face. Once you get inside, there are notes to read, and doors to unlock, and puzzles to solve, and I don't fucking believe it. The real survival horror starts here. Of course, first of all, you need to check in at reception, and Honecker is not pleased to see you. Dr. Johann Honecker, right? Ah, you finally came. You're persistent. Listen, the gorillas want your head. Let's make a deal. Surrender to the military police. I'm not going to listen to you. Sorry, you made a mistake coming here. I'm going to give you a small demonstration of my project's potential. Oh shit! Fuck! Goodbye. It was not a pleasure talking to you. It goes without saying that Acre Crisis is still just as much a beautiful janky mess when it's trying to be a survival horror game as when it's trying to be an action thriller. But I've got to admit, the sudden shift in genre does work pretty well. Unfortunately, it also shines a huge spotlight on how empty the rest of the game is. Having a single solitary dungeon right at the climax just shows how desperately more of them were needed at other earlier points to mitigate how monotonous the conga line could get. But even if it is the only one of its kind in Acre Crisis, at least it's a good one. The puzzles are engaging, the story it tells is interesting, and the atmosphere is on point. The contrast of the pristine sterility of the research complex with the hot and humid jungle decay is great too, even if it is still very easy to get stuck on literally everything in sight. It can get pretty quiet too, another surprising contrast from the rest of Acre Crisis, though never for very long. Every so often Honecker will chime in over the intercom to grumble, and there are a bunch of audio logs to find and listen to. And no, the audio logs aren't voice acted, they're still just subtitled. But what else am I supposed to call them? Text tapes? Oh shit. Raptors and compies will occasionally spawn in to break up the exploration and puzzle solving, and if this place barely fits a human-shaped individual like Thais, then it absolutely cannot accommodate anything even remotely saurian. When they aren't glitching through doorways or around corners, they can actually prove a danger if they catch you while listening to an audio log, since there's no way to put the tape deck down to pick up a gun, but thankfully Thais uses her other hand for melee weapons. It's not a particularly big dungeon, but it still took up about a third of my recorded playthrough, and I wish there was more of it. At the end of the trail of puzzles and pickups, you come to an elevator that takes you down into the depths of the hospital for your final confrontation with Honecker. You find him at the end of a long hallway, and I don't even know what to say. Are you going to stop playing with me? How did you get here? Listen, you bastard, I've lost 2 comrades and I've been wasting time upstairs playing with your creations. The gorillas sent me to kill you, but I'm offering a better solution. Surrender already. Give up this nonsense. This place is a ghost town. You're going to come with me and help clean up Acre of dinosaurs, or I'll fill you with lead right now. Decide. You know nothing about me. You know nothing about this place. You know nothing about my creation. I refuse to abandon my 40 years of work. Go to hell. Die already. Yep, he kills you in 3 shots. I don't know what else I expected. He's so quick on the draw that he can actually kill Thais before she can even look down sights. If you go in with any weapon that requires more than a second to ready, like a shotgun, then you are getting your head blown off. Honecker didn't survive 50 years in the Brazilian jungle fighting off the government and gorillas and dinosaurs, and God only knows what else by being a bad shot, and each time you die, you're sent back to the other end of the hallway to go through the conversation all over again. again, which is honestly more frustrating than the jank of the fight itself. I really wish there was an option to skip cutscenes, because having to sit there and wait for Thais to deliver her ultimatum each time just for Honoka to scatter her brains across the walls always sucked. This guy managed to kill me twice before I finally brought him down with the rifle, and even then, he still managed to hit me once because Thais just shot an outline of bullet holes around his fucking head, despite the fact I was aiming directly at his nose. And the jank doesn't stop there. Oh no.
You are a damn fool.
What the hell did you... I didn't edit that, by the way, that just happens. And then when Thais wakes back up, suddenly everything's on fire, and there are raptors everywhere, and a siren's going off, and you're in such a cramped space that there's no real way to escape. But that's okay, because Thais manages to find her own way to safety regardless. Not that it matters, the raptors got her one too many times. There's no real escape left for Thais. She crawls into a corner, and thinks back on all the people she's lost, or will never see again. Her comrades, the grad students, her children, and then... Oh, fantastic. Oh. What? What are you doing there with that photo again? Quick, let's get out of here, Thais. Don't worry, I have a plan. Wait, that's it? What do you mean to be continued? Where's the rest of it? You can't do this to me! Not again! David, please! Do you see what I mean now about Acre Crisis being a decent spiritual successor to Dino Crisis 2? It's got the jungle, it's got the conga line, it's got the fucking bullshit cliffhanger. It's got it all. Not that I'm really too upset about the cliffhanger, but man, it threw me for a loop when I first got it. I figured given Honoka was dead I was at the end of the game, but I expected some sort of escape sequence with Arthur to tie it together, but no. It just ends right there. To quote my notes, Christ, that was abrupt. Is there another ending? What happened? At least there are a lot of hanging plot threads to pick up if Acre Crisis 2 ever happens, and I hope it does. The abrupt ending is certainly frustrating, but at least it resolved the main conflict regarding where the dinosaurs came from, and it gave a glimpse at what an expanded vision of Acre Crisis could be with self-contained dungeons and more survival horror elements. For all the jank, I can't help but enjoy it. The plot isn't the only way in which Acre Crisis evokes Dino Crisis 2. The whole setting of big, run-down industrial areas surrounded by stretches of dense jungle brings to mind that earlier game too. But where it excels is the dinosaur roster. Acre Crisis has the kind of variety you usually only see in Jurassic Park tie-ins. You've got raptors, compies, T-Rex, Spinosaurs, Allosaurs, Stegosaurs, Triceratops, Pterodactyls, Quetzalcoatluses, Parasaurolophuses, and that's just in the main campaign. In the wave-based arcade mode, they were joined by a Patasaurus, and it's possible there are even more hidden away that I never encountered. Sure, they might all be well-known creatures, but there's a diversity of shapes that I wasn't really expecting from a one-person indie game. There's a mix of carnivores and herbivores, bipeds and quadrupeds and flyers, huge monsters and little critters. It's a really good roster. It just sucks that they all behave the exact same way. Like I said before, all the dinos want to do in Acre Crisis is form up a conga line. Some of the smaller ones can jump on rocks to follow you, and the flyers can swoop at you from the sky, but like I said before, that's about as far as enemy behavior goes, which is fine for a wave-based arcade mode, but is harder to overlook in a proper campaign. If not for the variety and the cinema of the boss fights, I'd be a lot less forgiving. Still, I find it funny how well Acre Crisis is able to evoke the Dino Crisis games and the Jurassic Park films, despite having very few direct references to either beyond the sound design. Ahem. I mean, you do have your first encounter with a Spinosaur at an airport, but for the most part, Acre Crisis captures the feel of both Dino Crisis and Jurassic Park on vibes alone, which for a single developer indie game is really impressive. For all Acre Crisis' jank, and boy is there a lot of it, I think ultimately it gets more right than it gets wrong. All my life I've been waiting for a game to recapture the vibe of Dino Crisis 2, and while Acre Crisis may not be exactly that, it's certainly come the closest. It's short, it's pretty cheap, and it is a must-play for any fans of dino gaming, though not necessarily survival horror. So you know what that means. Acre Crisis is going straight to the top of D tier. D for Dinosaur. I wish I could say the same of Mystery on Lost Island. Developed by Natio80 Games, it's a first-person shooter in which you play as Jacob Taylor, an intrepid reporter searching for his military agent friend Caleb Johnson on a mysterious island overrun with dinosaurs. It's another game that probably doesn't belong in this project either, given it's not really a horror title, but like Acre Crisis, it is able to successfully evoke the atmosphere of an older, more famous example of dinosaur gaming, and in this case, it's Trespasser, which should be a ringing endorsement, right? Well, it comes with a few caveats. Some of that comparison boils down to just how shamelessly Mystery on Lost Island takes Trespasser's pacing for itself. You start off by landing on a beach, though Jacob's arrival is a little softer than Anne's. Travel through a valley populated with dinosaurs, a couple abandoned research facilities, and eventually wind your way up to the top of a mountain for a helicopter rescue. Like, there's not even an attempt to shuffle the levels around. It's so blatant, and I honestly kind of respect that. As with many of the games covered in this project, Mystery on Lost Island is an asset flip, one that actually does manage to hide the seams where it's sewn the different packs together. The low-poly dinosaurs fit really well into the low-poly environments, and do bring to mind the crunchy look of Trespasser, even if the textures can't hope to compete. It did such a good job of recreating the vibe of Trespasser that once or twice I was swept up in the moment, like here at the start of the game where you exit this cave and come across a valley of grazing herbivores. The swell of the music and the majesty of the dinosaurs, it worked just as well as the first glimpse of the Brachiosaurus in Trespasser. I couldn't look away from this idiot walking into a wall, and the stegosaurs sliding over the ground like they're on wheels, and the dinosaurs repeatedly slamming into each other, and the frame rate. Wow. This really is Trespasser. I don't even mean that as a criticism either. I spent like 20 minutes here just watching the dinosaurs break down in real time. It was great. I wish the whole game was like this. But unfortunately, you won't even make it out of the valley before things take a turn for the worse. Mystery on Lost Island isn't Trespasser as I've ever known the game. This is Trespasser as it was at release. Broken, buggy, and ultimately pretty boring. That is about where the similarities end though. Mystery on Lost Island might aim for that Trespasser vibe, but beyond the occasional high point like the arrival at this valley, most of its issues are entirely its own, and none ruined the experience for me more than the combat. This is yet another game where all the enemies do is run you down to deal contact damage. And that is where the discussion on combat should end, because, like, how many times can I put the same criticism into different words? Mystery on Lost Island might not be the last game covered in this project, but it's the second last I've played for the video, and I just have very little left to say about these sorts of enemy encounters. Rewatching the chapter on Dino Break from the first half of this project pretty much sums up my thoughts on Mystery on Lost Island's issues too, though I don't think the production of this game was anywhere near as callous. This feels like a genuine attempt to create art, a real crack at recreating the Trespasser we all wish the original game was, and for that reason I feel less inclined to rake Natio80 Games over the coals the way I did Dead Drop, but I can't pretend I enjoyed my time with it either, and my frustration doesn't even stem from how brain dead the enemies are. It's the encounter design that really killed the experience for me. Mystery on Lost Island is so dense with raptors that at times it feels like you might as well be trying to fight back the the tide. Even the opening area on the beach throws about a dozen of them at you before you can even get your bearings, and while stealth is at least an option here, good luck sneaking through this raptor-infested cave immediately after. Alerting one can set off waves of the things spread so thick across the open environments that you can end up under attack from multiple directions, and the bastards blend in so well with the grass that it can sometimes be impossible to know they're coming until they're right on top of you. It doesn't matter if you try to kill them one at a time or stick to the shadows. All it takes is one raptor to sound the alarm, and then you're fucked. Speaking of the raptor sounds, it seems I owe Acre Crisis an apology because Mystery on Lost Island also uses Jurassic Park accurate vocalizations for the raptors. So I guess you can just buy them and use them. Who knew? Either way, it certainly does add to the Trespasser vibes, despite that game lacking film-accurate sound effects for its own dinosaurs. But it's still not enough to make me overlook how much time I spent buried under a pile of enemies in the game. A lot of that comes down to how small the raptors are. Jacob towers over them a lot of the time, which is why they blend so well into the long grass, or the darkness. Jacob can barely see over the top of the grass anyway, so it's little wonder they have such an easy time getting the jump on him. A much larger issue is that none of the enemies react to taking damage. Even if you land a hit on them, it won't slow them down unless it's the killing blow. I ended up stuck briefly in that opening cave after the beach because I was low on health, and there was a raptor camping a corner that kept one-tapping me the second I poked my head out to take a shot at it. It did force me to think a little tactically from time to time, either by trying to thin the crowd of stragglers or luring them to kill boxes where I could get a good look at them from a safe distance, but I never felt engaged. After 5 or 10 or 20 attempts at the same stretch of level, I just felt frustrated. That stretch of long grass in level 3 is actually a perfect example of the combat's biggest problems. It's swarming with raptors that you can't see through the grass, and even if you retreat to the safety of the cave, there are so many ways inside that you'll always have about 5 of them dogpiled on top of you during any given firefight. Crouching does make it harder for the raptors to see you, but using the torch cancels out the stealth. And there was always one sneaky little shit who clocked Jacob before I could get him to safety. Then it was usually back to the checkpoint to be spawn camped by this bastard because Jacob always loads in standing up, and if the raptor happened to be looking the wrong way when he did, it was right back to square one all over again. I couldn't even kill the lights and sneak my way through the dirt like a little worm doing little worm things because it was too dark to see by, despite the fact it was only sunset, though the 5-second battery life rendered that a moot point before too long. Mystery on Lost Island's torch is a weird one. It is usually bright enough to see by, but it has a very narrow cone of illumination, and the battery is pretty pathetic. The game implies that it's not just one flashlight but multiple, since the battery levels change depending on what weapon you're holding, like Jacob's taping torches to every gun he comes across. So if you switch them regularly, I guess it won't ever be a problem, but it definitely is at the start. I never really had to rely on it, except here at the opening cave. It's a real choke point of game design the more I think about it. Every little issue I had with Mystery on Lost Island first reared its head here. The spectacle of the valley immediately after was enough to wash the sour taste of it right out of my mouth, but going back to it in my notes and in the recordings, I'm just like, wow, this is a really bad first impression, especially when it comes to the introduction of the flashlight, because you're in an extremely dark space, full of platforming puzzles and well-hidden enemies that you have to take slowly to preserve your health, but also have to rush through before the torch runs out of battery. Ironically, the whole level set at night was bright enough that I never needed the torch at all, though that didn't stop it from being just as frustrating as the stroll through the long grass. Most of the level battle is spent climbing up a mountain, and the cliffs give the raptors plenty of narrow runways to strut right on down to rip Jacob's guts out, and it's somehow worse indoors. Even if you know where the enemies are, they'll be on you before you can get off a second shot. It doesn't help that Mystery on Lost Island is also extremely stingy with supplies. There are weapons all over the place, and crates that have the potential to contain health and ammo and spare batteries, but just as often you'll crack them open to find fuck all, like it's the world's most disappointing pinata. And even when they do drop health, the amount of HP restored on pickup is randomized, so at one point in level 4, when I found myself in a particularly raptor-rich area of the island, I just started hurling myself off the side of the nearest cliff if the bar didn't rise out of one-shot range. There was no point trying to continue with anything less. I can't lay all the blame of Mystery on Lost Island's problems on the enemies and items though. The player character is just as much at fault. Jacob Taylor is a homunculus constructed of cracked glass. The second anything so much as brushes up against him, he'll shatter into dust. Fall more than a foot and you'll get the same result. He's got more stamina than some of the player characters I've inhabited in this project, but he doesn't do himself any favours by Naruto running everywhere, if these anime speed lines are indicative of his status as a weeaboo. But worst of all, he cannot shoot to save his life, which is a big fucking problem because he has to. A lot. You can line up a shot on a raptor at point blank range and still miss, repeatedly. The vast majority of my deaths in Mystery on Lost Island can be attributed to this idiot whiffing 2/3 of the shots I fired. And yeah, it makes sense that a journalist might not know how to use a gun, let alone a whole arsenal of them, but it doesn't exactly feel good to pull off the perfect aim only for the bullet to achieve free will and disappear into a hole of existential dread. Killing 3 raptors in 3 pulls of the trigger was a genuine achievement, and it was followed immediately by 3 missed shots at point blank range. I don't know what sort of janky system the game uses to determine whether an enemy takes damage or not, and how much health they lose, but it's definitely broken. The size of the enemy does seem to be a factor for health, and what weapon you're wielding might be too, but it's hard to tell. Sometimes even if I did manage to put a shotgun to a raptor's head and pull the trigger, it would still tank the hit and spin around to kill me anyway. But the most ridiculous example of how scuffed the damage system is was one time when I had 3 raptors lined up in a nice little row, and when I pulled the trigger, the bullet danced past the first 2 to hit the one at the back like Jacob was pulling off some insane trick shot. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was gobsmacked. It was right before a combat encounter where I genuinely thought I was softlocked too. There are just so many enemies, and Jacob is such a bad shot. I thought for sure after getting jumped a bunch of times that this was it. This was as far as I was getting. It was only by sheer dumb stubborn luck that I managed to push past it, though it was hardly the only potential soft lock I came across. At one point in level 4, you come to some sort of facility built into the wall of a cliff with a lift you have to ride up to continue. But the first few times I hit the button, the elevator just killed me a few seconds into the journey. It happened so consistently that I figured it must be intentional, so I left and went searching around outside for another way to go, and the area did continue for a little while, but it culminated in a dead end before too long. With nowhere else to go, I tried the lift again, and this time it worked, and I have no idea why. My best guess is that this time I didn't move too much compared to the other attempts, but I'm genuinely not sure. This is a mystery to me. This is the Mystery on Lost Island. But that wasn't even the only place I thought I was softlocked in level 4. Earlier than that, I got repeatedly spawn camped by a pteranodon because a checkpoint happened to trigger with it right on top of me, despite the fact on my first time through the area, the pteranodon itself did not. Each time I loaded in, I had maybe half a second to spin around and open fire. There was no time to aim, not that you can reliably line up a shot anyway. I just had to hope the stars aligned and I got lucky. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't happened to be carrying a gun capable of killing the pteranodons in a single shot, or if it hadn't been one of the giant lads with comparatively larger hitboxes. I guess that's where this review would have ended. I could have very easily screwed myself over with the wrong weapon too. The game has a bunch of them, like a pistol and a sniper rifle and a machine gun, but I usually defaulted to the bolt-action rifle and the shotgun, because they were the right mix of speed and damage. The rest were too slow or too weak to manage the frankly unnecessary amount of raptors you fight across the game. You can only carry 2 weapons, but what's fun is that they can actually be combined if you switch between them quickly. I ended up with a rifle that could shoot shotgun shells for a little bit. It didn't help me out much. I still died pretty well instantly, but it was interesting. There are explosive barrels too, but the raptors tended to be pretty shock absorbent, so I never really used them. You also have a knife as a last resort for when the dinosaurs get too close to shoot, but like with the firearms, it never felt consistent. Sometimes I managed to knife a raptor in the face right as it raced in to deliver the killing blow, but just as often it followed through and delivered the killing blow. I still did use it though, because for some reason guns get even harder to aim up close, which, again, realistic, but still frustrating. As for the other dinosaurs, they were mostly fine. The tyrannosaurs are big and imposing, but they go down with a few shots from the rifle, and it's basically impossible to miss them, so I much preferred fighting them to the raptors. The pteranodons sucked, not as much as the raptors, but almost. They come in waves too, and the second they started running air support in level 4, I soured on them real quick. But there is something very satisfying about knocking them out of the sky with a 360 no-scope. The way they ragdoll into the dirt is just beautiful. The rest of the dinosaurs were herbivores, and only one of them was actively aggressive to the player. Get too close to a Pachycephalosaurus and it'll... well... headbutt's the wrong word. The animation doesn't really convey that, but it will kill you. Maybe the real mystery on Lost Island is how soft a Pachycephalosaur's skull cap is. I mean, how hard can their heads be when a single shotgun shell can take them out? As for the Brachiosaurs, Triceratopses, Stegosaurs, Parasaurolophus, Edmontosaurs, and everyone's favourite dinosaur, Mimicosaurus, they're willing to keep the peace as long as you don't provoke them. I did try to bring about the second Great Dying, but the herbivores weren't having it. I got stomped into paste within moments of firing the first shot. It's easier just to stay on good terms. There was only one other time I ended up on the receiving end of a Brachiosaur's fury, and it was because I accidentally shot it in the leg while aiming for a pteranodon. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it! No, please! The constant combat encounters did have one benefit though. The way the enemies ragdoll on death is very funny. Just watch. One time a T-Rex and a Pachycephalosaur even ended up 69ing. How scandalous! Though this was unfortunately the only time I saw them interact. There are times when Mystery on Lost Island gestures toward an interconnected ecosystem the likes of which Trespasser dreamed of having, but neither quite ever make it over that hill. I once saw a T-Rex chasing a Triceratops, but even when it caught up, nothing happened. At another point, I thought I saw raptors taking on a different Rex, but was mistaken. The herbivores all just exist together, but they don't interact. The Brachiosaurs are too busy craving the wall to care about what the other dinosaurs around them are doing anyway. The only time I ever saw any dino-on-dino violence was when a pair of Pachycephalosaurs ganged up on an Edmontosaur and bullied it to death. They did it repeatedly too. When I died and was sent to the previous checkpoint, the two Pachycephalosaurs went right back to attacking this specific Edmontosaur. Why? What's their beef? Is this the mystery on Lost Island? We need to get to the bottom of this murder. Where's Dino Cop when you need them? As for the way they look, it's fine. As I said, Mystery on Lost Island is one of the few games I've covered in this project to seamlessly marry its character models with its environments. I especially like the colours. When Mystery on Lost Island isn't being aggressively dark, it's pretty vibrant. I love how the dinosaurs come in a whole range of colours, and the Gatorade River is charming in an odd sort of way. Things do get a little scuffed when you venture inside one of the handful of man-made structures, but they're also not without their charms. I like these observation platforms in the valley early on, even if you have to jump up each step. I like these test tubes filled with raptors, even if otherwise the research facility is a bit bland. I thought these tents in the opening area were neat, so were these shipping containers in level 4. It's not much, but it does make the island feel like there used to be a human presence before the raptors moved in. My one criticism of the game's use of pre-built assets is that it is sometimes hard to tell where you're meant to go, because everything looks the same. At one point in level 4 you come to a fork in the road, and both routes loop around to a land bridge where you can continue deeper into the mountains. But I missed it on my first go around, and so ended up completing the whole circuit, mopping up every single raptor along the way. Every single one. It's not all combat though. There are one or two platforming puzzles for better or worse. I don't really have anything to say about them, it's whatever. Nor do I have anything to say about the story. This is another game where I don't feel the need to drop a spoiler break because there's nothing to spoil. You do follow Caleb's progress across the island through notes he's left behind, so if you're curious about the finer details of his journey, I'll leave them for you to discover yourself, but it never amounts to anything, and neither does the mystery on Lost Island of why there are dinosaurs hanging around for you to shoot. After Jacob's arrival on the island at the very start, the next major plot beat comes right at the end of the game, when you discover Caleb's skeletonized remains resting beside a fire close to the top of the mountain. The fire's still raging, so it feels like you just missed him too. How is he already bones? Is this the mystery on Lost Island? Though given how many raptors there are nearby, I guess him getting picked clean isn't too much of a surprise. And then the game just ends like 20 feet further up the mountain. You get hit with this really aggressive chase music like you're about to be attacked by some massive swarm of raptors or a final boss. But you can just walk up to the helicopter and leave. There's nothing stopping you. The music coming off as distracting is actually pretty common. These John Carpenter synth beats over the beach run are fine. But the majestic orchestral swell that plays the second you hit the valley really doesn't fit the vibe once you move past the opening moment of spectacle and begin blasting pteranodons out of the air. And that's the end. Oh, at least the credits music is nice. Finding Caleb dead after going through so much bullshit and so many raptors to reach him is certainly frustrating, especially when he gave up and became a skeleton so close to an escape chopper. But it's also not exactly surprising. It was a funny, if sour note to end on. I'm more confused about why there's a helicopter waiting at the top of the mountain for Jacob. At no point do you call in a rescue, it's just there. Unless it was meant for Caleb, in which case he's an even bigger idiot than I first thought. Is this the mystery on Lost Island? Okay, I'll stop. Mystery on Lost Island is frustrating because it does kind of evoke Trespasser in one or two ways. There were a couple of moments where I thought, holy shit, the dev's actually done it, but it's just bogged down by so much combat. I didn't enjoy my time with it very much, but I can see what the dev was going for, and the potential Mystery on Lost Island has. As much as I've dragged the enemy encounters, there was one moment in level 4 where I felt as though the raptors pulled off a coordinated ambush, where a bunch of them came tumbling down a cliff to get at me when I ventured too close. I learned later there's a whole swarm of them up on the cliff and that I probably just triggered a couple close to the edge, but in the moment, it was able to trick me into believing they were smarter than they were, and when the game did dial back the raptor density, it could get pretty atmospheric. It's like wading through a river of shit for diamonds, the same way Trespasser was at release. I can't really recommend it in its current state, but I do hope Natio80 Games keeps making stuff, keeps improving, so that they can realise the potential buried under all of Mystery on Lost Island's jank. As for this first attempt, I unfortunately can't rank it higher than D tier. D for Dinosaur. The second I booted Primal Rift, I knew I was in for something special. One of the reasons so many indie dinosaur horror games have yet to be released is that quality takes a lot of time and effort, especially for solo developers or smaller teams. I don't think it's a surprise that a lot of the titles I've looked at in this project so far have been asset flips or extremely jank. Not having to design and craft your own character models or environments and code your own dinosaurs will get you over the finish line faster, if at the expense of overall polish. Primal Rift is different. Developed by Ool Software, it's a survival horror top-down RPG made in RPG Maker that sets you loose in a Houston high-rise infested with prehistoric beasts that punches well above its weight in both ambition and execution. It's not content to rest on the inherent horror of dinosaurs prowling through modern office spaces. Water flooding through the titular rift has turned the Waldorf-verse skyscraper into a maze of pools, rivers, and broken architecture. Fire escapes are forced shut by water pressure. Stairs have been shaken apart. Flooding in the power room has left the elevators non-functional, and this being a high-security corporate headquarters, most of the doors are locked behind keys anyway. It's not just a crisis, it's a disaster zone, and it's your job to get it under control. Mechanically, Primal Rift will be familiar to anyone who's ever played an RPG Maker game before. Played one, you've played them all to some degree, though Primal Rift does put its own spin on things. The game lacks any sort of magic system, but still uses the built-in mana and stamina bars to represent how much ammo you've got for your weapons, which I think is extremely charming. You start off with two, a pistol and a submachine gun, which both use different amounts of 9mm ammunition, and quickly find a shotgun that uses 12-gauge shells. But there are more weapons to discover if you're thorough. I never really used the SMG because of the high ammo cost and how often it seemed to miss things. Once I stumbled onto the shotgun, it basically became my main for the big boss fights, of which there are a shocking amount. The pistol I reserved for random encounters with trash mobs like Archaeopterexes and Compies, because I just didn't want to waste the ammo. There are also melee weapons like a knife and a crowbar, and throwables like shock grenades that stun enemies too, though I didn't use too much of either. The shock grenades grenades were useful early on, they definitely saved my ass in a fight with a Titanoboa, but your other weapons quickly level up beyond the point where support options like the throwables are necessary, which is not to imply Primal Rift is too easy. It fucking kicked my ass up and down the building, at least early on. Enemies deal out massive damage at lower levels, to the point that a random encounter with a pair of compies in the early game could bring my health down by half the bar or more. But while Primal Rift is quite generous with ammunition, it's a lot more miserly with healing items. So passing through a random hallway was often all it took to drain my supplies and leave me with nothing for the bigger scripted fights. You could always run, I guess, but I never really did. The XP was always worth it, and eventually I did level out of one-shot territory after a couple of hours of play. Combine that with a few items of clothing that boost your stats, like running shoes that make you faster, and elbow pads that increase defense, and by the end of the game I was virtually unstoppable. But man, the road to get there was littered with insane deaths that reminded me more of Fear and Hunger than Dino Crisis. Like this fight with a fucking prawn. This thing was one of the first enemies I encountered in the whole game. It started off the fight by dodging a fucking bullet, and then just slit my throat. And keep in mind, Carpopenaeus was not a giant prehistoric prawn. This isn't Ebira or anything like that. I looked up fossils of the thing, and they're the same size as modern day shrimp, and after it killed me, I never encountered it again. It showed up, put me in a body bag, refused to elaborate, and then fucked off. Like a Utah raptor one-shotting me, that makes sense. A Dimetrodon curb-stomping me, yeah, I wouldn't fuck with those things at all. But a prawn? A normal prawn? What a legendary little guy, I can't even be mad. I think a lot of the combat comes down to balancing your stats. It's just that the game doesn't often bring attention to them. Most of the smaller, faster enemies will always get to attack first, which is why the compies were able to repeatedly wear me down with deaths by 1,000 cuts, even if a single shotgun blast was usually enough to end the fight on the first turn. Other enemies can raise their defense or lower your attack, but Primal Rift isn't the sort of RPG where you have a whole party to counter the strengths and weaknesses of your foes. All you've got is a gun, so a gun is what I used to settle most fights. Maybe I'm just an idiot, but it feels like there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes to make the combat work that the game never really shows to you, the way another title built-in RPG Maker might, and once I hit level 8, that side of things never really mattered again. It's an odd difficulty curve. The early game is punishing, but the late game is a breeze, and given the final encounter is closer to the RPG Maker equivalent of a cutscene full of quick-time events than a proper battle, maybe that was intentional. I honestly can't tell. But while you will climb out of the early game hell with levels and gear, you will never escape the terror of Primal Rift's most dangerous enemy, ladders. Weapons in Primal Rift come in two categories. One-handed, like the pistol or the knife, or two-handed, like the shotgun. Most of the time the distinction is irrelevant, but the second your boots leave the floor for any reason, you're at the mercy of the Lord of Rungs. If you get hit with a random encounter, or God forbid, a proper boss fight, while climbing, you are confined to one-handed weaponry for the duration, and that never stopped being dangerous thanks to the shit range of the melee weapons and the shit accuracy of the pistol. I don't even dislike it, I think it's a really cool way to incorporate the environment into old school RPG combat encounters, but fucking hell, it's a lot in the moment. I often found myself complacent in the late game, armed to the teeth and buried under multiple layers of body armor as I was, but then a couple of Mega Neura would ambush me halfway up a ladder, and I'd barely escape with my life. Another reason the ladder fights could be so messy is that the pistol upgrades are few and far between. I never found one in any of my recorded playthroughs. You can stack upgrades on the SMG until it kills enemies with its mere presence, but the starting pistol will always remain the starting pistol if you miss a couple of very missable runes. The enemy spawn rates do not help, however. They were so bad when I started recording my playthrough that the developers even released a patch to calm them down a little between sessions. The patch also nerfed their damage output a bit, and you can see the difference in my recordings too, because it just didn't fucking work. If anything, it upped the spawn rate. I got ambushed by 5 Archelons in the space of 3 minutes within 90 seconds of coming back to the game after the patch. 5 of them. And 2 of them didn't even let me move a single tile before attacking. The game just threw the fights at me back to back to back to back to back. And when I did finally escape Archelon hell, a Dinosaur showed up to join in the fun too. This insane run of random encounters is what put me on shotgun meta, because it was the only way to keep the onslaught of enemies off my ass long enough to catch my breath. I never encountered that many so close together again, but I did get caught in some really weird places, like in the middle of a jump or halfway down this pipe. The big set piece fights are better paced, and at least it makes sense that these huge animals can deal out massive damage, though in some ways they felt easier to deal with than the random battles. The only issue I really have with any of them is your encounter with the Utah Raptors. It's in the building's dining hall, naturally, and you have to sneak under tables and around broken glass to avoid getting drawn into a fight. But what the game doesn't show you is that there is a third raptor chilling just off screen that will see you trying to crawl past the second you leave the safety of a table. And I think that's a little shit. It's so well hidden beyond the camera that I've never actually seen it alive. I've only ever encountered its corpse. Although, given I ended up alerting all 3 of the things on my way through the area, it's possible I just haven't figured out the correct way to sneak through the place undetected, if that's even possible. It might be the least of Primal Rift set pieces, but that's like saying it's merely good instead of excellent. So much of the game is built around big cinematic encounters with charismatic megafauna, like the scene where a Titanoboa explodes through a window to attack a survivor, and then once you kill it, you use its body as a ladder up to the top of the building. Or this scene where you have to lure a Chasmosaurus around with the promise of delicious pizza so it can smash open a locked desk you need to get inside to progress. There are so many creative ways the prehistoric animals are integrated into Primal Rift, be it as a boss fight or something a little more peaceful, and I just want to gush about all of them because they're so much fun, but I'll restrain myself because they're best experienced yourself. In a project where most of what the dinosaurs have ever done is run at me to deal contact damage, this is like coming across an oasis after trekking through hundreds of miles of desert. It's so good. It's so good, in fact, that it's almost able to make me overlook the fact that Primal Rift is another example of a game with dinosaurs rather than a dinosaur game. I know, it's heartbreaking. It's a weird roster too. You've got Utah Raptor, Chasmosaurus, Nodosaurus, Compies, Archaeopteryx, the impression of a T-Rex at a couple of points, and a couple cameo appearances from Parasaurolophus and some sort of sauropod, which I won't spoil here since they only show up in one of the endings. Maybe this little guy hanging out in the starting area is a dinosaur too. I don't know. You never get to fight him to find out. He's just happy to be here. The thing is, of that list, the only ones you'll run into regularly are Compies and Archaeopteryxes as part of the random encounters. The rest are relegated to single appearances, except for the Chasmosauruses, and possibly the T-Rex if this claw grabbing the side of the rift in the opening cutscene is, in fact, a Tyrannosaur. Indeed, you don't even get to fight the T-Rex, which is fucking wild given how ubiquitous a boss monster it is, unless I just missed it. There's definitely some stuff that I've yet to see, even after going back to play some more after writing a first draft of the script, but yeah, at least from what I've played so far, you never get within 10 feet of the Rex. You barely spend any time with the Utah Raptors either, which is even crazier given they're featured on the game's key art. You see one before reaching the main menu too, but in the game itself, they appear for this dining room set piece, and then never again. It's bizarre. Instead, you spend most of your time fighting just about everything but dinosaurs, including a lot of aquatic monsters, which makes sense given the circumstances. All that water pouring through the rift was bound to bring some animals along for the ride, and that's how you end up fighting giant enemy crabs called Giganteus, the Chadka Poppaneus, 7,000 Archelons, a bunch of Tanistrophiuses and Sarcosuchuses, Orthoceras, and a single very confused Campanilidae. Look at him. Guy doesn't know where the hell he is. It's also how a giant prehistoric sea scorpion ends up as your biggest obstacle in terms of plot, a role usually reserved for something like a T-Rex, or at least some sort of plesiosaur or mosasaur if we're talking waterborne prehistoric threats. It plays it well though. It might as well be a living tank with that exoskeleton and venomous stinger. It's not an animal I ever would have chosen for the job, but Primal Rift proves it can work if used correctly. Otherwise you've got Dimetrodon and Meganeura, which both predate the age of the dinosaurs to one degree or another, a Titanoboa, and even Megalania, which isn't even all that prehistoric in the grand scheme of things because it's one of the many animals human beings sent to the Shadow Realm once we figured out the meta. It's possible there are more. I did find one or two extra beasties in my unrecorded runs that I won't spoil, but even if this is the final roster, it's a pretty eclectic one. Almost none of them come from the same time period, but I vibe with it. I don't think all the weird little guys from Earth's early oceans get enough love. All it's really missing is an encounter with an Anomalocaris. I just wish there were more dinosaurs to balance the scales, especially since Primal Rift is marketed as, and presents itself to be, a dinosaur game, or at least more encounters with the dinosaurs already present and accounted for. I was expecting more stealth sequences with the Utah Raptors, or even some sort of heroic return for the Chasmosaurus as it shows up to save the day when all seems lost in a fight with the sea scorpion. That sort of thing. Hell, I'd settle for a scene of Carpoponeus obliterating an army of compies like the Raston warrior out of classic Doctor Who. But, as far as I know at the time of writing, none of those things happen. Is that fucking Cthulhu? All of which speaks to my suspicion that Primal Rift is unfortunately incomplete. It's not unfinished, there are no missing mechanics, and only one janky narrative aside that doesn't go anywhere. It functions perfectly well as a product in its current state, but you can feel how much bigger this game was meant to be before time and budget got in the way. This is most obvious in the story. It's yet another example of a game that had me screaming, "That's it," when I reached the credits, because it felt like Primal Rift was just hitting its stride. There are other super minor things like how you see some enemies in general gameplay but not others, even though they have finished sprites that you can find elsewhere. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. It sucks that the devs didn't get to achieve their original vision, but what we got is still really good. It's just noticeable sometimes, you know? The fact there is such an emphasis on story and big cinematic set pieces is probably the reason behind whatever cut content there may or may not be, and if the price of that is a shorter experience, I'm not going to complain, because Primal Rift's story is honestly really good, better than it has any right to be in fact. Real care and attention was given to the characters. They all have clear motivations and personal histories, even minor ones who only appear for one or two scenes. Craig O'Dell, the lead, is a reluctant Special Forces operative dragged back into the game to support his family since running alligator tours just doesn't pay the bills quite like Spycraft does. But his interest in animals does mean he's singularly qualified to deal with the current dinosaur crisis. Carol Singh is a mad scientist, but she's not a monster. She was reluctant to turn the unfinished Rift on to begin with, and spends the rest of the game trying to undo her own mistakes. It's her that Craig and his fellow operatives have been sent to retrieve. Everything else about the situation is secondary, but the two are all that stands between the present day and the prehistoric flood pouring through the broken rift. James is the team lead. He's tough, he's gruff, he seems to have a history of getting in over his head, and he's too old for this dinosaur shit. And Dwayne is bald. Okay, not everyone is that fleshed out, but overall it's more than I expected, given so often the characters in these games feel as though they flashed into existence the second I hit start. Even Glenn Waldorp, the guy financing Dr. Singh's research, is shown to be a loving father despite only appearing for a single scene in the whole game. Craig, James, and Dwayne have a lot of rapport, and even get a little banter in before things go to hell. Where'd you learn to climb a pole like that? I learned it from watching your mum. I reckon I set myself up for that one. Indeed, it took me a full 20 minutes to get through the introduction because the game is so invested in setting the scene to give you a reason to care, and that's part of the reason why the sudden smash cut to credits is so surprising. The slow narrative pacing almost feels like a bait and switch. It calls back to Dino Crisis 1 and 2, Dino Crises, really well, but then adds on top of it by occasionally showing the outside world's reaction to what's going on. Primal Rift doesn't take place in some secret research lab in the middle of nowhere. This is the downtown of a major American city. All eyes are on the water pouring out of this random skyscraper, so in that respect, Primal Rift is basically Die Hard with dinosaurs, and I kept waiting for the chaos going on inside the building to spill out into the streets as it does in that movie, but it unfortunately never did, at least not in gameplay. It's nice to look at least. Primal Rift has a very eclectic art style made up of crunched down stock images and custom made sprites that on paper shouldn't work together, but do manage to achieve some level of stylistic consistency. The stock images are almost always reserved for the backgrounds, while the newly made artwork is used for character models and items and pickups. It's not exactly the same, but it brings to mind old fixed camera angle survival horror titles like the original Resident Evil trilogy or Dino Crisis 2, where there was always an obvious difference between the pre-rendered environments and the interactive 3D elements. The in-game character models are often quite simple, but the character portraits you see during cutscenes and the enemy spreads you get during combat are far more impressive, and go a long way in adding depth to the little dudes running back and forth across the screen. Compare the in-game sprite of Craig brandishing a weapon to him pulling the trigger during combat. It's night and day in terms of detail, but also consistent. This even extends to environmental complications. If you're hanging from a ladder, you'll see it during combat, which is a really nice touch. To offset that, the combat background is pretty whatever, but I think it works. The bold colours of the enemies make up for the vaporwave void stretching into the distance behind them, and the style does bring to mind Dino Crisis 2's arena-based arcade mode. The rest of the environments more than make up for it. Primal Rift definitely skews a little grey at times, which does help to highlight how bright the prehistoric interlopers are, just like in Dino Crisis. But there are bursts of colour here and there. Anytime you venture out onto a balcony, the city skyline bathes the game in gold. The flooded areas exchange the grey for blue, and there are hints of red all over the place, either from blood spilled by the rampaging dinosaurs, or banners hanging for an unfinished birthday party. Even the titular rift itself is an aggressive mass of purple. The flat grey tones do seem indicative of the building's power outage. The generator is now in the middle of a river after all, but there are some places where you can still turn the lights on, and they do come off as noticeably different, like the break room or Glenn Waldorp's office. Overall, it could definitely use a bit of prehistoric green as a contrast, but hey, so could Dino Crisis. I do really like the extra spreads you get during the big cinematic moments too. They add a little dynamism to the whole experience that make the set pieces really shine. The music is nothing to sneeze at either. The intro theme is half the reason the game was able to grab my attention so instantly. And without the music, the big scripted fights wouldn't hit quite so hard. I like that it's a mix of classic 16-bit beeps and boops. And more modern stuff. though oddly enough, I think I liked Craig's theme from the flashbacks most out of everything I heard. So yeah, thanks Bloke Chokum and Nasty Travis. It's nice that the game knows when to go quiet with the music too. Some rooms leave you in total silence, and that goes a long way in building mood. The rest of the sound design is more of a mixed bag. Mostly it's fine, the guns go bang, and the dinosaurs yell, and it's usually pretty chunky. But the footsteps, holy shit, the footsteps. Specifically these footsteps. Why is it mixed so loud? I can barely hear the music. And the way it's just the same effect over and over is awful. I hate this. It is the worst thing I have to say about the game though. Well, aside from the weird fucking rat. One of Dino Crisis 2's more memorable puzzles is a moment where a compy steals a keycard you need to progress right out of your hand, like a seagull? Like a seagull snatching a chip at the beach, and you have to spend the next several minutes chasing it into a corner in order to get it back. Primal Rift recreates this puzzle with one of the parts needed by Dr. Singh to repair the rift, only instead of a compy, the thing is stolen by this weird fucking rat that you have to chase all over the building. At the time of writing, I don't even know what this thing is, though at the time of recording this voiceover, I've since discovered it's apparently called Nocturnus, an animal that does not exist. It's a super cool, super serious Dino C, do not steal. You get the option to fight it for the part, but I decided to take the peaceful option instead, at least in this run. I figured you'd have to find a chunk of cheese to distract it or something, since up to that point the game had been pretty good at treating the prehistoric animals as animals rather than the monsters they usually presented as. But the solution was a lot more complicated than that. I'll leave the finer details of the quest for you to discover yourself, but upon returning with some not cheese, the weird rat did give up the part I needed, but also became a merchant? What? I didn't take it up on the offer, so maybe this is part of a secret joke ending I never found or something, and I really hope it is that, because it does not fit the tone the rest of Primal Rift is aiming for at all. The game can get pretty tongue-in-cheek at times, but it's not self-conscious about the stranger elements of its plot. The rift, the dinosaurs, and the flood are all treated with the seriousness they would be in real life. This is just absurd, and it didn't help that I found my way to this spot earlier in my playthrough, before discovering the weird fucked up rat, and ended up soft-locked on this platform because, for whatever reason, the way back down via this slippery dip doesn't activate until the boy has set up shop. In fairness, this was the only soft lock I came across, and it may be I'm just an idiot again, because this is the only jump you need to press interact on to actually perform. But either way, I really don't like much of anything to do with the rat, other than the quest to find the fucked up monkey plush to trade for the rift part. That was fine. It was even stranger for me because after I completed the sequence with the rat, I was catapulted straight into the climax, which treats itself with deathly seriousness. So the whole thing just gave me a major case of whiplash. But before I get into that, it's time for another spoiler break. So if Primal Rift has caught your attention and you want to stay pure, skip to here. I'll be listing all the reasons I hate this rat while you go. Number 1. He doesn't pilot a Utah raptor like Remy from Ratatouille. Primal Rift has at least 2 endings, though there could be more I haven't found. But before you can reach either finale, finale, you'll encounter survivors. The flooding from the rift took out most of the Waldorf workers on the lower floors, and the prehistoric beasts that the water brought along for the ride have cleaned up a fair few more, but there are still a couple of survivors to find around the map, and saving them, I'm pretty sure, increases your final rank. Sometimes that's as simple as telling them to head for the roof to await rescue, other times it's a bit more complicated. This construction worker in the dining hall is trapped until you find a way around to the fire escape and unlock the door for her, and James is on the verge of death from a sea scorpion sting sustained in the intro when you find him again later on. The game makes a quest out of finding a way to save him, though it doesn't make it easy by giving you 3 possible options to choose from: anti-toxin, anti-venom, and anti-poison. Well game, the joke's on you. Anti-poison is anti-toxin. Oh shit, he's dead. Saving the survivors is absolutely worth your time, because if you return to the roof once they're rescued, they'll give you extra goodies like gun upgrades and body armor. One of them gives you an electric mod for the SMG, which is fucking bonkers. But it's also worth it because I think it influences how much of the full epilogue you get at the end of the game, too. From the endings I've seen, Craig and Dr. Singh always survive, and you always get to see her recruitment by the government as a sequel hook for an eventual Primal Rift 2. But this scene where Craig is reunited with his wife and kid only happened on my first playthrough, though that may be because it's tied to the credits of the good ending. If you drag Dr. Singh out at gunpoint without repairing the disaster, the rift will go into meltdown and consume most of the building as you make your escape. Dr. Singh still gets away with everything, but the city is abandoned to the now unstoppable rift. The end. C rank. 1 point. It's a pretty striking image to end on, but it's not a very satisfying conclusion given how quickly you can find Dr. Singh after the introduction. If instead you agree to help her shut down the rift, you'll be given 2 options. You can find the parts yourself, which is what leads to the rat arc, or you can stay put at the rift and just send Dr. Singh out to do it herself. I was certain sending her would change the ending somehow, and I'm not unconvinced that wasn't the original plan, but choosing that option in the current build doesn't do anything. It just bypasses the final act of the game. Either way, after the parts are recovered, Craig will be lowered into the fray on a crane to perform the repairs on his own. Things are already pretty tense given you're dangling over the river rushing out of the rift, and given you've got one hand on the crane, if anything jumps out, you'll be forced to fight it without your strongest weapons. But then, the sea scorpion returns. The thing was basically indestructible in your first encounter with it at the beginning of the game. The most James was able to do was make a hairline crack in its exoskeleton while Craig and Dwayne were trying to climb to safety. And this time, you don't have them for support. Even with a game's worth of upgrades, Craig doesn't stand a chance. But then Dr. Singh jumps in with an assist. Not that it does much more than piss the thing off. Even when she does manage to widen the crack in its shell, and Craig is finally able to deal out some damage, the scorpion retreats into the water and drags Craig down with it. It carries Craig and the crane back through the rift into the ancient past. Oh shit! And then it drags him deeper underwater into the dark depths of the primordial flood. Oh shit! And then Craig stabs it right in the brain with a knife. A moment so awesome my recording of it genuinely corrupted. God damn it. You want to see it? You'll have to buy the game yourself. He swims to the surface and grabs the crane, but the scorpion's not done. It follows Craig back through the rift into the present, and then... Shut it down! Quick! Oh... And then that's it. Craig and Singh return to the roof and escape with the other survivors. The end. At least the epilogues are pretty substantial this time around. The government still gives Dr. Singh an offer she can't refuse, but this time Craig gets reunited with his family for a celebratory sausage sizzle back home. And you even get to see part of the cleanup operation over at the Waldorf building. You get closure on 2 characters who hadn't even appeared since the opening cutscene, and confirmation that the weird fucking rat survived. No! S rank, 19 points, hell yeah. It's a much more satisfying climax, but it also feels quite literally cut short. When the sea scorpion dragged Craig through the rift, I figured, oh shit, now we're going to get a second act set in the past. Like, I could see the possibilities unfurling before my very eyes. I was so excited. I was so ready. Never mind, the game is over. Fuck you. Speaking of missed opportunities, Craig's climb up the side of the Waldorf Ver building using the Titanoboa's corpse as a makeshift ladder, how's that for some house rules, becomes a bit of a news sensation, and it feels like it's setting up some future plot point involving his wife. But it's just dropped after this scene here where she sees it on TV. There is clearly more that this game was meant to be, and maybe some of that is included in content I haven't seen yet, but like I said, regardless of how many endings there are, it feels as though Primal Rift ends right when it hits its stride, and that's certainly a little disappointing, but it doesn't diminish all that came before. What's here is excellent, enough so that I'm eager to jump back in and see what I missed. So, once I'm done with that, I'll come back and let you know. Hey, future me, is there anything more to Primal Rift? Yes, and I'm not surprised I missed so much, because the game doesn't believe in holding your hand. I got my grubby mitts on a couple extra weapons, and a key that opened up the whole building that I completely missed on my recorded runs, and finally figured out how to get past the forklift on level 2. This was the only part in my playthrough where I was compelled to say, "What do you fucking mean, game?" Because I stumbled onto the solution by complete accident. This black void? This isn't a wall, this is a doorway. What the fuck? But I'll leave what's waiting on the other side for you to discover yourselves. I still haven't seen everything. This laptop remains a mystery to me, but after reading through the Steam discussions, I'm confident that I've seen enough to properly give my thoughts on the game. And those thoughts are, it's really fucking good. Primal Rift is the sort of game I was hoping to find when I set out to make this project. It takes what worked about Dino Crisis and gives it an old school top-down RPG makeover. I just wish there was more of it. More dinosaurs, more story, more set pieces, more stuff to do. Still, I'll take short and good over bad and endless any day. It's a steal at the price, only $6 Australian for 3 hours of quality gaming, so I can only imagine how much cheaper it is when you convert that to USD, or the pound, and it's worth every cent. It's a game that absolutely deserves more love too, so go buy it, go play it, have fun, support the devs so they can make more weird little games like this. Maybe a sequel. Please? Primal Rift also stands out to me specifically because it reminds me so much of the games I dabbled in making back when I was a teenager. One of the projects I started and ultimately abandoned was a 2D take on Resident Evil, and no joke, I had this opening shot of a helicopter zooming past a city skyline planned for that unfinished game. Like, it's almost one-to-one. There are other similarities too, like the tone of the writing, the cutesy anime art style juxtaposed with the extreme levels of gore, the big set-piece boss fights. This is like peering into an alternate timeline where I stuck with the hobby. It's so strange, but it's also everything I could have hoped for. Anyway, I really enjoyed my time with Primal Rift. It might be my favourite out of all the games I've played for this project so far, and thus goes straight to the top of D tier. D for Dinosaur. When I first started Creatures of War, I thought, holy shit, they've done it. It was another example of everything I was hoping to find in an indie dinosaur horror game. The gameplay was just the right mix of exploration and combat, the story was the perfect level of B-movie camp, the presentation walked the line between lush tropical island and gore-covered nightmare. It's even got some heft to it in terms of length. Creatures of War took me over 20 hours to complete, which doesn't just make it the longest game I've covered for this project, but for the entire channel. It should be the best of them. It should go right to the top of the tier list. In D, obviously. D for Dinosaur, but after completing the game, I just can't recommend it. It's not the worst thing I've played for this project. The good still does a lot to balance out the bad, but it may well be the most disappointing, because while it did reach the credits without slamming into a brick wall of a cliffhanger, it is still very clearly unfinished, and also appears to be abandoned. The last update was delivered in December 2024, and the devs have been quiet in the Steam discussion threads ever since, when previously they were pretty active, so I don't know what happened on their end, but as a player, you're better off spending your money and your time elsewhere. It may not even be safe to play anymore due to the recent Unity security issues, and as a result, I won't be dropping a spoiler break on this one. It's hardly the only reason to avoid Creatures of War in its current state though. The difficulty curve is more of a difficulty roller coaster. There are some parts that are just blatantly broken. The whole thing is a minefield of run-ending softlocks that I only managed to traverse unscathed through sheer dumb luck, and there are more bugs than you can shake a stick at. And I'm not talking about glitches like how switching weapons while climbing will drop you through the floor. I'm talking about the frankly upsetting amount of spiders. And yes, I know spiders are arachnids, you're very smart, it's a turn of phrase. I curse you with a bug on face while you sleep, imaginary pedant. So before I get stuck into this game, I want to put down a warning card in attack mode for any arachnophobes watching, because holy shit, this isn't a dinosaur game, or even a game with dinosaurs. It's a spider game with dinosaurs. They show up like 15 minutes in, and stay front and center right on through to the final boss 20 hours later, to the point that it's impossible for me to edit around them. One of the very first areas you go through is just a non-dinosaur pizza left spider-infested cave, so if that sounds like hell, maybe hide in the comments for this one. This might not give a Northern Journey a run for its money in terms of arachnid density, but fuck me, it's got to be up there. It's just an upsetting amount of spiders. Not that you'll know it when you first arrive. Creatures of War has a very familiar setup that's more reminiscent of Resident Evil 4 than Dino Crisis or Jurassic Park. The President's son has disappeared while on holiday with some friends on Coverest Island, Delta Squad has also vanished after being sent in to find him, and now hunky boy Mike Ludwig of Charlie Squad has been dispatched to figure out what the hell is going on. Mike barely makes it off the beach before a raptor shows up to ruin his night, and off we go. It's not just the setup that calls back to Resident Evil 4 either. Creatures of War is much more of an action thriller than a survival horror game too. It might be a 2D side-scroller, but the rhythms of combat match the faster, frenetic pace of Resident Evil's middle period right down to the laser sights on all the weapons. I should note now that I played the game with a controller because the mouse and keyboard controls felt a bit off, and key rebinding, what's that? Also, my keyboard is possessed, but that's not really Creatures of War's fault. That's an extra bug it got all for free. Aiming with the mouse probably is more accurate in the long run, but I never had any problems with the controller. There are some points where it doesn't matter where you're aiming anyway, only that you're pulling the trigger. There are so many triggers to pull, too. The roster of weapons is honestly insane. There are multiple handguns, shotguns, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, and assault rifles. Though weapons of the same type sharing ammunition does simplify things when it comes to actually picking what firearm to grab off the shelf. You get 4 weapon slots, 2 for pistols or the Magnum, and 2 for larger guns like a shotgun or a rifle, but they still also take up an inventory space each, so I usually just carried around a handgun and something a bit spicier to deal with the endless run of kill boxes into which I was funneled. There were so many weapons in fact that I didn't even get around to trying out all the ones I picked up, much less the ones only available to buy from the merchant. Most of them you can find in the wild anyway. The only gun I did end up buying was the Magnum, as a little treat for myself, and the game does a pretty good job of handing out the more powerful weapons as you progress deeper into the campaign, though, like every aspect of Creatures of War, it does eventually fall to pieces. Part of that I think comes down to the gun upgrade system, because, again, this is Resident Evil 4. The upgrades unlock as you progress through the game, usually when you complete another section of the island, and you're incentivized to buy them because you'll need the extra damage or larger magazines or faster reload speeds to keep up with the brutal enemy density of the second half. But they don't come cheap, nothing does in fact, which ties into the treasure economy where you're pushed into exploring for trinkets and shinies to sell for sacks of gold to afford supplies and upgrades because, as I keep saying, and I cannot stress it enough, this is just Resident Evil 4. But it's still not enough for everything. You can't experiment to see what works and what doesn't. The difficulty doesn't allow for that after a certain point. If you invest in a gun, you have to use it, which is why I was still using the Killer 11 in the final area of the game, despite picking it up in an aqueduct about an hour into the run. The game even describes it as a, quote, Cooper-plated gun, end quote. It's a professional. It could handle anything Creatures of War threw at it. I dumped just about everything I had into the starting shotgun because by the time I stumbled across its replacement, the upgraded Shotgun 1 had better stats than the unupgraded Shotgun 2, and I didn't feel I could survive the drop in damage and fire rate, even if, in the long run, switching over probably was the smarter play. There are some guns that just aren't worth upgrading at all either. The starting SMG is fine in Spider Hollow, but it's functionally useless by the time you reach the late game, and so was the starting shotgun ultimately. After dumping tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of gold into both guns, they just weren't enough to get through the final dungeon. I went into one late combat encounter with over 400 shotgun shells, and it wasn't enough to make it past the first wave of enemies, even when I switched over to Shotgun 2, but because I hadn't invested in it early, I didn't have the gold now to upgrade it to match the new extreme difficulty. In the end, I sold off both shotguns, and the SMG, and the sniper rifles, and the 20mm grenade launchers sitting in my item box, along with all of their ammo, and the treasures I'd been saving for a rainy day, just to buy the significantly more expensive upgrades for the assault rifle, the Magnum, and the 40mm grenade launcher. And it worked, but it left me flat broke. I can easily imagine how someone spreading the upgrades far and wide across the whole arsenal, or buying top-ups of ammunition for their favourite weapons, could be unwittingly soft-locked in a situation like this where they just don't have the firepower to continue. I suspect I only avoided the same fate because I hoarded ammunition like a goblin. Whenever I ran low on ammo for one of my mainstays, like Shotgun 1, I just switched over to the SMG until the reserves replenished naturally through enemy drops or exploration, and that arrangement was fine until the late game started throwing up brick walls and giving me the finger. The only time I ever bought ammo from the merchant was also here at the end, where I had no choice but to drop like 50k on 100 bullets for the assault rifle, or give up the run then and there. And what's crazy is that this isn't even one of the soft locks I mentioned at the top of this review. I'd be inclined to argue this sort of thing might even be baked into survival horror games to some degree. It certainly happened to me a lot as a kid on my first few runs of the classics, though that doesn't excuse the poor balancing here. It's just yet more evidence that Creatures of War released unfinished. It's annoying, but at least it's surmountable. But when you're not at the mercy of the treasure economy or spinning to win at gun upgrade roulette, the weapons are fine. There's no functional difference between any of them when it comes to aiming. The larger ones don't slow you down or anything like that, you just point and shoot. Once you pull the trigger, everything else comes down to stats. The only weapon type that really stands out is the sniper rifle. The 2D side-scroller perspective can't give you a proper scope, so instead it gives you free use of the camera to look ahead and see what's coming, which is a neat idea. I've never seen 2D snipers done that way before. It's very clunky though. The sensitivity is set to snail, so if you shoot an enemy at a distance, it's going to catch up to Mike long before the camera does. What's fun is that even if the enemy zooms out of sight, you can still shoot it if it's between the barrel of the rifle and whatever you happen to be looking at. I can't tell if that's a bug or not, but it did make me think, yeah, maybe they're onto something here. And then the enemy would catch up to me and I'd think, oh no, They actually don't. It's almost impossible not to take damage during combat in Creatures of War. Even if you sneak along with a gun drawn and keep an ear out for nearby enemies, they can still come flying in like a bullet to hit you before yours can even leave the barrel. You need to be on the move, but that can be difficult too when enemies attack from both sides, and while you do have the option to dodge, you can only do it 3 times before getting slapped with a cooldown. The first 2 replenish relatively quickly, but if you hit that 3rd dodge, the time it takes to reset balloons out of proportion, and I get this is to stop players spamming the button as though it's a Souls-like. However, again, it doesn't keep up with the difficulty curve. There's no way to upgrade how many dodges you can perform before Mike gets exhausted, any more than there's a way to increase your maximum health, which means in most situations, your only option is to run and save the dodges for when you're cornered, which simply isn't possible sometimes. At least the enemies don't deal constant damage on contact, they do have to pull off an attack to drop your health, but some of them involve barging in from off-screen to deal contact damage anyway, or they're so fast or so big that there's no way to escape their hitboxes before they initiate an attack, or they can snipe you from a distance with hard-to-see projectiles that have no maximum range, and running in unexplored areas usually spawns in more enemies, which can land you at the head of a conga line of lengths so epic it cannot be survived. Hell, sometimes single enemies were enough to put Mike in a box if I was low on health or ammo. By the halfway point, I'd learned to be sneaky in finding ways to deal with them. For example, you can jump, and they can't. You can close doors on them to stop them dead in their tracks while you take a moment to catch your breath. You can shoot up or downstairs, and even get enemies stuck if you stand in the right place. Enemies do not know how to deal with elevations in general, and while sometimes that can mean an easy kill from the high ground, it can also lead to them camping the top or bottom of a rope you need to climb to progress without taking fall damage. The movement upgrades you get can be used in a pinch to carry you out of a bad situation. In fact, the grappling hook is built into some of the boss arenas, so you're not completely fucked. You also have the option to shank the bastards if you deal enough damage, but it's only really useful in one-on-one fights or small groups. It is an instant kill on everything but the boss monsters, but it requires you stand in place for a few seconds while Mike delivers the killing blow, and other enemies won't give you the benefit of that personal space. They will keep attacking you, but if you don't start cutting arteries, the stunned enemies will just sit in place soaking up bullets while everyone else stays on the offensive. And because the prompt pops up pretty early, after a few seconds the stunned enemies will recover and jump right back into the fight with most of their health still intact. The only other ace up your sleeve are the traps. There are a whole bunch of them. Various types of grenades, tripwire bombs, little shuriken gun turrets, and they definitely got me out of a bind once or twice. Having the shuriken traps dealing out damage to stunned enemies while I was taking a moment to heal, or having a frost bomb slow down a wave of incoming raptors, gave me just enough wiggle room I needed to make it through both encounters alive. But you can't just throw them out like you can with the guns. These things you actually do have to aim, and even time, because a firebomb isn't going to be worth much if the enemy you want to burn has already charged out of its area of effect. You can have 2 equipped at a time, but like the dodges, they come with a cooldown, and like the weapons, they take up inventory slots, so they're never a sure bet. I didn't use them too much, honestly, usually only as a measure of last resort. Most ended up sold to the merchant so I could keep buying upgrades, or discarded outright because they took up too much space. The inventory is something else you never get the option to upgrade or expand. You start with 10 slots, but never gain any more. Space stayed at a premium from start to finish, and, again, almost led to a couple of soft locks. I made an effort to keep a few slots clean whenever exploring just in case I came across a key item that couldn't be ignored, and even then, sometimes health or ammo had to be sacrificed to pick the good shit up. At least most stuff stacks pretty high. Bullets especially can run up piles as big as 250. Healing items max out at 5, but that was enough in my experience. Speaking of which, for how many offensive items the game offers you, there are very few defensive ones. There are only 3, all of them different sizes of water bottle for Mike to rehydrate with after taking damage. It's done with the touch of a button, and it's fine. As with everything, the balance feels a little off in terms of drop rate, which is why I started hoarding all the medium-sized and big water bottles I found to save them for the late game. But you can always buy small ones from the merchant at the tram, so you'll never be completely screwed. They're just, you know, a lot of money for not much health. Like 1,000 gold for a single small water bottle? Between that and the weapon upgrades, it's no wonder Mike spent the whole game fucking broke, and all it takes to drain that investment dry is a single encounter with the titular monsters. Creatures of War has a pretty decent roster of enemies, but as with so many games I've covered in this project, very few of them are actually dinosaurs. You've got raptors, Utah raptors, compies, T-Rex, Allosaurus, Spinosaurus, and a Triceratops as the game's one and only herbivore. There are even sort of scientifically accurate Dilophosaurs running around. They're roughly the right size and they lack the Jurassic Park neck frills, but they still spit venom. Oh well. But you've also got giant wandering spiders, and oversized but not quite as giant black widows, and a whole lot of hybrid monsters. Dinosaur hybrids have been a surprisingly common theme across the games I've covered for this project. Not that you'd know that if you've been skipping the spoiler sections of each review, because I've been doing my best to keep them a dirty little disappointing secret, and I guess it's not exactly a stretch to jump on the idea for a horror story. Even the dinosaurs in the original Jurassic Park were technically hybrids before the franchise started getting weird with it in the World movies, but I feel there's a difference between taking some frog DNA to fill in a few gaps in a dinosaur's genetic sequence and whatever the fuck this thing is. A Tyrannovespula Rex? No, it's a giant Asian Hornoraptor. Obviously. That's the funny thing, there's only one actual purely dinosaur hybrid in Creatures of War, and it's this Spinosaurus? Sorry, it's an Amargonix, a Baryonyx mixed with an Amargasaurus. Of course, how silly of me. The rest are all insect or mammal or amphibian hybrids, like this guy. Oh, I get it. It's a wolf spider. Wrong. It's a bullet ant wolf. With a queen. Or what about this dude? A Pachycephala dragonfly? Nope. It's a Stygimoloch mixed with a scorpion. A Storpion. But then where did the wings come from? Or how about this thing? Which I guessed in my notes was a Dimetrodon shrimp with a huge lava cock that comes on you. I'm sorry past me, that's incorrect. It's actually a Dimetrodon crossed with a bombardier beetle, called a bombardier Dimetrodon, open parentheses, with a huge lava cock that comes on you, close parentheses. There's a saber-toothed Cryolopher cat at one point, and like, you do know Cryolophosaurus is called that because it was found in Antarctica, right? It didn't live in the cold like a saber-toothed you-know-what who fucking cares. And who could forget everyone's favourite genetically engineered offense to God? Missing. It's a poison dart frog mixed with a Pachycephalosaurus. So a Froggycephalosaurus? What's next? A Tricycloplots? A Muttaburra bumblebee? An Edmontoentomosaurus? A good joke? A lasting sense of happiness? A future worth living for? Oh shit, a Gastonia froghopper! Hell yeah! Guys, what the fuck is a froghopper? For that matter, what the fuck is a Gastonia? The final boss is also a big hybrid monster, perhaps unsurprisingly, and with a name like Arachnosaurus, you'll never guess what animals contributed to its genetic makeup. That's not even a spoiler, by the way. It's on the fucking Steam library banner. You know it's coming before you even boot the game. One thing I will say in Creatures of War's favour is that there are no dinosaur-human hybrids, and if you've been skipping the spoiler sections, take that comment how you will. Either way, I'm not a fan of hybrids in general. I think dinosaurs on their own are enough if you use them correctly. I think big bugs would be enough on their own too. But, alas, we have both. There are also a couple of non-hybrid, non-dinosaur prehistoric monsters that show up for a boss fight or whatever, and all of them are aquatic themed. Which is interesting, I guess. There's this Elasmosaurus, an ancient kind of caiman called Purosaurus brasiliensis that probably wasn't this big in real life, and yet another Titanoboa. Oh boy, we will get to him. I also find it funny that toucans are listed in the bestiary, but the cockatoos you can find in the Acid Lagoon aren't. There are so few of them that I can't even show you any. I killed them all in the recording that got corrupted, because this is Resident Evil 4, so the toucans and cockatoos drop ammo. But yeah, that's it. Another thing I will give Creatures of War is that it never resorts to a gunfight with enemy humans. That was definitely the right decision, but it also feels torn between a focus on dinosaurs or a focus on insects and arachnids. You can almost feel the developers fighting over it. Make it dinosaur. No, make it bug. And then King Solomon came in and was like, okay fine, we're doing both. That's how that story goes, right? Like, Creatures of War could have been nothing but dinosaurs, or nothing but bugs, and very little would have to change in terms of gameplay, the presentation, or even the plot. You could find replacements for the entire roster from either side of the argument. For example, the Storpion could just be a Stygimoloch, or the Hornoraptor could just be a Hornet, and I think the game would have been stronger for it. Having the dinosaur-insect hybrids may be unique, but it's not an idea that's secretly genius or inherently good. It's just novel because why would you? The funniest thing about all the hybrids to me is that you never encounter the animals they originate from. You never get into a battle with a big scorpion or a Pachycephalosaurus. And the beasts you do spend the whole game fighting generally aren't hybridized, with the exception of the raptors and the T-Rex and the spiders for the Arachnosaurus, I guess. As for how they fight you, it's largely immaterial. They may have to actually attack Mike to deal out damage, but they still just rush you down the second you catch their attention. Some getting close to bite or scratch, some lunge and leap, some hang back and spit venom, some charge in, some can fly, some stand in place and stomp the ground. But there's no single behavior that actually sets any of the enemies apart. Even the Titanoboa is just a reskin of the Elasmosaurus with a couple of extra attacks. The only exception might be the wandering spiders, which will lie in wait on ceilings and then drop down on Mike's head when he passes them by, something that you will learn to anticipate as the game goes on. Oh, and there was like one time when a raptor pounced on Mike and caused a QuickTime event like the danger moments in Dino Crisis, but that's it. Beyond a lack of unique enemy behaviors, there's no conflict between the different types either. The dinosaurs, the arachnids, and the hybrids only have it out for Mike. They'll never attack each other, which I think is a huge missed opportunity. Having warring enemy factions can add so much depth to combat, depth that Creatures of War absolutely could have benefited from, because in its absence, the only thing the game can think to do to add complexity to encounter design as the campaign goes on is throw more of the fuckers at you. They're so numerous by the late game that their sound cues become basically worthless. One aspect of survival horror Creatures of War does do really well is keeping the player aware of enemies through their off-screen vocalizations. You'll always know when they're around because they're not subtle about it. I learned to dread the hissing of the Utah raptors once I hit the mid-game. And the chirp of a Storpion's wings always got my hackles up. At some points, I'd hear some massive steppers in the distance and creep along wondering what the fuck is that? And inevitably it'd turn out to be a Triceratops or an Allosaurus. But until I laid eyes on the thing, it'd be pretty spooky. I wouldn't call any of the enemy vocalizations iconic, but they were distinct, and they did serve their purpose well, at least when I wasn't getting swarmed. Functional is probably the best word for it. All of Creatures of War's sound design is. The gunshots have a good amount of heft to them, the damage they deal feels thick and chunky, and the atmosphere, while generic, is effective. My favourite bit of sound design has to be the clip that plays whenever you take a sip of H2O. Like popping the top off a bottle of fizzy drink. It's so quenching. Every time I hear it, I start craving a nice cool drink of water. Speaking of... full marks for that. The voice acting is also very satisfying, though in a completely different way. It all captures the campy B-movie tone of Resident Evil, but sometimes that means silly but pretty good, as in Resident Evil 4.
Take that, you ugly freaks! Haha, that'll teach you to mess with Delta Squad!
Hey, you must be Trudy.
And you must be a fan of explosions. Who the fuck are you?
Mike from Charlie Squad. Command sent me to rally Delta and help you all find the VIP.
Is that right? Well, how's that been going for you so far, champ?
Hello? Is there someone out there? Please, get me out of here!
That must be the VIP. Hang on! I'm on my way!
Oh, thank God. I thought I was never gonna get out of there. Thank you, thank you, thank you!
This tech is way out of my league, which isn't usually a problem. But I don't have the proper tools with me. Whoever built this place really doesn't want people breaking in all willy-nilly.
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, hey Mike. We thought it'd be a good idea to check this place out while we were passing by. See exactly what the scientists were up to.
This place is locked up tight though. Even if I throw everything I got at it, it'll be a long while before we get in. If we're even able to get in at all.
You guys think the VIP somehow managed to break into this place?
I doubt it. This place is more fortified than Fort Knox.
And at others, that means the charming yet poorly translated clown world nonsense from the original 1996 classic.
The entire infrastructure is coming down on us. I woke up in the middle of the night when my entire room started shaking. Everything was knocked off of the shelves, including my microwave. It better not be broken. I woke up this morning and found that one of the giant ice columns had collapsed on 2 of the apartment houses. Thank God no one was stationed in either of those buildings, but how long do we truly have until the entire roof collapses on us? I know what Wrong is doing. He is cutting corners to get impossible tasks taken care of. He skipped so many precautionary steps that the entire cave infrastructure is now at risk.
The mixing is all over the place too. Sometimes it's really quiet, and other times it's super loud. There's a real vibe that the devs just grabbed who they could from around the office, and it would be very charming if not for the fact some of the performances aren't credited, and also aren't human.
Command, come in. I think I destroyed one of the radio jammers. Do you read? Over.
Good work, Mike. We read you loud and clear. What's your status? Over.
I wish I was making this up, Command, but Coverest Island is overrun by giant dinosaurs. Over.
Come again. You sounded like you said dinosaurs. Over.
I can't tell if that's text-to-speech or AI, but that motherfucker is not real. That is not a human being. Like, the second you realise that, and it's impossible not to because fucking listen to him, it puts every other uncredited performance in the game into doubt.
We do not want to draw too much attention to ourselves. You got it? Now from my understanding, things have gotten pretty bad out there. It is our job to tackle the outbreak as best as we can until further backup arrives.
There are so many characters, and they all have so much dialogue for a small indie game by an unknown team. Look at every other game in this project. None of them have this many speaking roles with so many lines, nor individual actors to fill them. And the one that comes the closest, Mission Dino Camp, only had money to burn on voice actors because it also had the backing of a big toy company. The rest of them only have a few recorded lines each, if they feature spoken dialogue at all. I would love to say the people behind Creatures of War hired a bunch of up-and-coming voice actors trying to break into the industry with a few indie game credits to plump up the portfolio, or at least grabbed who they could from amongst friends and family who were willing to do it for free, but without a complete cast list, I can't know for certain some of them aren't just the output of AI slop. Command is certainly not a real person, but with some of the others, it's hard to tell.
Personal log, John King, Swamp Medical Unit. It has been 2 weeks since they introduced the bullet wolf ants to the swamp. There have been over 30 deaths, and we have administered over a dozen patients suffering from stings, bites, and eviscerations. If they start killing everything around here and keep repopulating at this rate, we're all next. Once everything is stabilized, the remaining able-bodied men are going to try to reach the tram. If we can get into contact with the island military commander, perhaps we have a fighting chance.
The strange performances in a few of the audio logs might just be the result of an amateur having a microphone shoved in their face, or a deliberate stylistic choice.
This is Chief Construction Officer Ryan Wu. I have been pushed to collect as many fossils as I can and deliver them to the laboratory.
Some of the voice work has a slightly crusty quality indicative of poor recording conditions or equipment.
2100 hours. No one mentioned we'd be fighting any prehistoric creatures here. We tried radioing command for reinforcements, but something was screwing with our signal.
Which I don't think AI had learned to imitate by the time Creatures of War released. I don't know, and maybe I'm wrong about some of them not being real people. It could be some of the actors doubled up on roles and simply weren't credited for both in the cast list, or the names of the characters were changed during development and things weren't updated for the full release. This appears to have happened with at least one character, who you can see in the Steam update screen grabs, but never actually appears in the finished product, and the thank you screen from the demo pops up for like 1 frame when you boot the game. Creatures of War doesn't feature an AI warning on the Steam page, and it was released after that feature was implemented, so either I'm jumping at shadows because Command is voiced by a text-to-speech program, something that is an odd creative choice but at least ethical because the original actor got paid for their contributions, or the developers are lying about how much AI-generated stuff is present in the title. Given Creatures of War is such a big game, I guess it's not completely out of the question that the developers had money for a full voice cast, but they're also clearly willing to cut corners, so I don't know. Unless anyone who worked on it wants to set the record straight down in the comments, the answer's a pineapple. What it does mean is every other aspect of the presentation suddenly has to be viewed through the lens of, is this the output of AI? Unlike with the voice cast, a bunch of developers are credited. The game had an SFX guy, a composer, and a whole bunch of artists, so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on this one. There's a lot wrong with Creatures of War, but I don't want to toss accusations of AI slop onto that pile if there isn't any. Some of the voice acting just seems to be a bit wonky. I'm glad too, because the game looks really good. Everything pops, from the character sprites to the enemies to the items. Mike might be Leon with 5 o'clock shadow and even floppier hair, but he fits the role of hero really well. The rest of the humans are mostly Special Forces operatives dressed up in tactical armor, but even that evokes the SWORT team from Dino Crisis, and they do have little design elements to set them apart, like Senior's helmet. The enemies have a lot of detail to their sprites too. You can really feel how painful it must be for the hybrids to just exist, and the dinosaurs straddle the line between classic movie monster and accurate feathered animal really well. Coverest Island consists of multiple biomes, some of which really don't belong in the tropics, like this desert canyon and frozen mountain, but even the areas that fall into some variation of jungle come off as distinct. The swamp has a very different vibe to the jungle or the lagoon. You'll never mistake any one of them for the others. Creatures of War isn't afraid to throw in some colour too. The purple plants in the swamp and the coral reefs in the lagoon manage to be vibrant without sacrificing the action thriller tone. Before the place was overrun by dinosaurs and giant bugs, it seems Coverest Island was some sort of luxury resort, because you can find hotels and huts and bungalows all over the game, and you can tell which buildings were the cheap bookings and which were only for the ultra-rich too. I especially loved the underwater suites in the lagoon. The game even offers a few layers of history to work with. The laboratories scattered across Coverest Island seem a bit more recent than the resort complexes, but the colonial-era fortress in the canyon is clearly centuries older, and the ruins in the jungle were built even earlier than that. I love the little dinosaur carvings inside the ruins too. It really paints a picture that that these things have been hiding out here ever since the Cretaceous. The same way I love the mural of raptors painted on the wall of this bungalow in the early game. It's all a striking contrast to the white sterility of the laboratories, but even they aren't without a few environmental flourishes. The little egg handler things from Jurassic Park are here, and the final dungeon crescendos in a trip through a luxurious mansion that would make Oswell E. Spencer blush, and all of it is drenched in gore, even before you start blowing enemy heads off. The various nests you travel through are all distinct too. The hanging webs in Spider Hollow don't look much like the xenomorph eggs you can find in the bullet ant wolf nest, and the bombardier dimetrodons have these weird termite mound looking things that are, naturally, a little bit phallic. It's got really nice lighting too. It adds a lot to the atmosphere. I still found the night vision goggles kind of annoying to see with, but I do appreciate the detail of how they'll blow out the brightness if you keep them on in a well-lit area. The way sounds grow muffled and the screen turns grey the more damage Mike takes is nicely done too. It doesn't obstruct too much of the play space, and even distorted, you can still make out the sounds going on around you. It's probably not to everyone's tastes, but I didn't mind it. As for the music though, it was pretty whatever. After looking at so many asset flips throughout this project, Creatures of War was a joy to explore. The benefits of handcrafted sprites and environments are on display everywhere you go, if only because it all adheres to a consistent style. It's worth paying close attention to as well, because there are treasures to collect hidden absolutely everywhere, and they, more than anything in the game, made my brain light up with, ooh, shiny. Most of them are coins shoved into out-of-the-way places that you need to shoot down to pick up because, again, Resident Evil 4. But there are more impressive pieces to be found if you do a little exploring and open up the odd chest. There are model boats and antique cameras and gem-encrusted frogs, but the crown jewel of Creatures of War is a golden T-Rex skull with 9 empty slots for extra golden teeth to be collected from all over the map. Yeah, some of the treasures can be combined to make them more valuable, like this figurine you can find in the ruins that can be equipped with pieces of jade armor. And it's worth doing because you'll need the extra dosh for gun upgrades. It gives you a reason to explore beyond mere progression, but even just moving forward to see what interesting location you end up next is, in some ways, its own reward. Is it enough to sustain 20 hours of gameplay? Not really. The maps start off pretty manageable, but the deeper in you get, the bigger each biome becomes. It's a good variety of shapes at least. You're not just running right the whole game, but after a certain point I was just thinking, do we really need another abandoned facility full of side rooms and kill boxes? Creatures of War presents itself as a Metroidvania, and in some ways it is. It takes a few hours to get the tram network working so you can travel between maps, but once you do, you can technically go to any part of Curvarist Island you want. You just won't get very far into the late game areas like the canyon or the mountain because you're missing certain movement upgrades, or the game will throw enemies at you well beyond your ability to currently deal with. You barely step off the tram in the the mountains before a Utah raptor leaps in to block your way forward. So while you can technically go anywhere, there is a specific path the game has laid out for you in advance. And even once you do get all the movement upgrades, there are very few optional side areas for you to return to either. The largest is probably this weird mound in the jungle that nets you the figurine I mentioned earlier. There's an allosaur paddock in the starting area that you need to find some explosives to open up, and I like how there are multiple bombs to find in case you missed the one in Spider Caves, but it's still just a single boss arena. There's an underwater cave in the lagoon that can only be opened by flipping this switch all the way up in the top right corner of the map, but the best thing about it is the camera's desperate flight to keep up with what's going on. Once you get inside the cave, all you'll find is a sniper rifle, and the rest are just one-room detours you can clear in a second. There was also only like one secret at the very start of the game, and then Creatures of War just went, yeah, we're not doing that. The vast majority of every map is main quest content, and it's just so much for how basic the rhythms of gameplay are. It's the main reason why the combat became so frustrating by the end. There aren't even any puzzles to break up the fighting. There are keycards to find. In fact, collecting all 6 to disable the lasers at the entrance to the lab that serves as the final area is the biggest motivation to explore every corner of Coverest Island once you reunite Mike with all the missing members of Delta Squad, but that hardly counts as a puzzle. There's not even anything as simple as reading a note to find a passcode to unlock a door. There are some fun environmental shortcuts or asides, like here where you can grapple off this gondola to go treasure hunting in the canyon, but they're not really puzzles. It's just all combat all the time. Occasionally it will throw in a platforming set piece, but they're really no better. This one comes at the end of a ruined temple full of instant kill traps that you can't see even with night vision active, and, naturally, 7,000 enemies. What you have to do is jump down this shaft by hopping from the platforms on one side to the other until you reach the bottom. However, the jumping mechanics simply aren't built for that. If you pull off a running jump, Mike will sail a good 10 feet, but if there's a single pixel in his way, he'll come to a dead stop and fall straight down. Momentum and inertia be damned, which is actually how you're meant to start the puzzle, I'm pretty sure. You have to leap over to the right side of the shaft from the checkpoint, then slam him into the wall on the left so he drops down onto the platform below, but that's the only freebie you get. The rest of the jumps have to be pixel perfect. You have to dunk Mike into each of these holes back to back to back, and you have to do it on a time limit because there are instant kill spike traps hidden at the back of every single one of these nooks that will start winding up the second Mike's feet touch the stone. The game even has the gall to hide a golden tooth on one of them, which is just so cruel, but also undoubtedly satisfying to pick up. This is one of those moments where I'm not actually sure how I got through it. On one of the attempts I hit the bottom of the shaft and still died despite not being anywhere near the spikes underneath. I think I just got lucky. There's also this boulder run right out of Indiana Jones near the start of the game, which was a lot better, but no less deadly because I kept running Mike right off the end of the platform by missing the prompt to grab the zipline at its climax, and his knees cannot tank much fall damage. It also hides a couple of treasures along the way, and even involves the presence of enemies, which is pretty standard for most of the non-boss fight set pieces. Most of your trip through the lagoon is spent dodging this giant caiman, even if you can't do anything to damage it. I think it's a bit bullshit that it has a set number of lunges, so if you grab the ladder early, you'll just get chomped, but it's not too bad. And side note, but the swimming mechanics in this game are shockingly fine. You don't even have to go searching for some scuba gear because Mike arrived on Coverest Island with the equipment on hand, and the absence of any underwater enemies, aside from the big caiman, make it some of the most peaceful gameplay in Creatures of War. Anyway, there are also certain points where you'll come to an elevator or a gondola you have to ride while fighting off enemies, and the first one in the spider caves is fine. It goes on a little bit longer than it probably should, but whatever, it breaks things up a bit. It was nice enough that I actually completely forgot about it before going back over my notes before writing out this chapter of the video. The second one, however, I did not forget. I don't think I'll ever forget it. This gondola ride is the moment I fell out of love with Creatures of War. Up to that point, I was willing to overlook the jank. I'd been lucky in avoiding soft locks and game-breaking bugs, but this is where the fact the game is blatantly unfinished became impossible to ignore. Instead of a swarm of wandering spiders, this gondola ride pits you against a formation of flying bombardier Dimetrodons who are more than willing to live up to their name. They start blasting the second they spawn in, and they don't even need to be on screen to do it, much less telegraph the incoming attack. So you dodge, but in the time it takes Mike to get out of the way, the bastards are already winding up their next attack. You have maybe a second to return fire before you have to get out of the way again, which means if you show up with anything less than a hand cannon, you're just fucked. You can't even run back and forth along the platform to preserve Mike's stamina for dodges because the gondola is too short to throw off their bullshit aim. And that's only when you're dealing with them one at a time. Once they start showing up in pairs, it gets even worse. It's why I had to bring out the big guns. All my other weapons simply didn't have the damage output to down the bastards before reinforcements showed up to toss me in the garbage. But the worst part was the waiting. It's such a huge distance to the other side of the canyon, and the gondola is so slow. I was stuck here for like half an hour, but only because every attempt took multiple minutes to even reach the enemies. Half of every run was just spent waiting for the fucking gondola to reset, because it always spawns at the bottom of the canyon, which is not a problem unique to this specific section, but it was very frustrating. The way the camera pushes in to hide the fuckers toward the end is just bullshit too. Fuck off. Like, look at this. Look at how long it takes to travel the whole way, not even counting the extra weight up the top for the gondola to even arrive. Yep. We're just going to sit here until it's done. I'm not cutting away. Now imagine having to sit through that, in whole or in part, this many times. What do you mean it was only 4 deaths? It felt like so much more than that. The most frustrating thing about this set piece is that it isn't even an inherently bad idea. The environment looks great, I love the dinosaur bones baked into the wall of the canyon, and like the previous gondola ride in Spider Hell, it does break up the monotony of running and gunning. But it's so poorly balanced that it becomes insufferable. This absolutely needed a second pass of testing. This was not ready for publication, and nor is any part of the game after this point in my opinion. The very next section of the canyon has my least favourite combat encounter in the game, and believe me, it has some stiff fucking competition. But before I even get into that, we've still got one more gondola ride to suffer through. It comes halfway through the mountain area, and the second I saw it on the map, I thought, oh fuck, not again. What's it going to be this time? A squad of Utah Raptor paratroopers? A swarm of compies? Even more fucking bombardier Dimetrodons? Alright, come on, I'm ready, let's go. Oh. Well, that was nice. Ah! These 3 incredibly long, incredibly boring, incredibly frustrating gondola rides I feel are a symptom of Creatures of War's pacing problems. Some of the maps are so big for no good reason. I've already described how there are very few optional or secret areas, but there aren't even really any points where you slam up against a locked door and have to go to a different part of the island to find a key to open the way forward. It happens at the lab, but if you follow the story, you'll complete just about every map in its entirety as you come to it. I was only forced to come back to earlier maps to unlock story critical areas twice, and one of them wasn't even intentional on the game's part. I just missed this key in the lagoon on my first trip through, and had to come back for it at the very end of the playthrough when I needed the final card for the lab. I don't even know how I missed it. It's not exactly hidden. I guess I was just tired that evening. But I'm also glad I did, because that whole 3-hour recording session was lost to corruption, so at least I had a little of the lagoon saved to actually show off later on. But that was just a happy accident. If I'd been scrubbing the map like I normally do, I would have found it and finished the whole area in one go. The only intentional moment of Metroidvania design I encountered was in the swamp, when I arrived at this grove of banyan trees without the grapple, and was forced to go looking for it elsewhere, which also happened in that corrupted recording. But hey, you'll just have to take my word for it. Every other map I completed in one go, though maybe I just got lucky choosing the correct order. Either way, it's only a Metroidvania in the barest sense of the term, and the frustrating thing is, I can think of ways to keep the maps gigantic while streamlining the main progression path. As the game goes on and you find more members of Delta Squad, they end up joining the merchant in the tram, which is Creatures of War's take on a classic survival horror safe room. You won't ever really see them because, again, the game is broken and unfinished, but they are technically present. One of my biggest complaints about the story is the lack of characterization Delta Squad gets, and I think a way to add that depth could have been to give each member a side quest in a sectioned off corner of the map. There are already moments where you have to defend Senior in wave defense set pieces, so it's not like they'd be forced to hang back at the tram. tram. They could join Mike in the field in search of some treasure or a special gun or free upgrade or something, and that way you'd get to know them a little better while also trimming the fat from the main campaign, so that only completionist playthroughs hit the 20-hour mark. I'm sure it wouldn't fix everything about either the story or the map design, but I think it would be a step in the right direction. As it is, it's just too big, and this despite the maps lying to you about certain areas. They exist in the pause menu, but these underground tunnels in the Bullet Ant Wolf Hive and these underwater tunnels in the Coral Reef simply aren't there, which is certainly weird, but hardly the most frustrating bug in the game. One of the most common softlocks mentioned in Steam reviews and discussion threads is that sometimes everything in your inventory will just disappear when you reload a save. From what I gathered reading through the forum threads, it seems to be related to certain locations or levels, which is how I was ultimately able to avoid it. I only ever exited the game after saving at the first tram station in the swamp. I always made the extra effort to fast travel back over from wherever I happened to be because I knew when I came back to the game, my inventory would still be there. The devs seemed to be working on it before they disappeared, so it's possible it was fixed in the final update, but it's hard to tell. Either way, it's a run killer because Creatures of War doesn't feature manual saves, much less multiple save slots. You get one save file for the entire game, which means if you encounter a run-ending softlock, the only way to get around it is a total campaign restart. The devs were considering adding in manual save slots, but when the world needed them most, they vanished. And it's not the only issue they left unfixed either. The Bombardier Dimetrodons have a habit of phasing in and out of reality, enemies fall through the floor when you die, you can walk on thin air and get caught on nothing, you can even accidentally autosave yourself into a run-ending softlock. There's this one combat encounter in the mountains where an autosave triggers right before the tide sweeps in to wash you back to the last checkpoint. But if you retreat the way you came to escape the onrushing tsunami of enemies, the autosave will trigger again, setting any wasted ammo and health in stone, but preserving the undefeated monsters for the next go-around. And because of the quirks of the combat mechanics when faced with large groups of enemies, the result is a lot of stunned creatures of war, but not many dead ones. So they overwhelm you, and you respawn with half as many supplies, but just as many monsters to deal with. I genuinely thought I was fucked at this point. It was only by virtue of being a little loot goblin that I had stronger weapons and ammunition for them waiting back at the tram that I was able to brute force my way through it. Even then, this whole area is fucked. I killed the lot of the enemies that try to ambush you here, but on a return trip they still popped in to haunt me from beyond the grave, at least until I once again returned to the tram and banished them back to hell. Anyway, this was the only time I noticed the autosaves fucking me over, but I'm sure there are other encounters where enemies can back you up against a wall the same way, especially past the halfway point. The first few areas could be frustrating, and they're not without their share of bugs or softlocks. For example, you can't shoot when you're next to a door, but they at least felt balanced. Once you hit the jungle, the game starts unraveling until the jank climaxes in a series of combat trials in the final dungeon, but you'll probably burn out long before then at this fight in the canyons. The Titanoboa boss fight comes directly after your ride on the gondola from hell, and it is without question Creatures of War's lowest moment. It takes place in this ancient mine sewer. You ride a platform floating on top of the effluents as the big snake tries to take you down, a fight you've technically already fought back in Spider Hollow against the Elasmosaurus. They have the same long boy body and the same attacks. Where they differ is the platform in the Titanoboa arena moves through multiple phases, and it's the transition between the first two that makes it next to impossible. The first part of the fight is fine, I guess. It can whip its head at you, spit venom at you, and stab down from the ceiling once you deal enough damage and the platform starts moving. The last attack is an absolute bastard to avoid. I never got the timing on it right. It always seemed to catch Mike no matter where I moved him on the platform unless I was dodging, and I couldn't keep that up because he has the stamina of a slug. Anyway, it means the Titanoboa will have you on the back foot when phase 2 starts, and Hey devs, yeah, quick question, what the fuck is this? How the fuck are you meant to dodge that? I'm sorry, did I say stop? Jesus Christ, no wonder I was fucking angry. This attack is bullshit. Usually the Venom strike has a telegraph. You can see it here in phase 1 of the fight. But when the snake pulls off the 360 no-scope from off screen on arriving at phase 2, there's nothing you can do to avoid it, even if you know it's coming. Right before the snake hits the fuck you I win button, you have to spend a little while dodging the ceiling strikes, so there's no way to get into an optimal position without taking damage. And even if you do get lucky on the timing, the second phase introduces the thing's tail, which will slap back and forth across the platform to drain even more of Mike's health and stamina. If you have a spare dodge, and if you time it exactly right, you can avoid getting taken out by the Venom. And if you're at full health, like absolute tippy top of the bar, you can tank the shot and maybe guzzle a bottle of Mount Franklin spring water before the tail slaps you off the platform. And if you do get the perfect run on the phase change and happen to start moving at the exact right moment, you can sprint out of its way. But good luck. Even knowing it was coming, even knowing how to avoid it, the Venom still got me in just about every attempt. This fight would still be annoying without it, thanks to the tail just draining away your health in the second half. But the Venom attack is blatantly unfair, and is the main reason this fight took me over 40 minutes to complete. It's like the game heard me thinking, surely it can't get any worse than the gondola, and took it personally. But the worst part was, sometimes it just didn't trigger, and yet I'd still die almost instantly to the tail anyway. And as with all the boss battles in this game, the solution was to show up with bigger, stronger guns, and an inventory full of water bottles, and just hope the Venom strike missed. Not even the Magnum was enough to get me through the fight. I had to bust out the Dreadnought grenade launcher and upgrade it multiple times in order to deal out damage fast enough to leave me with a decent stock of health by the time I reached phase 2. Even then I had to spam frost grenades at the bastard to get him to chill the fuck out so I could actually hit him, and even if you do make it that far, the tail hangs around for the rest of the fight, making it that much harder to dodge the ceiling strikes. I fucking hate this fight. It's such an aggressive example of why Creatures of War really wasn't ready for release, but some people never even made it this far. Multiple Steam reviews say they were hit with an even earlier soft lock, one that I barely avoided myself with the other iteration of this boss fight. At the end of the spider caves in the early game, you come to a tram right before the boss fight with the Elasmosaurus. It's pretty tough for where you are at that point in the game, but it's fair, so I don't have any issues with it. But after that, you encounter Senior, and have to protect him in a wave defense set piece while he gets the tram station working. And then, you and the other members of Delta Squad you've saved head over to the laboratory, only to be hit with a wall of lasers, and then Senior fixes the fast travel system in the tram to open up the rest of the game. And if you quit at any point between initiating the Elasmosaurus boss fight and Senior activating the fast travel system, the run is fucked. You'll respawn back before the Elasmosaurus fight without the option to fast travel, and since the game will count the boss as defeated, you won't even be able to repeat it. The only way to undo the mistake is a full run reset. It's a trap I almost fell into myself. I was so close to quitting when I got to the lab for the first time, because I'd been playing for over 3 hours and wanted a break. It was only my curiosity to check out the other areas of the island that kept me playing long enough to save the game safely at the swamp. If not for that, I'd have been sent back to New Game as well. And the reason is because the game doesn't save on fast travel. It only saves when the icon pops up in the corner, and it simply doesn't at any point between the end of the Elasmosaurus fight and your first use of the fast travel system. I was very nearly caught by a similar soft lock 17 hours later in the final area during these combat trials. As part of the final dungeon, you need to find a card to extend some walkways, and one of them is hidden amongst these 3 combat trials. These are the fights I mentioned earlier, where I was forced to sell off most of my weapons and all of their ammo supplies to stock up on upgrades for the assault rifle and the Magnum and the Dreadnought. Even ignoring the enemy density in these fights, I swear the ones here have health buffs compared to the regular monsters. They never needed this much firepower to bring down before. Anyway, the enemies come in waves. Each time you bring down another lot, the next set of shutters open up and the nightmare begins anew. In order to make it through the fights alive, I had to arm myself to the teeth. I left no inventory slot unfilled, and I couldn't afford to discard Magnum rounds or grenades to pick up extra loot in the arenas, but I also couldn't afford to leave them behind because if you do return to the tram at any point, the shutters in the combat arenas reset and lock whatever's left behind them away for good. I was so scared that the keycard I needed to progress was locked behind one of these shutters. I thought I'd completely fucked myself right at the end of the game, and that I was going to have to cut this review short, but thankfully I found it in the last combat trial. It was a 50-50 shot, a complete coin toss of a moment where I just happened to come up lucky. If I'd brought the big guns to the extreme weather trial first instead of the Raptor trial, then that would have been it. You see what I mean? It's a fucking minefield of a game that I only got through by luck and perseverance. I simply can't recommend it in its current state, even if there is still a lot about Creatures of War I really like, not least of all how well it evokes both Jurassic Park and Dino Crisis. It might have more in common with Resident Evil 4 overall, but there are little moments that bring to mind those other franchises in really fun ways. The tropical resort overrun with dinosaurs is very Jurassic Park adjacent, and the bland white halls of the laboratories remind me of Ibis Island's secret research facilities from Dino Crisis. It's also very reminiscent of The Lost World for the PS1, like if you took the idea of a dinosaur horror side-scroller and actually gave it a proper focus. Sort of. So I guess what I'm saying is Creatures of War is Dino Defender. There's one boss fight against a pair of T-Rexes that's just like the PS1 game, which is great, and another optional encounter at the very end where you're thrown into an arena with a Tyrannosaurus and a Spinosaur, and while they don't fight each other, the spectacle of it is so pitch perfect. And yeah, it's not much of a horror game, but it does have its moments, especially early on. You've got the classic T-Rex peeping in through the window bit, and since the other 3 Tyrannosaurs you encounter are held in captivity, it means this lad is AWOL somewhere on Coverest Island. You never meet him again. Certain darker areas definitely have horror vibes, and if you're an arachnophobe, then welcome to hell. Eventually the combat encounters do skew too far into action for the horror atmosphere to stick around, but it does sort of return in the final dungeon when the laboratory turns into a dark and dingy mansion, for a little while at least. There are just moments where you can see the spark of what Creatures of War could have been were it finished, and as far as indie dinosaur horror games go, it might have been the best of them, at least of the ones released before 2025. Unfortunately, in its current state, the only thing it really has over every other game in this project is a complete story. Despite the setup being Resident Evil 4 in all but name, Creatures of War actually manages to sidestep several of that game's narrative pitfalls. One of the biggest being Tyler, the president's son, doesn't spend the whole game getting repeatedly kidnapped and rescued like RE4's Ashley Graham did. You only find him right at the end of the second act, and while he is almost immediately kidnapped again right after, he's not even really the focus of the plot anyway. The vast majority of Creatures of War is spent searching for Delta Squad. When Mike first arrives, you have no idea where any of them could be, which is not helped by the fact someone set up a radio jammer close to the beach. Taking it down puts you in contact with Dre, and he's the one to put you on the trail of the others. You find Derek at the top of Spider Hollow, and Senior down the bottom, though you're too late to rescue Junior. That's not a mistake, by the way, they do call him Junior.
Junior?
Junior and Apollo were hurt pretty bad.
I don't know why. My best guess is it's a translation thing. I'm not actually sure where Chaos Entertainment are from, or where Creatures of War is set. The ruins all over the island are Mesoamerican, but the presence of tigers suggests it's meant to be somewhere in Asia, and I don't even know where the name Coverist might come from. Ibis Island from Dino Crisis was the same, so I guess that's another little bit of spiritual connective tissue between the two games. Anyway, Unya's dead, and what's more, he's been shot with a gun. These raptors are fucking packing. Not really, but it does mean one of Delta Squad is a rat, and all signs point to Apollo. Reuniting with Senior at the bottom of Spider Hollow and joining him and Derek at the lab is where you enter the game's second act, and most of it is spent hot on Apollo's heels. According to Senior, he was also injured, presumably by Unya during his murder, and so went in search of Mia, the team's medic. Dre, who you meet in the swamp, lets you know where to find her, in the lagoon, locked in a room behind a bunch of Utah raptors. And I wish I could show you the cutscene because it is insane. Mia shoots Mike in the face when he busts through the door, and after patching him up, they have a whole argument about whose fault it was before she gives him the grappling hook, and he sends her back to the tram to join the rest of the survivors. I could not believe what I was watching. It was wild, and I'm so mad that the recording corrupted, but I'm also not playing through another 7 hours of Creatures of War to re-record it, so I guess that one goes to the grave with me. I can't even show you Dre telling Mike where to find Mia, because that was in the same recording that got lost too. Anyway, Mia does confirm that Apollo came looking for her, and that she patched him up before he locked her in the room and moved on. You find Trudy in the jungle blasting Utah raptors to bits, and this cutscene I do actually have recorded.
Take that, you ugly freaks! Haha, that'll teach you to mess with Delta Squad.
Hey, you must be Trudy.
And you must be a fan of explosions. Who the fuck are you?
She doesn't know where Apollo is, but she does know where Ramon was headed, and it turns out the two are one and the same. Both went to Freefall Canyon, though only one of them made it out alive. You find Ramon at the gondola dying from wounds sustained in his own battle with the Titanoboa, or at least you're meant to.
My god. Ramon?
Huh? Who's there?
It's not important. What's important is that we get you somewhere safe. You look like you've been through hell.
You should see the other guy.
God, it never fucking ends with this bit, does it?
What the hell happened to you?
I got into a fight with a big-ass dinosaur. I won.
Actually, Ramon, Titanoboas aren't dinosaurs. They're giant snakes. In fact, did you know? Anyway, Ramon doesn't know what's become of Apollo, but he does know where to find the president's son. And right after he gives Mike the information, he dies. But at least Derek seems happy to know they've almost found the VIP.
Oh, hell yeah. Music to my ears.
It takes a lot of pain to get there, but you do find Tyler locked in a cupboard at the end of Freefall Canyon.
Oh, thank God. I thought I was never gonna get out of there. Thank you, thank you, thank you!
Another way Tyler differs from Ashley Graham is that he's actually been surviving on his own ever since his friends left him to die when the monsters showed up, rather than held captive by them. It was actually Apollo who locked him in the cupboard, which leaves Mike and the gang with a choice. Take Tyler and get the fuck off Coverist Island, or track down Apollo and get some answers. It's honestly really nice to see the whole squad present in the tram for this cutscene, because you very rarely get to see your teammates in the same location in Creatures of War. I think they are technically meant to be aboard the tram, like I said. They certainly act like they're present the whole time, and Senior's the one technically upgrading your weapons after all, but outside of cutscenes they vanish. Anyway, Derek is happy to leave Apollo to die for killing Unya, and Tyler is more than ready to say goodbye to Coverist Island, but the rest of Delta Squad sides with Mike.
You can't be serious. Oh, just wait until I tell my dad about this.
And thanks to a keycard Mike found by Tyler's cupboard, he knows exactly where to start looking for Apollo. The search takes you to the frozen peaks, and it's at the mountain summit where you finally get some concrete answers on what's going on. But all through the game there are notes and audio logs to collect that paint a picture of what Coverest Island was like before everything went to hell. Aside from operating multiple resorts across the island, Constituent Inc. seems to be behind the dinosaur, insect, and dinosaur-insect shenanigans at the heart of the game's combat loop. One Dr. Nicholas Hawking seems to be responsible for many of the game's monsters, and may well be the biggest one himself. Multiple notes and audio logs mention how he was willing to climb a mountain of corpses to get what he wanted, which appears to be a marketable attack raptor. The dinosaurs haven't just survived into the present day, or been revived through experimenting on the wealth of fossils located within Coverest Island. It's honestly really unclear which it is. They've been enhanced through Hawking's experiments to make them stronger, more aggressive, and even better hunters, which neatly handwaves any scientific inaccuracies, and also gives us a villain, even if he's an absent one. There is, however, this old guy who operates the tram and acts as the merchant throughout the game. He's actually the first person you meet when you arrive, and I've played a game or two. The mysterious stranger who's survived in an extremely dangerous environment with no apparent combat skills or connection to what's going on. Talk of a mad scientist running monstrous experiments as part of the backstory. What if they're the same person? Have you ever seen Nicholas Hawking and this guy in the same room? The merchant barely has any presence in the plot after his introduction anyway. He doesn't even have a name, but he's always there, happy to sell you a bottle of water or some ammo at stadium prices. He's obviously the villain, right? Nicholas Hawking in disguise? Well, at the top of Frozen Peak, you get your answer. You find Apollo's corpse, and it turns out he was not the traitor some suspected he was. Instead, he was trying to lay low and gather evidence on the real company asset that had infiltrated Delta Squad, just going about it in the most conspicuous and suspicious way possible. Something even Mike brings up while listening to his final statement.
After he saw me witness Junior's murder, he started firing at me too. That asshole got a couple good shots on me. I'm afraid I'll bleed out soon if I don't get this treated. So, whether I trust her or not, I'm gonna have to go see Mia. But I'll be damn sure to keep my mouth shut.
Damn it, Apollo! You should have told someone this. We would have been on your side.
Which, as always, does not excuse the poor character writing because the developers could have made it better and simply chose not to. Drawing attention to it doesn't bring you in on the joke, it's still just bad, but at least Apollo does reveal the identity of the true villain, and it's not Nicholas Horney. Fucking what? And it's not Nicholas Hawking, or Larry Beitman, or any named employee of Constituent Inc. Creatures of War's true villain is, in fact, Derek. Damn. My money was on the merchant. At the time, the twist caught me by surprise, but that might be because I couldn't even remember who Derek was after taking a 2-week break between recording sessions. In hindsight, it's extremely obvious. You're telling me the one member of Delta Squad who wants to leave, whose entire personality is arsehole when everyone else is the sweetest Special Forces operative you'll ever meet, is the traitor? It's so obvious an answer that it loops back around to being a surprise, like how in Ice Station Zebra the Russian spy...
You think he was put here to spy on us?
Turned out to be a Russian spy, when it's obviously meant to be Captain Anders' overly chipper off cider. I watched that film months ago and I'm still fucking mad. I still can't believe it. Come back from the dead and go make the movie again, John. I would have chosen every other member of Delta Squad, and even the fucking merchant over Derek being the mole, because the other characters at least have a semblance of a personality. Senior's an old bag and good with machines. Dre is constantly on the verge of death from every injury a raptor can inflict upon a person. Trudy's kill crazy and cockney for some reason. Mia's got some cover being the team medic. Even the merchant has a little mystery to him, being the only surviving civilian on this island of monsters. Derek is just Derek. And yeah, it's not fundamentally any different a twist than Albert Wesker turning out to be the villain in the original Resident Evil, but storytelling in video games was young enough in 1996 that you could get away with such an obvious plot beat back then. I think it also exemplifies Creatures of War's writing issues overall too. From the plot to the characterization, everything is so shallow. You don't need to spend extra time talking to any of these people because you learn everything there is to know about them from their introductory cutscenes. I still do wish you did get to know them more, if only to give the final act a bit more weight in terms of plot, but it wouldn't be necessary. They don't have secret backstories in need of resolution. They have cues to hit, and they hit them well enough, but it's not engaging the way campy B-movie horror is capable of being. It's not even wholly original. You can tell which characters from other more famous games this cast of randos was stitched together from. Mike is Leon S. Kennedy, Derek is Albert Wesker, Command is Colonel Campbell, Ramon is Richard, the Merchant is... well... the Merchant, which is fine, that could work, but it's not enough to sustain Creatures of War for its 20-hour runtime any more than its gameplay loop can. It's why I wish there were side missions in sectioned off areas of the map with members of Delta Squad. It would tighten up the main progression path and introduce some depth into the writing. Maybe by leaving a squad mate's side mission incomplete, they could be killed during the climax, a la Mass Effect 2's suicide mission. As it is, the story just randomly pops up every couple of hours like a jump scare until you find Apollo's corpse, and suddenly Creatures of War shifts from Resident Evil 4 to Metal Gear Solid. Probably the most shocking revelation Apollo has to offer is that Nicholas Hawking wasn't interested in Derek's suggestion of a human-dinosaur hybrid.
He tried to convince them to begin doing experiments on live human subjects, but the head scientist wasn't having any of it.
Fucking finally, a mad scientist of culture. But it didn't stick. All Derek needed was the right test subject, and Tyler Sinclair fits the bill. He's not trying to kill the president's son, he's going to turn him into a Twinkosaurus. And naturally, he's already abducted Tyler by the time Mike gets back to the tram.
Where is the rest of Delta Squad? Where did the VIP go?
Derek told everybody that the VIP would be safer at the lab entrance we found earlier. He said the tram was getting crowded, and the lasers would chop through any creatures that tried to squeeze through.
And you all just believed him?
I mean, it kinda made sense.
Anyway, they hurl insults through the lasers for a little bit.
You weren't supposed to follow me here. I ordered you all to stay in the tram.
We weren't gonna stand around in that cramped train car and split the squad up again.
Yeah, especially when we finally got the VIP under our protection. Where are you even taking him? Because I highly doubt your bullshit about finding another way off this island.
That's because he has other plans for the president's son.
Mike, let me guess. You found Apollo.
Yeah, and he said you were the one who killed Junior. You wanted him dead after he caught you listening to a constituent audio log with instructions directed towards you. And then you shot Apollo after he witnessed the murder. He didn't know who to trust after that.
Wait, you killed Junior?
I knew I couldn't trust you.
Apollo's notes prove that Derek has been working for Constituent Inc. this entire time. The same bastards who created all these monsters. All along, he was planning on kidnapping the president's son to use him for a fucked up science experiment.
What is wrong with you, man?
You're a sick son of a bitch.
Why are you doing all of this?
I'm doing this for a purpose far greater than all of your meaningless lives. Constituent Inc. is on the cutting edge of technology. We can make scientific advancements that will change the world.
The work that's being done on this island will only be a setback for humanity, not an advancement. We'd all be running for our lives or fighting to the death. Nobody wins.
We're not going to let you get away with what you've done, Derek. So just hand over the VIP now, before anyone gets hurt.
To hell with you, Mike. Why did you have to poke your nose around where it didn't belong? Do you know how long this took for me to orchestrate?
Fuck your orchestra, man. This ain't a symphony.
And then Derek starts hurling bullets. He blows Trudy's head off and retreats deeper into the lab with Tyler. Holy shit, stuff is actually happening. And then the plot grinds to a halt so you can go collect any remaining keycards you need to disable the lasers and enter the lab, assuming you even survive the cutscene with all these enemies spawn camping you. Lasers chopping shit up my ass. What a thrill? I'd been pretty diligent in collecting the keycards, but I'd missed the one in the lagoon, which sent me on an hour-long detour through the rest of that section of Coverest Island to find it. And I almost wonder if that's the intended progression. Like, the first act is getting the tram fully operational, the second act is finding the rest of Delta Squad, and then the final act is collecting the keycards to travel through the lab. Because it certainly feels that way with the swamp and the jungle and the lagoon. You don't need to complete them on your first trip through. In fact, I couldn't when it came to the swamp. Like I mentioned, I got stuck at these banyan trees, and not just because I kept having flashbacks to Lost Via Domus. If so, though, I think it was the wrong call. To have the plot suddenly ramp up toward a climax, and then stop dead in its tracks for you to complete your keycard collection is such narrative whiplash it hurts, especially when you consider the laboratory is by far the largest map in the game. When I returned to the lab with all the keycards in hand, I thought, how much longer could this game be? I'll bash it out in another hour and call it a night. But then I looked at the map, and had decided to let it go for the day. I do wonder if the game has alternate dialogue if you arrive with all the keycards in your inventory, but even if it does, I imagine it's pretty jank. I'm glad I did put the lab off for another day too, because it took another 2.5 hours to complete, much of which was spent bashing my head up against those 3 combat trials I mentioned earlier. I didn't even bring up how the game glitched out and wouldn't let me attempt them more than once. Every time I died, the elevators down to the trials no longer offered the prompt. For a few minutes there I thought I'd been soft-locked yet again, or that they were optional. But no, and visiting the tram fixed it. So there you go. Another janky mystery for the ages. Before that death march though, you do find and rescue Tyler from this big vat of dinosaur juice. It's one of those wave defense sections where you have to defend Senior while he works from hordes of enemies, and with how much heat I was packing by that point, they barely ever touched me. The cutscene did bug out and restart when all the bodies despawned though.
I'll get in contact with the rest of Delta and have them fall back to your location.
I got the machine to power down. I just need to break him out. I got it. Stand back. Gotcha.
How's he doing?
He's breathing, but he's cold and wet. I need to bring him back to the tram and get him warmed up, ASAP.
Did the machine do anything to him?
I'm not sure.
Oh, fuck. Take the VIP back to the tram, and radio command when you get the chance. The coast should be clear now. I'll get in contact with the rest of Delta, and have them fall back to your location.
Whatever, at least that's charming. Getting past the combat trials is what finally lands you in the secret mansion area of the laboratory, which I guess is meant to be the executive suite, and it's there you finally get some answers about what happened to Nicholas Hawking. He's gone. He's been gone since before the game started, and so is Dr. Yu Wu, his insect-obsessed rival. According to Larry Beitman, who I think is meant to be Constituent Inc. CEO, they had to be separated because they kept being little piss babies about their research.
Both working within a small proximity of one another is going to lead to complications. As luck would have it, Dr. Wu has requested a transfer to another facility, one that is nearby to millions of insect species.
Dude, that's everywhere. I wonder if these coordinates on the notes match the coordinates on some of the maps. Like, there's an even deeper layer to this game. I'm never playing it again to find out, so I guess we'll never know. Searching the laboratory thoroughly also reveals that the hybrids are naturally occurring to some extent. The bullet ants native to Coverest Island can just do that with other animals, apparently, which Constituent Inc. was only too happy to give a little genetically engineered nudge to create the ultimate life form. Honestly, I've got to respect creatures of war jumping through so many hoops to justify the hybrids when they could have just left it at, we created an abomination of science. It's so unnecessary, but it adds a little spice that these dumb hybrid plot points are usually missing. Anyway, I never got to hear the end of that audio log about Hawking and Wu butting heads because I accidentally triggered a cutscene in the middle of it all. Mike finally catches up with Mia and Dre, who, of course, course split up from him when he turned off the lasers at the start of the laboratory and have been in the shit ever since. So Mike is like, that's it, back to the tram with both of you, while he continues on alone into the Titan labs.
Both of you, head back to the tram and protect the VIP.
And you're gonna chase him down on your own? No way. I'm going with you.
Enough! Your job here is done, Delta.
This is the lowest level of the facility, and it's actually able to pull off a victory lap of sorts for the gameplay loop, if only by not swarming the player with multiple waves of overpowered enemies. The only things left down here are boss monsters, allosaurs and triceratopses, and even a second cryolophocat, and it's actually pretty fun. There's a handful of last-minute secrets to find, one last tram stop to upgrade your shit, even that optional combat trial where you're sent into a fight against both a T-Rex and a Spinosaurus. But the biggest surprise comes with the revelation that Nicholas Hawking betrayed Constituent Inc., stole all his research from them, and dipped for parts unknown, which seems like it should be setting up some sort of twist, some grand revelation that the merchant was indeed Nicholas Hawking all along. But he still isn't. Hawking still never appears. He's just a voice in some audio logs and a name in some files that Chaos Entertainment can save for a sequel that will probably never happen. At the end of the laboratory, you finally catch up with Derek, and it goes about how you'd expect.
Why don't you get down from there, so we can talk this through? No one else needs to get hurt.
The time for diplomacy has ended.
It's all very Chris and Wesker bantering at the end of Resident Evil, right down to the way Derek unleashes the Arachnosaurus to take Mike down. And as far as boss fights go, it's no different than the allosaurs or triceratopses you've been fighting the whole game. The only thing that really sets it apart is its insane damage output and stupid amounts of health. It's nothing a handful of grenades can't deal with at this point though, especially with all the upgrades I pumped into the thing. Only they don't bring it down. All they do is piss it off. It grabs Derek, busts through a wall of the laboratory, and Mike gives chase. It's a short run to the next phase of the fight, and there are a bunch of goodies to grab along the way. The game has never been this generous before, but you'll need the extra health and ammo to bring the Arachnosaur down. There's also this one final audio log from Yu Wu, and dude, I don't know about that voice.
Dr. Yu Wu, lead geneticist for Constituent Inc. The first major undertaking upon arriving on this island was to create large dinosaurs. Initially, the dinosaurs were thought of as ideal candidates to become our creatures of war.
He said the thing.
Creature of war. Creature of war.
3 times, in fact.
Insects are superior to dinosaurs in almost every single way.
Anyway, to cut a long story short, he explains that the hybrids were created to be sold as weapons, combining the size, strength, and speed of dinosaurs and the reproductive capabilities and resilience of insects by turning the, quote, horizontal DNA transfer, end quote, abilities of the indigenous Coverest Island bullet ants up to max. And as far as excuses for having monsters running around go, it's fine. I still would have preferred a focus on dinosaurs or insects over a split down the middle, but it's satisfying enough. Emerging onto the surface, Mike makes contact with Command, who sends in some air support to help deal with the Arachnosaur, and it feels appropriately climactic, but it's also missing something. The final battle really needed the rest of Delta Squad to show up to help pin down the Arachnosaurus while Mike swept in to deliver the killing blow, but he bullied the lot of them away before your first encounter with the thing.
Delta Squad, head back to the boat and get the hell off this island. Over.
I already told you, Mike, we're not going to leave you behind like that.
There should be a helipad on the other side of the main lab. After I deal with Derek, I'll radio Command for aerial extraction. In the meantime, I expect you all to head back to the beach with the VIP, repair the boat's engine, and make your way home.
They're stuck on a tram travelling all the way back to their dinky little raft you saw in the opening cinematic, and I think that kind of sucks. Mike might be the player character, but Derek still betrayed the rest of Delta Team. They deserve to run support on bringing him to justice from a narrative perspective, if not a mechanical one. But instead, it's just this random helicopter pilot who joins Mike for the final battle. And don't get me wrong, Matt's fucking great.
Stand your ground and give me a good opening. I'll make that motherfucker wish it was never born.
But how much harder would this moment hit if it was Senior or Mia or Dre behind the controls instead? He doesn't just show up in the cutscene either. Most of the final fight revolves around alluring the Arachnosaur to one side of the arena or the other, so Matt can carpet bomb the shit out of him, and it's great. Still frustrating thanks to how quickly the thing can kill you, but undeniably spectacular.
Now's your chance, Mike. Give me one more opening and then step back.
Holy shit! Is this game actually good? I mean, Matt didn't earn the kill shot at all. Mike should have stuffed a grenade down its throat, or at least the rest of Delta Squad should have shown up to bash the guy into paste or something. But yeah, that was fun.
Just got Spidersaur blood in my mouth.
Ah, gross. But at least you're alive, baby.
Which just leaves Derek to deal with. The Arachnosaur webbed him up before the start of the final fight, and that's how Mike finds him still hanging upside down from a tree.
I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice. These Constituent Inc. people have eyes and ears everywhere. My whole livelihood was on the line.
Come on, Mike, don't listen to this shit, just kill him.
Dr. Nicholas Hawking is his name. He's the one who was in charge of the whole operation on this island. He and the rest of Constituent Inc. have been getting funding from multiple shadow corporations. Because of that, they have multiple operations just like this one, all over the world.
Don't let him blame Nicholas Hawking, just kill him.
Why'd you do it? Why'd you kill your squad?
Because in the grand scheme of things, their lives didn't matter. But I still stand behind the amazing research that was done here.
Mike, I swear to God, what are you doing? Just kill him!
You can't stand there and tell me that it isn't awesome that there are a ton of dinosaurs roaming free on this island.
I'm done talking to you. Save the rest for command.
Mike? Mike? Mike! Well, aside from that blunder and Matt stealing the spotlight from both Mike and Delta Squad, I think Creatures of War ends on a note that's more sweet than bitter. Mike debriefs command as he and Matt fly back to base, Tyler's confirmed to be alive and well, and while Constituent Inc. and Nicholas Hawking are still out there running weird science experiments, the conflict on Coverest Island is, at least, brought to a definitive close. And yeah, this game is never getting a follow-up, but I'll take a sequel hook over an unresolved cliffhanger any day.
Delta Squad, come in. We captured Derek. How are you all holding up down there?
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. We're doing fine now that we're out of that hellhole.
And you won't believe who just woke up.
Are we there yet? I'm starving.
Yeah, me too, kid. Don't worry. We'll have a nice meal waiting for us when we get back.
What the hell happened up there? We heard a loud explosion. Was that you?
Nah, son, that was me. Mike was in trouble, so I shot a few missiles at that giant spider T-Rex monster. Blew it up into confetti.
Hey, I see you guys.
Good to see you, Charlie.
Oh my god, you can't be fucking serious. Know your place, peasants.
By the way, thank you all for your help back there, Delta Squad. Once we're back at base, I'll get us all a round of drinks. Over and out.
The end. You don't get a rank, but you do get some stats after the credits. I got a time of 0, a kill count of 0, and a death count of 0, which I'm fairly certain puts me on world record pace. Just kidding, I got 1,180 kills. And honestly, that feels low given how many times I had to go through some of these combat encounters. The time and the deaths are still 0 though, so yeah. I guess this was technically a speedrun. Creatures of War is by far the biggest disappointment of this entire project, because it should be the best of them. In so many ways, it is exactly the sort of game I was hoping to find when I set out to cover all these weird little indie dinosaur horror games. But even without the multiple run-ending technical issues, it just doesn't make it. The bad doesn't cancel out the good, but the good can't cover up the bad either. There's just so much wrong with it, from the combat rhythms, to the numerous softlocks, to the broken boss fights, to the unbalanced set pieces, to the save system, to the potential use of AI voiceover, that I simply can't recommend it. Which sucks, because the 10 good hours I spent with it were really damn good. When I said I wanted to find the spiritual successor to Trespasser, this is not what I had in mind, but it fits the role to a T. So it is with a heavy heart that I cannot recommend you play Creatures of War. I'm still willing to give the game the benefit of the doubt on the AI side of things, so it's not joining Dino Break in shit tier, but saying that, I can't in good conscience rate it higher than the middle of D tier. D for damn. What a terrible shame. Okay, all the arachnophobes listening to this can come back now. There are no more spiders. I wish I loved Primal Fear. It's a modern reimagining of 3D Monster Maze that sets you loose in a labyrinth to be hunted by a T-Rex developed by one person, Connor White, and it's got all the pieces needed to be a hit. A good hook, you're watching tapes allegedly recorded by your brother Isaac at the behest of somebody in order to figure out what happened to him. Engaging gameplay, running from a T-Rex in a maze worked in 1982, it still works in 2024, but most importantly, it's got lore. Primal Fear is overflowing with it, and not just the odd scrap of story to string you along. The game's got some real meat on the narrative bone. There are notes to find on corpses around the maze, but there are also these murals made up of strange symbols. Sometimes you'll get lucky and find a partial cipher, but it's still up to you to put everything together. To say nothing of how the notes are filled with redactions right out of an SCP document, leaving the player to fill in the blanks about what's going on. The way they're scattered around the mazes lessens the burn of being lost for multiple minutes at a time, too. I was always happy to find another piece of the puzzle. Picking them up was a little finicky. You have to crouch to get the prompt, but hey, I've played worse. Sometimes when you come across lore-heavy horror games like this that make a puzzle out of piecing their stories together, it can feel as though the developer is just making shit up as they go, but I didn't get that sense here. What I've found fits together, enough so that I'm intrigued to see where the trail of notes and murals ends. Had it released 10 years ago, Primal Fear would be the sort of game to get hours-long analysis videos from your lore goblin of choice. It's just a shame that it's arrived too late to make the most of what success it might have had. The complete lack of marketing probably didn't help though. I only found it because I trawl the Dinosaur tag on Steam like an addict, and there are only 3 reviews at the time of writing. One from the very sort of lore enthusiast I was just talking about, but the 2 others are from the developer's own relatives. I think Primal Fear definitely deserves some more love. I think there's absolutely an audience out there for it, but that comes with a few caveats. I'm a sucker for a good mystery box story, be it in a game, or a book, or a TV show, and I was surprised at how quickly Primal Fear was able to hook me with its pile of unanswered questions, but it's also very frustrating to play. I want to learn more. I want to see where it goes with the pieces it's thrown down so far. I want to spend hours staring at a bunch of symbols in MS Paint, trying to translate them into English. I just don't want to have to keep playing the game to do it. Primal Fear isn't just 3D Monster Maze with a new coat of paint. There are a bunch of mechanical additions to go with the lore that set it apart from its 1982 inspiration, most prominent being the option to sprint. Gunnar Conley's walking speed, or maybe Isaac Conley's walking speed, given it's him in the tape. Look, it's Gunnar watching the video, it's Isaac recording the tape, but you're technically playing as both? Fucking hell, this is confusing. Who are you? Who am I? Whichever Conley brother you're playing as has a very casual walking speed that borders on frustrating when it's you alone in the long twisting corridors of the maze, but becomes a death sentence once the Rex arrives on the scene. It's not even that fast. It's taking things pretty easy as well, but it's more than quick enough to run you down if it catches you on a straightaway. You can run, but not for very long. Fucking hell, even I can jog for longer than that, and I review video games on the internet. If you're going to be running from dinosaurs, you need to put in some cardio, my guy. Get your stamina up, what are you doing? It won't be long before you come to despise the sound of this guy running out of breath. It never seems to be enough to get you anywhere, much less out of danger. As with 3D Monster Maze, the Tyrannosaur is never as far away as you'd like. You'll always know when it's close by because its feet will shake the ground. And you'll always know when it's seen you because it's not quiet about it. But while it may be slower than its 1982 predecessor, it never stops moving. Running isn't an option, not even when it's right on top of you. The only way to stay alive is to keep as many walls between you as possible, which is really difficult when the maze has so many dead ends. Deep dead ends too, ones that you're required to visit as well because the circuit breakers you have to flip to progress are usually located in cul-de-sacs that make for prime T-Rex ambush territory. It was never particularly sneaky, but it could be surprisingly smart. If you do get lucky and manage to slip through a hole in the wall to get away from it, it'll take a moment to retreat into its mind palace, and then casually stroll right to your new position along the shortest possible route. There were some moments where I found myself ducking back and forth through a hole, trying to kite the T-Rex away from where I wanted to go, but it felt like I was just delaying the inevitable. I even managed to escape a close encounter with it once or twice, and that was the game at its best. Take this moment where I found myself in a dead end with the T-Rex too close to backtrack past. I ducked down beside this box, it got really close, sniffed the air, and then turned around to let me out. Or here, where the stars aligned and I actually did manage to kite it into an out-of-the-way corner for a bit. Or this time when I was trying to get a clean shot of a mural as it was coming in for the kill. But then there were moments like this where I tried the box trick again, and when the T-Rex turned around, it just killed me out of nowhere. Or here, where I tried hiding in a shed, and the Tyrannosaur was like, haha, no. And there were multiple times where I ran out of stamina with it way too close to escape, so all I could do was turn around and stare it down while waiting for the end. The thing is, I can't tell if this is poorly balanced, or if I'm just impatient. In hindsight, I kind of wonder if you're meant to save the sprint for when you really need it, and spend the rest of the time walking slowly around the maze. But also, it's still not enough to escape the T-Rex in most situations anyway, so I don't know. I don't have an answer. I do think the hitbox on the T-Rex is a bit cheap though. It can hit you from what feels like a mile away. I don't mind that it never stops moving toward you. It does create the sort of tension this sort of game should have, but I do wish you had more options to deal with it than run for 10 seconds or crouch by a box and hope it fucks off. It doesn't leave you with much time to take in the lore either, which became the driving force behind my playthrough once I soured on the mechanics. It didn't take long either. I completed the game in about 50 minutes and then spent another 10 playing around with the custom options, and by that point I felt pretty done with it. It's only now, a few months later, that I feel tempted to jump back in for the lore, because there is clearly a lot more that I haven't seen, and I feel like a review wouldn't be complete if I didn't give Primal Fear a fair shake. One thing I will say in the game's favour is that the maps are consistent. The breakers and shortcuts move around with each run, but the map layouts and murals and landmarks stay the same, so you don't have to learn an entirely new arrangement each time the Rex catches you. Mind you, I still found myself turned around so much it didn't matter. I spent about half of my successful run just looking for the exit after flipping all 4 circuit breakers because the geometries of the map just melted together in my mind, which again is the point, right? It's meant to be disorienting. But there's a fine line between tension and frustration in this sort of scenario, and I'm sorry to say it mostly fell into the latter category for me. I mean, I had a hard enough time just finding the circuit breakers anyway, even when I knew where they were. The game does let you know which areas of the maze are powered up with these lights along the walls, which does narrow it down a bit, and the breakers do make noise when you get close, so you're not stumbling around completely blind, but I don't know, the environments are also similar, and I was usually moving through them so quickly that I found it impossible to keep a mental map of the space in my head. For all my gripes though, I can't deny the game's got vibes. From the screenshots on the store page and the restraint of the death animation, I was expecting Primal Fear to be a spooky, kid-friendly mascot horror type of game, but I was wrong. It is shockingly violent. There are half-eaten corpses with censored faces hidden all over the maze, the murals appear to be written in blood, and the ending literally paints the walls red. Even ignoring the traditional horror elements, Primal Fear does a good job of building tension through light and sound. The torrential downpour is smothering. It's very crisp. The thunder never got me to jump, but the way the occasional lightning flash lit up the world to reveal the Rex slinking around a corner was great. The build-up to the Tyrannosaur's first appearance is very well paced in general. I was actually a little creeped out before I managed to lay eyes on it. Unfortunately, the character models remain a little silly throughout. As usual, the shadows reveal the tricks developers usually try to keep out of sight. In this case, how the player character is constantly holding a camera up to his eye with one hand. He does have a full model though, so fuck it. Primal Fear is a trespasser-like. The electric bark of the circuit breakers and deep hum of the lights are great too. The old school graphics might be pretty crunchy, even if you turn the pixelation off in the options, but the sound never ceased to impress. As for the game's looks, it was pretty dark and pretty dull most of the time, which did make the occasional bursts of colour or violence pop. The contrast is very effective, but otherwise the greys and greens just blurred together, which, again, might be the point. There are other little flourishes that made things interesting. The torch is pretty decent, and you have the option to zoom in with a right click. I never found much of a reason to, but you can. It's so frustrating. I want to love Primal Fear. All the pieces are there. It's just one or two little nitpicks holding it back. The gameplay loop is exciting, but hobbled by a lack of effective escape options. The lore is engaging, but it's locked behind a lot of repetition. The atmosphere is on point. It more than lives up to 3D Monster Maze's example, but it fades to frustration the longer you spend stuck searching out these fucking circuit breakers. It's a real diamond in the rough that I wish I vibed with more. But, you know, maybe I just had a bad first impression. I'm going to play it a bit more, get deeper into the lore, and come back to finish this review. But since I am going to get into the specifics of the plot from here on out, I'm going to slap down the penultimate spoiler warning of the project. So, if what I've said about Primal Fear has got you interested enough to play it yourself, and I heartily recommend that you do, go here to escape spoilers. Once you flip all 4 circuit breakers and escape the wrecks, you'll find yourself in a laboratory hallway covered in blood. All the doors are locked, especially this one, which requires a red, a blue, and a green keycard to even enter, except for the exit at the end of the hall, where you'll come face to face with Dr. Griffith. From what notes I stumbled onto during my initial playthrough, Dr. Griffith is the cause of all this madness. He's the one who set up the maze on this tropical island to conduct his experiments with something. An artifact of immense power, capable of bringing anything you can think of into being. And god damn it, this game is about tulpas, isn't it? Tulpas have to be one of my least favourite supernatural monsters. For those unaware, a tulpa is a monster brought into existence through the power of human thought, that originates in a very roundabout way from Tibet. And if this so-called, quote, subconscious manifestation, end quote, mentioned in one of the notes isn't an example of that, I don't know what is. This isn't a T-Rex, it's a Tulpasaurus, and a flawed one at that, according to Dr. Griffith. The dinosaurs manifested early on through the use of the redacted, came out a little wonky and overly aggressive, and yeah, that tracks. It's also scientifically inaccurate thanks to pop culture infecting the manifestation like a virus, which is actually a fun explanation for the lack of feathers, but he and his cult have been perfecting the process since those early experiments, and they're dying to get in and meet you. If only you got to see them. The game ends before they burst through the door. Primal Fear feels less like a spiritual successor to Dino Crisis or Jurassic Park, and more like a reptilian take on Control or the SCP universe. There are talks of whispers sliding between dimensions, and weird, otherworldly spaces, and a redacted that can make your thoughts real, and that's honestly kind of novel for a dinosaur horror game. Usually dinosaur horror games have 3 choices on how they're going to explain the presence of prehistoric monsters: mad science gone wrong, they never died out to begin with, or time travel. Every other game I've covered in this project so far, indeed, every dinosaur title I've ever played, has fallen into one of those 3 categories, but I've never encountered a game where the dinosaurs are the result of meddling with some eldritch artifact. If not for the focus on dinosaurs, or a dinosaur at least, I'd sooner call Primal Fear cosmic horror than anything else. Tulpa or not, that's enough to keep me interested, and to keep me playing. Completing the game once unlocks a cheats menu that allows you to add modifiers to your next run, which is a lot of fun, until you realise turning the cheats on turns off progression. Fuck you too, game. You also unlock a custom mode where you can set the size of the maze and the number of circuit breakers, which is more interesting. There's also a secret third option hidden behind a wall of question marks. I have to know what that's about, so I jumped back in the game and got to work. Each of the cheats is locked behind a challenge based around the custom maps. Complete a large map in under 10 minutes, or complete 1 map of each type, or escape without being seen, that sort of thing. They are fun to get, but they do fall into the category of unlockables you won't need by the time you gain access to them. Infinite sprint and increased movement speed were such a catharsis after even just 1 hour of being outpaced by inanimate objects, but they weren't useful. In fact, they may have been a hindrance to me in the long run. You might move so fast the Rex can't keep up, but you'll miss just about everything along the way too. Unlocking a map was more useful. I found myself getting lost a lot less once I had an overview of the playspace, but just having that mental anchor meant I no longer needed it active all the time either. They're a fun bonus, but mostly unnecessary, especially when they can distract from the extra secrets hidden around the custom maps. Those 3 keycards you need to unlock the door in the ending are located in the custom maps. They're not just hidden in some out-of-the-way corner either, they're locked behind little side missions, such as how you need to find an axe to smash this box in the small custom map to grab the keycard inside, and this is what ate up most of my playtime. I ended up dropping another 4 hours into Primal Fear, and the vast majority of them, both on and off camera, were spent trying to track down these bastard cards. I began with the small map, because I figured, hey, it's small, how hard could the keycard be to find? And in fairness, it's not hard at all. This axe is resting on the wall right by the starting position, and the crate containing the keycard you need to smash open has a different texture to set it apart. That wasn't the difficult part. Getting past the Rex was what dragged the process out. The small map is so small that there are really no good hiding spots or shortcuts to exploit. The Tyrannosaur stays up your ass the whole time, and the keycard being in a dead end means it doesn't even have to try to trap you in a corner. I died so many times trying to make a successful run for the keycard with the axe, but in the process I did discover a different sort of exploit. Notes always spawn on corpses, which themselves have set spawn points around each of the maps, and one of them happens to be right next to the axe here in Tiny Town. It wasn't consistent. There were 1 or 2 times when I arrived to find an empty cul-de-sac, but the T-Rex was always close by to hit the reset button if I did. I cleared out the rest of the notes in about 10 minutes, and they were exactly what I was hoping they would be. Whatever shit show Dr. Griffith is running was a fucking disaster long before they tulped a T-Rex into existence. There was black goo oozing up through the floors to kill researchers, a skin-peeling entity slipped in through a rift and peeled Dr. Braun's skin off. Even Dr. Wu is in on it. At least he was. He got dragged through a portal into another dimension where he became obsessed with insects. I don't know how this could have happened on Dr. Cooper's watch. After all, Dr. Cooper's a professional. He can handle himself. I'll concede grabbing them this way was a little cheap, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed reading about this absolute dumpster fire of a research facility. I just wish you got to see more of it in actual gameplay. All you get is a glimpse if you actually manage to find all 3 key cards, though the green and the blue cards were no easier to collect than the red. The green card in the medium map was probably the simplest out of all 3. It was just a nightmare keeping ahead of the Rex long enough to find the item and where the game wanted me to use it. But the blue key card was hell. I spent about 90 minutes going over the large map, inch by inch, searching for... I wasn't even sure what. Finding this cracked wall was the easy part. I knew where I needed to go, I just couldn't find a way through it. After getting chomped a few times, I even turned on all the cheats I had and went zooming through the map, searching every nook and cranny for any hint of a jackhammer, or a stick of dynamite, or I don't know, a cursed artifact so I could tulper in a fucking clue on what to do next. But nothing worked. After bashing my head against the wall, this wall in particular, on camera for a little while, I decided to quit the game and to go through it again on my own. So naturally I found a sledgehammer tucked away on the other side of the map in like 10 minutes. Which is why I said having the cheats on may be more of a detriment in the long run, since I can't say for certain if I didn't just barrel past the stupid thing at quadruple speed with my face buried in the map like a dickhead. Cheats or not, it was a tedious 90 minutes. The mechanics simply don't offer enough depth to carry that sort of playtime, but at least the payoff was worth it. After you've beaten the game once, Primal Fear offers you the option to skip right to the end from the menu, which was very much appreciated, and once I scanned all 3 cards, I found myself trapped in... a hedge maze. Huh. I could hear steppers fast approaching from the very first moment I loaded in. And for a little while, creeping between the hedgerows, I figured I was being chased by some sort of fucked up raptor, but Primal Fear was actually able to surprise me. Before I even laid eyes on my pursuer, I found a flayed man impaled on a column, and this severed head in a wheel of hands, and noticed it was raining blood instead of water, and right when the tension was at its tightest... Yeah, no, fuck that, see ya. I wasn't expecting this silly little game where you're chased through a maze by a T-Rex to get to me, but it did. The whole time Primal Fear's been flirting with cosmic horror in the notes, but I wasn't expecting it to make the jump mechanically after so long stuck running from a Tyrannosaur. Dr. Griffith, or what's left of him, may not be any faster than the Rex, but he's way more threatening. I know what a dinosaur is capable of at this point, but this guy could potentially do anything. No, fuck that. Fuck off. Fuck off. The goal of the hedge maze is to find 4 keys so you can unlock the exit and escape, and unfortunately there's no ending to tie the whole experience together. You do unlock the final cheat that allows you to see the maze for what it truly is, which is very cool, but it's not enough in my opinion. I really think there needed to be some sort of epilogue regarding Isaac's escape, or Gunner's sit down to watch the tapes. In the absence of any sort of denouement, all that's left to do is try piecing together the plot from the notes, and like I said, the lore is all pretty consistent, though still unfortunately a bit vague. From the way I understand it, some sort of malevolent extra-dimensional entity only ever referred to as her or she either tricked Dr. Griffith and his underlings into summoning her into our reality, or chanced upon their tulpa-based experiments and slipped on through during one of their attempted manifestations. Over time, she was able to put Dr. Griffith under her control through promises of forbidden knowledge, which then led to all the other supernatural shenanigans plaguing the research facility, and now, here we are. It's possible her physical manifestation in our reality is the T-Rex that menaces you across the game, since it too is referred to as she and her, and it was among the first to be created by Dr. Griffith and his cult. There may not be any resolution to these plot points, but there's definitely room for more if the dev decides to return to this setting, and the journey I took deciphering the murals was at least a lot of fun. I do wish what they said was a bit more substantial though. I don't mind the partially translated ciphers being flavor text, but the much longer murals needed a bit more to them to really make the effort of translation worth it. Like if they gave hints on how to unlock the keycards, that sort of thing. The only one that felt like a proper bombshell to decipher was the final one I found, which revealed just how insidious she was in manipulating Dr. Griffith. Mind you, after playing, what, like 12 games for this project, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to find another indie dinosaur horror title without a proper ending. Still, the bait and switch of the game really being cosmic horror is enough to make me not mind too much. I wish I loved Primal Fear. It's got a good hook, it's got engaging gameplay, it's got fun lore. It's like the only game I've played for this project to actually genuinely scare me. But it's just missing something. It's a title that wears its inspirations on its sleeve, and there is a beauty to the simplicity of 3D Monster Maze's gameplay loop. But what worked so well in 1982 just isn't enough in 2024. Primal Fear doesn't have the mechanical complexity to remain engaging across the 4 or 5 hours it'll take to fully complete, but for a first attempt from a solo developer, it's still very impressive. It's grown on me a lot over the course of making this review, but I can't overlook its shortcomings. You can really feel the Rex's AI cheating at certain points, and 3D Monster Maze never presented you with dead ends so deep. I'd still recommend it because it does do things no other game I've played for this project has. It was surprising and scary, and when I wasn't butting heads with the Rex or the walls, it could be a lot of fun. It's a new spin on an old idea, one that deserves more love than it's got, and while I don't know if I'll ever play it again now having finished it, I'm glad I took a chance on it. I originally had this pegged for D tier, but you know what? I'm feeling generous, so Primal Fear is going straight into D tier instead. D for Dinosaur. Unknown Tapes is a game you can really only play once. In many ways, it feels like a synthesis of all the games that have come before it in this project, a real distillation of indie dinosaur horror in general, for better and definitely for worse. Developed by Travi Team and released in December of 2024, it tells the story of Travis Kahn, a young journalist searching for the truth behind his father's mysterious death, who ends up fighting for his own life in a town overrun with rampaging dinosaurs. And it is Okay, which for this project is pretty good, right? We've seen some diabolical lows on this walk outside the park, but we've also seen loftier highs too. The best way to think of Unknown Tapes is as a theme park attraction, funnily enough. Not a roller coaster, it's a bit too sedentary for that, but maybe a ghost train. The sort of scary ride that's fun the first time through because all the horrors are fresh, but is quickly hit with diminishing returns from the very next go-around. That's why Unknown Tapes is a game you can only really play once. Even just watching through the recording again to take notes, I was bored out of my skull. A lot of that has to do with how mechanically safe Unknown Tapes plays things. This is a game inspired by the run-and-hide indie darlings from the late 2000s and early 2010s, like Amnesia: The Dark Descent, but especially Outlast. There are no weapons with which to defend yourself, but there also aren't many puzzles to keep you thinking, or labyrinthine spaces patrolled by enemies to keep the tension high either. It's an extremely linear game that consists of big horror set pieces strung together with narrow corridors and outdoor doors that only offer a few moments exploration per area, which puts it more in line with a title like Outlast 2. What's funny is that the game does add a little complexity to the puzzles and the level design in its final act, at the expense of its presentation. The first 2/3 of the game look great, if a little choppy at times. Yes, we can welcome Unknown Tapes as yet another member of the unoptimized Unreal Engine 5 game club. There are a couple of areas that chug down to a slideshow, mainly within the big open town toward the middle, which makes some amount of sense until you get a look at just how small and linear the whole place is. This is especially obvious whenever you look at a map. The game doesn't even try to hide how small the areas truly are with a few diegetic flourishes like extra roads you can't access. If it's not on a map, it's not in the game, and even then, some things still aren't accessible to you. Unknown Tapes does throw in barricades and houses and rows of wheat to give the impression you're in a lived-in space gone to ruin, but they're just a facade. Most of the houses in the town are just for show. Beyond the barricades, the roads trail off into total darkness. Even the building interiors are a little off, like this extremely cursed S-shaped hallway with a couch facing a wall in the one house you can actually enter. I cannot convey in words how much this upsets me. Why the fuck is it like that? What are they watching? Yo Alan, what's on Wall tonight? Oh yeah, I think it's another episode of Wall. If an architect came to me with this layout for a house, I would kill them. It's all abstracted in a very nightmarish way. These aren't spaces you'd ever encounter in real life, but you might run across them in a classic gothic haunted house set, so in a way they were able to unsettle me, just not as the developers intended. The weird thing is, sometimes the game does get the balance between carnival ride abstraction and lived in space right, like here in this ruined building you find not far from the start of the game, or the town square which is anchored around a statue of Italian philosopher Talisio. It's no Burrows, but it's something. It does offer more than a linear path to follow, even if there isn't much reason to do so. Your progression through the game doesn't help to hide how linear it is either. Unknown Tapes features a lot of backtracking, but it's also jagged. There are no clever shortcuts where the maps loop back on earlier areas, or extra side stuff that you have to return with a new set of keys to unlock. Like so many of the games I've covered in this project, you're just sent pinballing back and forth from one end of a straight line to the other until you escape, at which point the process starts all over again. Like, the whole reason you go through the town at all, a full third of the game, is just to open this door to pick up some bolt cutters. Are you fucking kidding me? In the same fucking area, you get a tooltip mentioning how only a crowbar is strong enough to bust open this door, and then you find one in the very next room. What is this? What are we doing here? Actually, that's not quite true. There is one optional puzzle to complete, here in that same house I mentioned earlier, but there's no actual mechanical reason to go through with it. As far as I can tell, it's just for an achievement. There are also notes to find throughout the game, and they're good for the occasional laugh. I got a chuckle out of this missing persons report for one Mr. Jeffrey Sparkle, and there's a classic dying confessional you can find on one of the lads who tried to end the Dinosaur Crisis in the late game game, which reads like the most overacted melodramatic death you've ever seen. Quote, "I will never succeed. My strength is abandoning me. It's over for me." End quote. Oh, and there's also this. Quote, "I really like Alan. He is one of the last to arrive at the ARU Research Centre, but he immediately proved to be very kind and helpful." End quote. But yeah, aside from the notes and the one optional puzzle in Alan's office, you're on rails from new game until right after you find those bolt cutters. Every time I came across something I thought might be optional, like this safe in the starting area, I always ended up heading back to it as part of the main progression path, and I get trying to squeeze everything out of an area that you can, but in terms of pacing, it really grated, especially when combined with how empty the spaces in between usually were. Just adding in a raptor or two to patrol the place wasn't enough to keep me engaged. It's just the usual find an item to open a door to find the next item to open the next door sort of thing, broken by the occasional safe you need a code to crack. One thing I kept thinking throughout my playthrough was, this is just like Oakwood, and I'm pretty sure that's the vibe the developers were going for too. Aside from the obvious similarities to Outlast both games share, Unknown Tapes even flat out copies set pieces from Oakwood, like you see a T-Rex peering through a window, and have to lure a dinosaur away from a door by setting off an alarm in a kitchen, and spend most of your time fumbling around in the dark. Though, even Oakwood had the decency to have some urgency. There were moments in that game where you're expected to run away from dinosaurs, but Unknown Tapes is so leisurely that I genuinely forgot you had the option to run at all. I spent the whole game walking from place to place, and I'm honestly glad, because the one time I tested out Travis's running speed, he was out of breath in about 5 seconds. Jesus Christ, even Isaac Conley could run for longer than that, and he couldn't outrun a fucking snail. Oakwood was a bit more colourful too. Unknown Tapes isn't completely monotone, but everything is so washed out, and the environments are built from so many black and white and grey store-bought assets that sometimes it's hard to tell. The lighting tends to force a little colour back into things, be it the fires raging all over the place, or flashing lights on some of the vehicles, and the dinosaurs are pretty vibrant if you actually get a good look at them, but the rest of the time it feels like you're wandering through an endless grey wasteland. Grey and red, I should say. The whole game is covered with bloodstains that do pop against the otherwise dull environments, though maybe it just comes down to how dark everything is. One thing I will give Unknown Tapes over Oakwood is that it has a torch you can actually see by. In fact, I barely ever turned it off. It's so good that when the power in Alan's house shut off, I barely noticed because the ceiling lights couldn't match the lumen output of this bad boy. Part of me wonders if Unknown Tapes is so dark to hide the visual imperfections that would be made obvious by more brightly lit environments. It's another reason why I can't help but think of it as a ghost train ride. Cloaking everything in shadow hides the walls of the attraction just beyond the reach of your torch, and allows the dinosaurs to slip in and out through hidden staff exits to hit their cue. This wheat field barely passes for a wheat field in the dark anyway, but I can't imagine how fake it would seem with the lights on. Even when you're forced to sneak through it and catch sight of this idiot getting gored behind a car on the other side of a fence, it feels like part of a ride, just the way his hand rises up to slap the bonnet. Like, this bad boy can fit so many dinosaurs in it, has an animatronic stiffness to it that is impossible to ignore, which is all part of the game's charm, I want to make clear. The set pieces are Unknown Tapes' best quality. I just wish you didn't have to wade through so much nothing to reach them. I did get a kick out of watching dinosaurs at a distance though, from a window, or on the other side of a fence, or as they embrace their inner bin chicken and slurp up a pile of garbage, and the way their eyes glow glow-in-the-dark was great, exactly the sort of creepy analog horror flourish that gets under the skin. Otherwise, you could see how cheaply the game was slapped together a lot of the time. Even if the visuals never really grabbed me outside the dinosaur encounters, Unknown Tapes is able to create a good atmosphere of horror. The sound design does most of the heavy lifting on that. The weird croaks and clicks of the raptors emanating through the darkness are genuinely pretty unsettling a lot of the time. But the overlaid VHS fuzz doesn't hurt either. It's enough to get the ancient lizard brain to sit up and go, what the fuck was that? Though that might come down to how loud they're mixed compared to everything else. They always sound like they're right on top of you, even when they're not, and it's not a trick the game can really keep up for its 2 to 3 hour runtime. The other dinosaurs are nowhere near as distinct in their vocalizations either. In fact, a few of them sound pretty familiar. Remember, no snitching. But that's not a terrible thing. All it really does is invite comparisons, ones that Unknown Tapes actually holds its own against. Jurassic Park and Dino Crisis's best scares always involved the characters getting backed into a corner by a raptor or a T-Rex, and Unknown Tapes is able to punch above its weight in recreating those moments of horror pretty consistently. Your first encounter with a raptor occurs here in this out-of-the-way shed. Running isn't an option. You have to hide around a corner in the dark and wait for it to leave before you can try sneaking past. Even better is your first sighting of a Carnotaur. You've just gone through a series of puzzles in the school to get a keycard, the Dilophosaur that's been menacing you the whole time is gone, the way is clear, you're free to leave, and then... The way this moment uses lighting and sound is incredible. It genuinely gave me chills the first time through. Not every moment of horror is as effective. I completely missed the used car salesman the first time I reached that point of the wheat field because my focus was on the lever I'd gone there to flip, and it was only after getting chomped by a raptor and having to do it again that I made sure to get a clean shot. That aforementioned Dilophosaurus who follows you through the school literally jumps through a window into the plot, which is just as easy to miss if you're not ready for it. Other moments just come off as cheap, like this particularly exciting episode of Wall. Yeah, it got me, but it didn't earn the scare through a steady build-up of tension. It was just a loud noise, and some... Oh. So that's why the house is like that. There are a bunch of dinosaur encounters that just come off as funny too. For once, I didn't mind the compies because they're not enemies, or even obstacles. They're just little scaly raccoons doing weird raccoon things. This one completely ignores you on its way out of the building, and I don't even know what this lot were up to at the back of Alan's shed. Still, I think the good overall outweighs the bad. The few moments of jank like this random guy popping up out of nowhere to get eaten by a T-Rex didn't ruin the fact that most of the big horror set pieces were a lot of fun. I just wish they were longer. All of them, good or bad, are over in a few seconds, which keeps things moving, but again, in a theme park attraction ghost train kind of way that doesn't really suit a video game all that much. Like this moment where a Spinosaur is distracted by a helicopter is incredible, and using the moment to slip by unnoticed yourself is a great idea. It'd fit really well into a movie, or, again, a ride. But this is a video game. The pacing is at the mercy of the player, and nothing will happen if you decide to stick around. The helicopter will just keep hovering in the air, and the Spino will keep roaring at it, but that's all. Other set pieces bypass this issue by just slapping you with a fail state if you hang around too long, but that's an equally clunky solution in my opinion. Either way, the pacing is ruined. sound, which isn't an issue unique to Unknown Tapes. A lot of games with on-rail cinematic set pieces suffer from similar problems. The Uncharted games are a common example, but it's more obvious in a game with as little mechanical polish as this. If you don't follow the predetermined path set out by the developers, if you aren't along for the ride, the game simply doesn't know what to do, and the horror atmosphere just pops like a balloon, which loops back to my previous criticism that the periods of exploration in between the big set pieces just aren't all that engaging, especially not on a repeat playthrough. Even the death scenes are kind of boring. The dinosaurs just slide at you like they're puppets on rails. The only aspect of the gameplay I think is worth returning for is the inclusion of microphone integration. Every so often you'll enter an area with dinosaurs sensitive to sound, like the Dilophosaurs camping Alan's house, and if you've got a microphone plugged in, you'll have to be extra quiet to avoid getting caught. It's a big part of the marketing on the Steam page, but I'd actually forgotten about it by the time I sat down to record the game, so I didn't have mine plugged in when I played. I guess I'll have to jump back into Unknown Tapes to give it a try. Let's see how it goes. I'd make a great Let's Player. I would make a fantastic Let's Player. I could scream so convincingly, you have no idea. Yo, they got wall in this place? Hey, dickhead. Really? This is what we're doing. You're giving me the cold shoulder. Wow. I thought you were better than this, but apparently I was wrong. I'm just gonna swiggity-swooty right past you since you don't seem to give a shit. Sensitive to sound, my fucking ass. I don't think it even heard me. I think I just got too close. I think we can assume... Hang on, let me turn the microphone sensitivity up. Alright, there we go. Oh, it's all the way up now. Oh shit, he's coming! Oh shit, they got wall in this place? Okay. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Hello? Is anyone there? Alright, so it has to hit 100. Ah! Nope. They don't give a shit. Probably just blew the fucking microphone out. Hello? Yeah, it's scuffed. You're the worst enemy. You're just garbage. I never noticed. Oh, I never noticed how cursed these stairs are. Are you seeing this shit? What is that? Yeah, it's it's not great. But it's funny, and yes, it's a gimmick, but at least it's something. I imagine it probably just exists to farm over-the-top reactions from streamers and Let's Players. Which reminds me... Ah! Well, he didn't give a shit, eh? There, was that good? Am I a Let's Player yet? Hang on, let me try it again. Oh! He heard that one. No horniness in this house. No, no, no. I do think it's a bit shit that the game is inconsistent about this though. The Dilophosaurs are said to be sensitive to sound in their Dino Crisis 2-esque enemy profile. And slight tangent here, but you find 3 of these things in the same room. They're not spread out across the game at all. It's so weird. Anyway, and they'll react to you making noise. Hey dickhead. Sometimes, but when you're forced to get the backup generator going in Alan's backyard once the power goes off, they don't immediately drop what they're doing to investigate. And it's a complete coin toss on whether the raptors are sensitive to light. Sometimes they could see me in complete darkness, sometimes they didn't react to my torch. At one point I got stuck for a few minutes because they were. I don't get it. It just goes back to my issues with the set pieces. Anyway, even if each of these mic sensitive or sure light-sensitive sections are just as brief as the big set pieces, at least Unknown Tapes features a lot of dinosaurs. You're not just thrown into a situation with raptors over and over and over again. There's a good variety of creatures to encounter, and they are all dinosaurs this time around, including everyone's favourite dinosaur, pig. In all seriousness, you've got raptors, compies, dilophosaurs, T-Rex, Spinosaur, two of my personal favourites, Allosaur, Carnotaur, and a third guy that I won't spoil here, but I've got to say, he was great. There are also pteranodons, but they're not really dinosaurs. And they sound like puppies. I don't know why. One thing that you might notice is that all the dinosaurs listed here are predators. Unknown Tapes really isn't interested in portraying these things as anything other than monsters most of the time, which is honestly pretty reflective of both Dino Crisis and Jurassic Park, but otherwise Unknown Tapes only vaguely gestures toward either more famous property. I guess this copse of wheat counts as long grass, and you will be eaten if you go into it. The Dilophosaurs have neck frills and spit venom naturally, something the game even cracks a joke at with its profile, I'm pretty sure. The Spinosaur menaces a flying vehicle, a dinosaur pops out of a wall at one point, there's a puzzle box of a secret lab a la Ibis Island, and a character called Alan, and the town is sort of like Burroughs if all you know about Burroughs is there's a statue of a dead famous person in it, but that's kind of it to be honest. There's more of a reference to real-life paleontologist and Jurassic Park consultant Jack Horner with the unseen founder of the ARU, Jeff Horner, who shows up in a possibly AI-generated photograph and gets mentioned in the notes a bunch of times. Honestly, it probably has more in common with some of the Jurassic Park rides than any of the films or video games, but I don't know, I've never ridden any of them. But yeah, overall there's not much of Dino Crisis here, and only a little bit of Jurassic Park. Even the story skews closer to Outlast than anything else. There isn't much, but the notes do slowly paint a picture of mad science and corporate greed orchestrated by an idiot, and a guy named Alan who tries to stop him. So, if you're interested in playing the game yourself, and want to discover the specifics on your own, for the final time, skip to here. The idiot's name is Dave Joss, and he's actually still around at the start of the game. He's also the only character with a consistent voice. Most of Travis's dialogue is communicated through subtitles. He only has one or two grunts or curses under his breath, but Dave has a couple of audio logs lying around and a single monologue addressed to the player when he decides to open the way forward for you, because, again, he is an idiot.
Apparently one bastard survived. You can't seem to proceed. This time I help you. We'll see each other soon.
It's a great performance though. You can tell the guy is having a blast hamming it up as this mad scientist.
They don't understand anything. I think they also want to take me out. Well, they don't know that I already started doing my own thing in the underground complex. You will see, assholes. I fooled you, idiots. You wanted to get rid of me, and I said I got rid of you. The results of those experiments will never be yours. Never. Never! Try to fool me now. Oh, that's right. You can't. Because you probably are already dead.
Reading through the rest of the notes, you can tell English wasn't the first language for the devs, but I think it still works for the sort of campy horror story the game is trying to tell. That said, their decision to refer to pteranodons as Project Pooh was very funny, because I am a child. The only thing I consistently got hung up on were the names. One of the people who left behind a wealth of notes for you to read is a guy by the name of Figgly Spurty. When you finally reach the underground lab at the end of the game, you can also come across the office of a man named Hugh Dolio, but my dumb goblin brain read it as Huge Dildo, and it still makes me fucking laugh whenever I think about it. It's not even funny, what the hell? What is genuinely amusing is that the audio logs just stop after this opening area. You get an achievement for finding them all, and when it popped like 30 minutes into the game, I thought surely it was bugged, but it isn't. There's like 3 of them and that's it. The rest of the story is delivered through notes, and it's about on par with Oakwood as far as indie dinosaur horror games go. Alan was already suspicious of Dave, given his plan to create a second T-Rex, a T2 if you will. Quote, "Too dangerous. It's madness." End quote. But eventually Alan and his pals wised up to Dave's mad science and decided to stop him. Though thanks to his son's teen angst getting his keycard lost in the school, their attempts were stifled somewhat. Quote, "Who does he want to take for a fool?" End quote. Definitely something a real teenager would say. Anyway, by the time Travis arrives, the dinosaurs have escaped, presumably at Dave Joss's hands. I don't know. I don't think it's ever actually explained how they got out. But either way, Alan is dead, and so is his pal, even if he is taking his sweet fucking time about it. Quote, "I will never succeed." End quote. So it falls to Travis to synthesize a batch of, and I swear I'm not making this name up, X1-NT1ON in this secret lab and bring the crisis to a definitive end. But before you can, Unknown Tapes hits you with one of the best T-Rex encounters I've seen in a dinosaur horror game. It takes its time setting the Tyrannosaur up. You see it through the window of Alan's house. It wanders by after you escape the Carnotaurus at the school. A surprise second T-Rex eats this guy literal seconds after he pops into existence. And then it corners you by this tunnel. You're forced to stay absolutely still as it approaches. And wow, this really is Oakwood. But then the first T-Rex appears, and they have a big fight, and it's jank as hell, but it's so much fucking fun. Holy shit, I love this bit. I don't even mind how jank it truly is. I just wish you got more of a chance to see it. The blue Rex kills the striped Rex pretty quickly, and if you haven't escaped by the time it does, you just die, which is a bit weak. I get it though. Keyframing a whole Tyrannosaur battle would suck, and it doesn't take away from how awesome it is in the moment. It's a real joy to behold, and I'm so glad we got it on the last game. The lab is both the game's most mechanically complex area and its densest level design. There are multiple floors that you need to unlock and travel between in order to gather the dino fart gas ingredients, a big machine where you can blend them together, and an industrial-sized humidifier you need to get powered up to diffuse the chemical all through the town. In between the notes and key items, there are a bunch of big horror set pieces, a couple among the best in the game, but not this one. If I ever see another dinosaur egg in my life, it'll be too fucking soon. It's down in the lab that you can discover Jeff Horner disappeared while trying to fill in the last few blank spaces on the map back in the 1930s, but actually not really according to Dave Joss in this other note you can find in his office. This little sequel hook with Horner's apparent survival into the 1990s on a remote island was actually a little intriguing, and Dave Joss's fate was even better. Like the second he finished taunting us over the intercom, the dude just walked outside and fucking died. The game barely even draws attention to it too. You just find his corpse like it's nothing, and I kind of love that. Oh, and big surprise, Dave Joss is the guy who killed Travis's dad. A twist so shocking that by the time I stumbled onto the revelation, I'd genuinely forgotten that was the whole reason we'd come here in the first place. But yeah, at least Travis gets some closure on his father's death, and why Dave Joss killed him. It's human-dinosaur hybrids again, isn't it? God fucking damn it. At least this one is more dinosaur than human, and the backstory of how Dave Joss made it from the body of a CEO of a company that tried to merge with ARU is pretty fucking gnarly, I will admit. It's also the only dinosaur that actively hunts you at any point in the game. Every other enemy might as well be on rails, but this Fleshosaurus gets a whole 3D monster maze to chase you through. I do now understand why the others were all on rails though, because the boy is stupid. The game tries to create some tension with this rolling barrel, and this half-eaten raptor, and having it drag this body around a corner, but once it starts prowling through the hallways in pursuit of the player, it's almost impossible not to avoid it, especially if you don't have a microphone set up. I don't know where it went, I barely ever laid eyes on it. The one time I did see it was when it got lucky and cornered me outside the humidifier room, but when I ran back in, it didn't follow me. It just fucked off, and I never saw it again in gameplay. But that's not even the funniest thing about this dingus, because its name is Marp. Friends, we did it. We found a sillier name for a dinosaur-human hybrid than Homo erectus rex. They said it couldn't be done, but life finds a way. And I guess it being here does give Unknown Tapes something in common with Dino Crisis, just not any part of the franchise worth having in common. Weird, skinless, fleshy dino hybrids were Dino Crisis 3's whole thing. This guy is a certified Cabal Ray. Whatever that is. Marp isn't the only genetic abomination running around either. You can find a note of one guy bragging about how he used studies on ballistic nylon to make raptor feathers bulletproof, so I guess it's just as well the game never gives you a gun. Anyway, there's a lot of fun dumb story shit to find on your journey to synthesize the dino fart gas, but it comes at the expense of the game's aesthetics. I wondered before if the lighting and sound design were doing most of the heavy lifting for the game's tone, and the lab definitely confirmed that. We're neck deep in FossilFuel now, right down to fancy black marble columns showing up in flashy spaceship corridors. Unknown Tapes may not give you as much of a glimpse behind the curtain as either FossilFuel, but it's impossible not to see this lab as anything other than an arrangement of store-bought assets. I get what they're going for, the final area of Outlast, or the secret lab from the remake of Resident Evil 3, but it just misses the mark. Especially this random labyrinth you're thrown into with the Marp right at the very end. Like, no part of Unknown Tapes feels designed to be lived in, but this doesn't even come off as abstract, it's just a maze, and it ends at a train station. Something else I'd forgotten by that point is that the opening text crawl explicitly stated the tape you're playing through was recovered without anyone knowing what had become of its author. Travis does manage to save the day by bringing Alan's plan to fruition, but at the cost of breathing too much dino fart gas himself. He's left with just enough strength to toss the camera through the doors of the train as the Marp catches up to him, and that's where the game ends. Though, let's not kid ourselves, he could have made it to the train. If he really wanted to, he could have. Which I've got to say is a pretty shit ending. It is in keeping with most found footage horror like Outlast, and, indeed, Oakwood, but it's not particularly satisfying. Even more frustrating is that interspersed with the credits is the revelation that Alan's dino fart gas didn't even kill off all the dinosaurs anyway, so Travis's sacrifice was completely pointless. Furthermore, the little vignettes you see of this cop or soldier or whoever finding the camera and getting chased by raptors through some sunflowers in the middle of the day was more compelling than the rest of Unknown Tapes combined. I wish I got to play this game. He's even got a gun, for all the good it'll do him. Don't waste your ammo, friend. These birds are bulletproof. The end. A rank. I'm hesitant to recommend Unknown Tapes. It has some of the best horror set pieces out of any of the games I've covered for this project, but they're all so short, and it has very little else going for it besides. The loading screens say stuff like, quote, "Pay maximum attention to sounds. They could reveal approaching dinosaurs," end quote. But Unknown Tapes is so linear that you'll never need to keep much of an ear out. Another reason I'm hesitant to recommend the game is some shifty pricing shenanigans. The game launched at around $30 Australian, but then dropped down to $18.50 about a month later. Not as in it was discounted, but the full price dropped. And I know the difference won't be as much as that in USD or the pound or the euro, but I still think it's a bit scummy that early adopters got ripped off like that. Its heart is certainly in the right place creatively, but it's just too much for not enough. If Unknown Tapes had leaned into what it does best if it was only 30 to 35 minutes of non-stop horror set pieces, if it really was just a ghost train ride in video game form selling for $10, I think I'd be a lot more forgiving of its linearity and dull environments. But dragged out across multiple hours with long stretches of basic exploration and backtracking, I just can't recommend it, which means, unfortunately, Unknown Tapes goes straight to the middle of D tier. D for Dinosaur. When I set out to make this project, I was hoping to find a worthy successor to some classics of dino horror, and weirdly enough, I think I did. Not in the ways I ever expected, but in amongst the asset flips and cynical cash grabs, I did unearth a handful of hidden gems that do live up to Dino Crisis and Trespasser and even 3D Monster Maze. But more than anything, I discovered that making a good dinosaur horror game is really fucking hard. We're long past the era when any old indie horror game could get attention through a couple of Let's Plays from popular YouTubers. The market is so oversaturated that even titles worthy of an audience rarely find them anymore. So I hope in making these two videos I've found a couple of the more obscure titles some fans, and shown that the subgenre isn't as empty as I first assumed. Another big reason I've spent the last 8 hours or whatever it is talking about every indie dinosaur horror game I could find is that, well, one day I'd like to make my own, and I wanted to check out the competition. Not so much to copy what other dinosaur horror games were doing well, but to see where things could be improved. And after playing through these 14 games, I think the main areas that really need attention are story and enemy behaviour. Not to say that the stories being told in these games were bad, although a couple of them definitely were. They were mostly just unfinished, and overall a step down from the classic like Dino Crisis or Trespasser, and enemy behaviour should be an obvious issue by this point. If I ever play another dinosaur horror game where the raptors just run at you to deal contact damage again, it'll be too fucking soon. It's also come to my attention that my rankometer has been broken this whole project, so if you'll allow me a moment to do some real-time maintenance, loud bang. There, let's put these games in their proper place, in the order that I played them. 3D Monster Maze is an easy S tier. It nailed dinosaur horror on the first attempt so well that even 4 decades later, some games are still trying to live up to its example. Whether or not it's aged poorly is up to the player, but for my money, it goes right to the top of the pile. The original, and still among the best. 1916 was fine, I enjoyed my time with it and the ideas it engaged with, but I will probably never go back to it, B tier. Oakwood might have heralded the current wave of indie dinosaur horror games, but I don't think it's very good. Its best elements go underdeveloped, its worst features great after the first 10 minutes, and it feels like more of a proof of concept than an actual game. This one stays in D tier. FossilFuel is like a so bad it's good horror movie. Every decision it makes is insane, and I love it for that. Just a real dumb fun time. C tier. Raptor Isolation tries to inject a little horror back into FossilFuel, but it does still eventually fall into absurdity. Even so, it's a good time, though the price is diabolical. It's a low B. Last of the Core has the potential to be something special if it's ever expanded into a full title. Like, it's one of the only games I played for this project to feature actual enemy behaviours, but as the short proof of concept it is now, it's merely good, B tier. As for Dino Break, if you're a user of Letterboxd, you may have come across a list of films by the Ninth Heart called Mouldy Shit, consisting of just the crustiest, mouldiest garbage movies that aren't even fun bad, and that's what this game is. Dino Break is mouldy shit. Schleich Dinosaur's Mission Dino Camp just barely escapes that designation, but it's still real bad. Probably the worst game I played for this project, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. F tier. FossilFuel 2 was also pretty bad, but it has just enough going for it to lift it out of F tier into D tier. And it can fucking thank me for it. Spy Games, by contrast, was actually pretty good. It's definitely a little undercooked, but I enjoyed the time I spent with it. B tier. Acre Crisis was a blast, just a real joy to play. Not much of a horror game, but easily one of the best indie dinosaur games I've come across. It'd go straight to S tier if there was more to the gameplay than running from place to place at the head of the conga line, but since there largely isn't, I unfortunately have to drop it down to A tier. Kudos to the dev for keeping it updated right through the production of this video though. A lot of the games I've played for this project have had their final updates, or been abandoned, but not this one. Mystery on Lost Island is frustrating because it captures the vibe of Trespasser but not the experience. I think it ended up a little too frustrating for me to overlook its bigger flaws, but I admire the attempt. It's a high C. Primal Rift was another great discovery. It was everything I was hoping to find in an indie dinosaur horror game, even if it did feel a little on the short side. Either way, S tier. Loved it. Creatures of War is frustrating because it should be good. It should be in S, or at least A tier, because it's got the looks, it's got the gameplay, it's got the campy B-movie plot, it's got a proper length, but it's also blatantly unfinished in ways that simply cannot be excused. So, unfortunately, I have to drop it down to C. Primal Fear is the opposite. I ended up enjoying it more than I thought I would, and I'm feeling generous, so fuck it, B tier. And finally, Unknown Tapes had some great moments, but it's let down a lot by a lack of interesting gameplay in between the big set pieces, which means it's going straight into the middle at C tier. I'm not the only one looking to pick up where Capcom or DreamWorks Interactive left off though. There are a bunch of other indie dinosaur horror games still in production out there, and also another video's worth that have released since the start of this year, like The Paddock, Creepy Redneck Dinosaur Mansion, and Rip Current. So who knows, maybe I'll continue this series in a couple of years with a look back at the dinosaur horror games of 2025. Regardless, despite its conspicuous absence from the AAA industry, dinosaur horror is alive and well in the indie scene. And it looks like it's here to stay. Thanks for watching. And that's the video. Before I go, I'd like to thank by name the people supporting me with $5 US a month or more on Patreon. Anonymous, Abriel, Azazel, Cass, Hawkwing2652, Hey Matey, Jeff Ladd, Jeffiet, Kim, Operator Error, Paranoid Android, Reaper2122, Spanakopper to Sunrise, Sminglis, Sarah Bloomer, Smorsky, Sneezy McGlassface, Space Quest Historian, This Sauerkraut, Thomas Angel, Thomas Elliott, Tree3, Angry Bees, Ursa, and Zeke the Phantom. Thank you so much. So I said at the end of the last video that this project was a bit of a compromise on a much larger idea I had about covering all of indie horror in general, but it's also been a test run for the Alien video game retrospective I've been planning for a while. I originally envisioned that as being 3 massive videos released back to back to back across 3 months, but after finishing this 2-parter with seconds to spare, I don't think that's happening. It'll probably be 1 volume every year or so like the Jurassic Park retrospective has been. Speaking of which, the next big video is going to be the Jurassic Park 3 retrospective. Look out for that in a few months, and a bunch of shorter videos in the interim. Anyway, thanks again for watching, and I'll see you next time. It's only a Metro... Ugh. Ah! Well, they really just don't give a shit, eh? Hello? Hello? Where are you going? What adventures will you take me on? Oh. Just having a big old shit, eh? You seeing this shit? Wow, they just don't care. Hello? React- Whoa!